how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
the podcast.
Available now. Yes!
It is the 8th playday of the SAL, and after this, there's only one more day of the group stage. The field is still open. There's all to play for many of these teams. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined on the desk by Foxay and Lynx. And now you in particular, Lynx, I think you're so passionate about the SAL, you just couldn't leave us alone, could you?
I mean, like, yes, kind of, actually. This is my favorite region to cast. One, because I, love Brazilian Siege. Two, some of my favorite teams in the world are here. And also, it's probably, I would say, just the most chaotic league of all of them on any given day. And I think today will be no different, especially with the implications.
Yeah, I loved doing it for the NAL. When it comes down to the last day and all the points matter, especially those games that decide who's going to be in the top 6. Nothing gets you more excited as a viewer to be able to watch that and watch the teams show their best with all the pressure on the line.
And it can just be so annoying when we get to those final days and everything's already decided. That is certainly not the case for the SAL. And even more so when we look at the two standings of the whole, or the two stages combined, basically, right? Because there's still a lot to play for in that regards as well. It's not just the playoffs for the major that we're playing for. We're also playing for survival in the league. And when you're looking at this, the overall standings for all of our teams, we have the top 6 advancing to the regional finals, and that's going to be really important for these teams. Why is it important? You get a direct invite to SI if you win the regional finals later on in the year. So that's a big opportunity to directly qualify to the biggest event of the year. Now, if you finish 7th or 8th, you do stay in the SIL. The season ends for you, but we'll see you again. However, if you finish 9th or 10th, that means you have to fight your way back into the SAL by playing the Challenger Series. Now, Lynx, that's not a position where you want to find yourself in.
To put it mildly, no, that is not a position where you want to find yourself in. And unfortunately for 9Z, they're pretty much locked in there. Like, their fate is entirely sealed. However, things are very, very competitive above that. Obviously, as you guys can see, Los and ENX both at 16 points, which obviously just in terms of the raw standings is literally as close as a tie as you can get. But both of these teams have also been improving, not markedly, but definitely some solid improvement from where they were in Stage 1 and even from where they were at the beginning of Stage 2. So for both of these teams to find themselves at the bottom where one could very well make it in, one could very well make it out, and their matchup today could be decisive of that, it'd be a shame to see one of them go because both of them are on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the games coming forward, obviously, I mean, some of those teams, it's a shame to see, you know, the path set forward for some of these teams. I mean, Black Dragons has to play W7M at phase, so, you know, we'll probably see them get 0 points. We'll probably see them get 0 points. But that being said, you know, it just goes to show how important every single little bit of points are throughout the whole stage when you're playing one of the weaker teams. Little mistakes, everything really comes down to the wire. And if you're put in a position where you have to play some of the best teams in the league towards the end, well, you better hope that, you know, the improvement has shown, because, you know, it's all due to your own fault.
Yeah, and even standings-wise, like at the top of this table, it's very close. When we're seeing W7M and Furia there, Furia also being the lead in the standings for just this stage, because we need to take a look at that too. It's very important in regards of the current objective for our teams, making it to top 6 in this one. Make sure you secure playoffs and you have a chance of making it to the major in Munich. Now, when we're looking at this, Furia being the only unbeaten team is absolutely huge for them. We talked so much about this stage, about their risk assessment improving in these best of ones. And then for 9Z here as well, playoffs is locked out. There is no opportunity anymore. Furia, NIP, FaZe, and W7M are locked in. But apart from that, Foxer, there's still so much to play for.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to get competitive because, you know, we could see Loud easily win some games and jump up, or not Loud, sorry. Los easily win some games and jump up. Loud has a really tough road ahead of them. They got to play NIP and Furia, so we could see them get no points. I love the theory crafting of it all, where you're able to look at who's playing who and assume what everything's going to look like. At the end of the day, I don't think we're starved for talent when it comes to the SAL, so whoever gets into the top 6 finally goes into playoffs. It's going to be exciting to see those teams really compete. And then once you look at playoffs, man, it really is a clear difference from the top teams of the league towards the bottoms. You know, Furia has been playing with like a new fire that they just want to be able to prove that they're still the best team in the world. You know, NIP's had such a huge resurgence. So it's amazing to see these teams and what they can do in the regular stage. But the best of threes is where everyone is looking forward to.
And you're correct, it's what everyone's looking forward to, but I'm glad you mentioned Furia, because this point is not about them directly. They're in playoffs. We all agree that the best looking team in SAL right now. But both of their next matchups, one today and one next week, are against the two teams in the lowest spots for the playoffs, Loud in fifth, or Loud in 6th, and Liquid in 5th. So there is a very real possibility that Liquid and Loud only have, you know, 3 points available to them in the next 2 games. And like you said, Loud playing against NIP, Liquid play against 9Z, though. Very real possibility of 3 points there. And if Loud cannot show up in the game against Furia today, there's a good chance Furia could certainly gatekeep one team, but potentially 2 as well.
I'm glad you're mentioning that, especially the game between Liquid and 9Z, right? That's going to be our second game of the day here. Then the first one, also important as well when it comes to the standings and the points. Later on, with our match of the day, I mean, Fox, when we're looking at that and we see how close FaZe and NIP are on the standings, I cannot wait for that game because it might very well determine who ends up having that bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, the bye is so important for every team because you get into playoffs, you only realistically have to win one game to make it into making it to Munich. So it makes things that much easier, one step closer. But obviously, we've seen teams make it to top 2. And then once they get to that situation where they only have to win one game, that's where the pressure crumbles. And we've seen them not get knocked out and not make it to the major event. So sometimes it's a false sense of security. But for the teams that can close it out, it makes things that much easier. So this game today starts to decide who will be able to claim that top 2 spot. Obviously, they could, you know, win in the last play day, but, you know, more points is more points. So at the end of the day, you got to be happy. But I'm really looking forward to the ENX Los game because both of those teams technically have a potential, if Loud loses out, to tie with them or surpass them if they win out today. So based on whoever's able to win off of today, it sets their story and momentum to be able to potentially climb into that top 6 and steal a spot from a team like Loud, from a team like Liquid.
And you would really feel for Loud, by the way, who very well could find themselves at the exact same spot as last stage, where they are in that 6th spot and then lose it to like a tiebreaker and are just find themselves in 7th right on the outside. It would be a shame for that to happen again, but based on how they've been kind of devolving, how Black Dragons, Los, ENX have been playing, who, don't get me wrong, aren't looking the best, but are looking at least good enough to mount a fight, Loud could very well find themselves getting shoved out on a tiebreaker 2 stages in a row.
Yeah, we're going to focus on our first game for today, though. That match between ENX and Los, like we said. Yes, it's a chance of who has that look for the top 6, but if you spin it in a negative way, it's also about whoever, still has that chance, right? Because after this, it's only one more day. It's not going to look all too positive. There is so much on the line. Los are in a better spot to do it, but when we look at ENX, and them having only won 1 defense on layer against NIP, being 9th in the league, fighting not just for the top 6, but survival in the league links, it's such a difficult perspective coming out for them.
It is a difficult perspective, and I do think that 7-1 result is something to be kind of worried about yesterday. But honestly, that game didn't look that great for NIP either. A lot of the rounds strategically were going ENX's way, but Fancy was having a really good day. Everyone on NIP was winning every single fight they took. NIP were often just bailing themselves out in gunfights, especially on their attacking side. Once we got to those defenses, it was a bit of a different story. For the first 6 rounds, it was very, very competitive, and NIP were winning it on individual skill. So I think for ENX, the broader result is not the thing to worry about. The big trend that I've been noticing in the past 2 to 3 play days has been Angels is getting first picked constantly on these defenses. He was -4 on the defenses yesterday, -4 on the defenses in the game before that one against Furia. And when you have somebody who's getting picked off so easily on the entry, combined with players like Bach, who are doing good, but still not quite where they were last stage, it becomes a bigger problem where teams can exploit it, even if you're not playing terribly.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Angels, because he currently has the most opening deaths in the whole league, almost double than a majority of the players. I mean, I think the closest player to him in opening deaths is Nesk. I mean, Angels is sitting at 18. He's -11 when it comes to those opening deaths. So I completely agree with you. And I think that's been the tail of the tape when it comes to ENX, is constantly losing opening kills, because I feel like they have good fundamentals. I mean, we've seen some impressive stuff from them, some upsets from them. They beat Loud. Obviously, they have the formings of a team that could find success. And when it comes to the team, it's comprised of good players. I feel like a lot of the pressure of it really falls down to a player like Sexy Cake to be that leader. And he's having arguably one of the worst seasons of his career. So when you have Angels that's losing the opening kills, you have Sexy Cake that's struggling since being removed off of these shields. And now you're in a situation where, the supportive cast of this team is struggling, and you're consistently having to play 4v5 in these rounds. It makes things that much harder from an IGL like Sexy Cake to try to be able to pull things out of thin air. So I think that's obviously the biggest takeaway that ENX needs to improve, is not losing those opening kills, trying to be more aware of where everybody is connected and how we can focus on those trades. And I would like to see Sexy Cake just be a little bit more involved with the team, because since he's been taken off of the shield, it's been very difficult to see him have some type of an impact on this team on this new flex role, because I don't feel like it fits his characteristics, his play style. He's playing way too quick for the operators that he's running.
So what I'm hearing is that ENX might have some issues at the beginning of the round when it comes to those opening kills. For their opponents, it's more so the issues they have at the end of the round, because for Los so far, they're on a 3-loss streak. And we say that despite them having such a good start of the stage. It's really unfortunate to see them at this position where they currently find themselves, and that is mainly down to the end game being maybe too panicky, I guess. What we see from them a lot, Fox, is they're making just these weird mistakes. They're messing up their defenses, giving rounds away to the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, they have really good individual performers. I was really impressed with Los at the start of the stage. This is, I believe, their best stage in any league. Agreed. Obviously, it's not that hard to pass. NAL, not much to take away from there. But this, way better than stage 1 for Los when it comes to the SAL. And they've been playing well, especially Dark himself. He's been having an exceptionally good stage. But yeah, that's their biggest issue, is when it comes to the late game. And it really looks like they've gotten a little bit of overconfidence. I think it comes down with their inconsistencies, is having, more younger players on the team, just because, players like Legacy, Farius, when they're alongside Dark, they're the entries. It's their job to be able to make something happen, and they really aren't finding too much success. But if they're able to get big rounds out of Dark, set them up in a situation, then they win. So they know what their win condition is to be able to get rounds. It just needs to be more consistent on the success pipeline to get Dark set up, to get him into these positions, to have him lock down an area. So if they can send more resources towards that and not focus on the little mistakes or the little things that are going on around the map, they'd find a lot more success. And that's their biggest issue, is micromanaging. They are too focused on too many things at once. They know their win condition is Dark, set them up. They need to just make sure that they're assisting that as much as possible.
And I think the point you mentioned, it kind of leads very nicely into what Ann talked about, which is, you know, if you're on the attacking side, you're trying to set up Dark, often where he is the most successful. On the defense, obviously, you still can invest some resources in Dark, but a focus is going to be a lot more on the broader setup. You know, how are you going to try and, you know, identify your win condition? Are you wasting time? Are you playing for plant denial? Are you playing for retake? It's a bit more of diffused responsibility, whereas attack, I feel that investment is usually a bit more direct. And so when you see the mission isn't just set up Dark Eyes, given that information, given these powerful operators, and people are given a bit more autonomy, that's when the overpeaking starts. It's certainly what happened in the game against FaZe yesterday. Los had some issues on the attack, but generally we're doing pretty well and arguably left a few rounds on the table. Whereas on the defenses, they were constantly giving away advantages, constantly giving FaZe away into the round when arguably they shouldn't have had one. And so when the mission isn't as clear, that's when Los have been struggling.
They'll want to replicate the result that they had last year, though, because when we're going to look at the map as well, this series last stage was played on Clubhouse. That was a 7-1 victory for Los back in stage 1. So if they can replicate that, that would be great for their goal of making it into the top 6. Clubhouse is still a possibility to be selected, and it will be banned out as the final one, making us go to a cafe with Los on the defense links. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, kind of surprised ENX don't decide to go to Clubhouse. One of the reasons they lost that 7-1 was because of a biblical Mr. Outlaw game who isn't even on the roster anymore. So the reason you lost isn't there. But no, anyway, this is a map that I don't think ENX have played so far this stage. It's one that Los have played twice. Won it once against 9Z, lost it once against NIP, who are a very good cafe team. Honestly, for me, I'm not really thinking about the map that much this series. Fox, you might disagree. I'm focusing entirely on the play. ENX have had problems on the entry. Los have had problems in the late round. I am entirely looking to how these teams actually play, regardless of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think the map has too much of an effect, especially since ENX hasn't played it. When you compare Los in the way that they have played it, I mean, there's not really much to take away. It was really lackluster from even in their game against 9Z where they won, and their game against the NIP where they lost. When you look at their entries, it's pretty even across the board. They have a very tough time struggling to get inside of the building, and some rounds are just dictated based off of that early aggression. If they get the first pick, they can maybe close it out. That's one of the strengths of this map for Los, is we talk about them setting up Dark and why it's so important. And this is a map where you can do that. Once you get a floor control, once you get top floor control or the second floor control for a kitchen bomb site, you set up Dark on that gridlock, you know, set him up on that Deimos where he can have an effect, be able to cause some type of disruption. And that's where you see Los find success. When it comes to ENX, again, it really feels like I'm beating a dead horse when it comes down to their successes based off of the back of a shield. And I don't really believe that this is a map where you can find too many openings as a shield player.
Agreed.
So in that opinion, I really feel like Los has the upper hand when it comes to it, but we haven't seen this map from ENX. So hopefully they surprise us and pull something out and, you know, show us that they can make that run for the top 6.
Yeah, it's going to be a big mystery, I guess, what ENX will be bringing out on this one, especially on the attack. We'll go and see that when the game starts, but we should be bringing in our casters as well. And I'm really excited that we get to speak to them too, because we haven't actually heard from you two yet in this stage of the SAL. We're joined by Fluke and Demo, so I'm very excited to have you on board. I hope you two are just as excited to be back at the SAL.
Oh, super excited to see all of you, to see SAL. Obviously, Demo and I worked this region quite a lot last time. And I'm the upbeat one. And now we can go to the other side, the yang to my yin. Demo, how are you feeling?
Oh, just roll it back. What do you mean you're the upbeat one? Hang on, what do you mean? See, whenever it comes to Brazil, comes to SAL, this is what I'm all about. Give me FaZe, give me Liquid, give me Fury, give me them all. That's what we're about here. We're against big region, big teams. I've said it before, even though I am EML till I die, I get that. This is the best region in the game, and it has been for the past 4 years. No doubt about that.
Are you sure about Liquid?
That's real. That's so real, actually.
Every liquor fan in the world right now, I feel like that is. But hey, for those games, you'll have to wait. First off, being back in the SL, you get to watch ENX and Los go up against each other. The match is almost ready, so I'll send it to you two to take it away.
Thank you very much, Anne. And yes, okay, maybe I did set you there up to get the passion out demo. So open the day with some early morning passion, and then see where it carries us, and immediately into ENX versus Los. Do you carry the passion here? Does the passion
it's
continue?
cafe, so no.
Oh, okay. Okay, so cafe is the reason.
I just cannot vibe with this map. I just think whenever it comes to best of one, you are really putting yourself at the mercy of what side you start on. Really, that's the way I've always felt about cafe.
Attackers, right? Attackers of the.
It's just, when do you ever really see close cafes these days? It's always
often.
just sweep. You know, it's one side will dominate. Maybe they'll get a few rounds whenever the side switch, but for the most part, whatever team starts on defense usually leads with a 5-1 or 4-2 split, and that's just, yeah, really, really strong to start off with. So, yeah, I just think the map in a best of one where the points are so important, especially for both of these teams. So whenever there are two teams at the bottom here, there's a really good opportunity for both of them to get points, because they're not up against some of the top teams in the league. You know, these guys are towards sitting at 8th and 9th currently. Really good chance for them to try and climb the standings, make a late push for top 6 if they can. And I think going to cafe, certainly for ENX, because they get to go on the attack first, it is a bold move.
So not to support your theory, but statistically, you're correct. 4-2 was the Liquid half that they took when they played Loss against it on the the NIP half, sorry. Earlier on in the season, and then NIP quite handily pushed it over towards the other side. And then the one that was won against 9Z, as pretty much every single game has been by Loss, they had 5-1 on their defensive half. They are set up in a pretty comfortable position here to try and drive this, but the pressure is on ENX. And as you sort of put it, yes, they're fighting at the bottom of the board. There is still theoretical hope that they could make it out. They're both of them are sat there on 6 points. You're looking at a cutoff currently of about 14. Let's look at the results that you've got ahead of you, though. There's a decent chance Loud go 0-6. They've got Furia and NIP. Decent chance BD go 0-6. They've got W7M and FaZe. So the 3 points here could set you up for a heist of the century right now, which not only could get them into the top 6, but could also play on that much bigger, grander, important scale of who gets relegated later on. Either way, we start here. The quick approach, Angels already almost suffering, and leading into a statistic hastily pointed out on the desk, the entry. Not quite claimed yet, but not the perfect way for your sense to go. Look, now, a bit of a fight of a Monty and a bit of support might come round on the side. They're sort of baiting time, and Dark goes down elsewhere. Sexy Cake has the coverage from the Glaz, and they're able to at least pick up the first fight. The nerves are showing. I'm furious right now, stuck behind a Christmas tree, and the Monty can't quite get himself the kill, but he's just going to try and bait them into the crossfire that is lost anyway. Sexy Cake drops. There's a quick double. Hello, Demo. Welcome to SAL.
Yeah, that is just unbelievable what he's been able to do instead of VIP. I mean, he understands what he's against. You're against the Monty. Monty's just sat. He's not going to do anything to you. He's just going to sit and look at you. And he knows he doesn't need to move. He doesn't need to expose himself. But the fact that he's went for that swing, knowing that the other teammate with the Monty is going to be in and around that double window and just pre-fire him, incredible work.
I mean, well, Angels is in the entry statistics. Sexy Cake tried to do their best to obviously pick up the pieces, but now look what they have lost and look at all they really have left. Oh, and there's a kit. A picture-in-picture, but it's an unfortunate, painful one. Plus, they've got a full read on where the approach is coming from here. They're more than happy to prep up towards the bakery side and sort of say, yep, step on in. There's the C4. There's not a catch, but neither from the side of the grenades. They're hoping a fight happens, but with this extension, they just don't really have anything to force it out. No grenades left. 3 light walls, fine. But what else can you really do with it? They try and just send it in. There's a pickup for 1. And there's a quick second.
Yep, that's too easy. 2 players remaining. They've attempted then to rotate to bakery side. Whenever they do not have the util to go for that is also really strange. But hey, They lost it in that first half, no doubt about it. You've went for a very untraditional approach of how you attack that bomb site. Yeah, that is so offbeat. I cannot kind of get that across. Whenever you look at that bomb site for the kitchen, there is really good opportunities for attackers to win that. We see that plenty of times. It is one of the bomb sites which revolves around going in and getting the plant down. The way that the attackers have went about that is all wrong in my eyes. You haven't went above, you haven't done vertical work, you've tried to go horizontal for a kitchen clear by taking in for VIP and restaurant. That doesn't work. You've got nobody pressuring in from white corridor as that Monty's jumping in. Just a lot of it back to front. You know, what they were trying to do is usually the second phase of that attack. The first phase is go above and do some vert work. They completely skipped that. So I think they're making it really difficult for themselves. This is already a difficult map. And if you're already showing me that you don't know your basic fundamentals of going to cafe, knowing that you start an attack, you should never have came here.
So, strong, first of all. You know, hit him. I appreciate that. There is the argument to be made that they went for a rush strategy that didn't work, which isn't uncommon. You're opening up as an attacker on a map that's uncomfortable for attackers. You want to try and make your opponents feel a bit awkward. You know, the breach and the sort of breakthrough came in opening 30, 40 seconds. It went not great, but when you've got a Monty in VIP, that's a rush to me. And that's an approach that is either all or nothing. And it was nothing in this case. Will it be the sort of definition of how the rounds continue? Down to them to prove it. They go a little bit slower and steadier here, up towards the top, going for something a bit more classic. On a classic ghost site here. Attention on towards the hatches, attention on towards the eastern windows, and maybe some pressure could come through underneath. They've got themselves a sort of standard basic approach here, the Capitao, to try and maybe force some rotations, force some coverage if they want to swing in, but it seems like they might want to try and actually just root themselves up towards top red. But how aware is Farias here of the motion, the pressure that somebody might be hanging around outside Coat, and if the repel sounds go, will they go into action? Kurtz is the first to suffer as the Monty seems to be trying to make friends on the top floor, but well, there's the fight there underneath. Farias goes, but there's the end of the Monty up top. Now they've lost that front man demo.
Ow. Who, what, where, when, and why?
There's another posthumous Monty.
Why is the Monty going in through top red by himself, got himself in the shop, getting pressured by a Jaeger and a Clash with nobody on the windows to help him? Make it make sense, Emmy, please.
Can't, unfortunately, because at this point they're trying to make sense of it themselves. The Clash proving themselves problematic here, and they're confident to do this with no pressure coming on the back windows for a second. It's a very bold position for the Clash to be in, especially when they've boots in the ground inside top red, inside the position of shop, trying to reclaim the kit. Is nobody offering some lateral pressure? No! Screams the defenders, so they're more than happy to flood themselves into these positions. Now, though, with 50 seconds, a single player, or two actually, on the eastern front, one on the swing on towards Cocktail and the other on white. Will they actually go for some pressure here? But they need to do something, because once again, we're looking at lost players that don't feel a confrontation is necessary currently. Kind of looking at my watch, looking at the game, looking at the attack and wondering, well, when's stuff going to happen? Because they're not actively droning, they're not actively trying to push outside of a single player going for the swing. There's a big rotate, finally come round on towards the lateral pressure, but with 20 seconds left, it's a little bit too late. The Clash has left, so now you got to go. That grenade will get a catch from a Claymore, actually, on the hop out. 15 seconds, and Florio has been able to get one more before Kurtz in a C4 suddenly put a full stop to it. 10 seconds, nobody left standing, and a lost round win.
Is he just died to an Aruna gate?
Yes.
It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day.
So, you just have to keep telling yourself at this point, demo, match 5. Match 5, you know, there's going to be some great games before now and then. Again, I'm the optimist. I think this is all great. Love Siege. If there are any pessimists out there, we ended down a FaZe Clan versus NIP, battling for second place game, both on good form.
I'm just happy there isn't like a live camera. I'm just happy I'm not in the bottom corner just looking at my reactions, because I'm not impressed.
Wow. I mean, you want to break down why? What happened in that second round?
Right, well, Monty's died within 30 seconds, pushing by himself in the cigar shop with diffuser.
Yeah,
The rest of his team didn't even play windows. They had no intention of taking into piano. They just kind of sat and held an angle for probably about a minute. Didn't really do anything. Then it got to 30 seconds. They realized, guys, we don't have time. They went for a util dump into cocktail, and they've just all tried to swing on windows at the same time and been killed because they have no piano control or any white stairs pressure. Pretty simple as that.
Yeah, that's their reasoning. Yeah. Well, hey, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you again. The third round, as we find ourselves lost, getting themselves on towards the tertiary and going for the good old factory of trains. What do they actually have a train room here? Has that ever been explained in the lore? Like, it's a consulate.
It's a museum.
Oh, it's not a real consulate. Is it
It's
train
a
museum?
Yeah.
What's the lore behind that? Why? It's just 2 rooms.
Yeah,
Oh, great
well,
museum.
Just, you know, Russia.
You're right. Maybe I'm putting my judgmental English museums standard, where things are taken from all around the world, but more than 2 rooms. Whoa, they are close to a fight, and they're not going to take it. A quick escape, and they're back down towards the site itself. They've found themselves a nice free spot, and not a free pick. It's going to be something else that slows down ENX's approach just a little. They're going for the clear that you clamored, claimed, and screamed for in the opening round of top floor first. The worry is, how slow will it be? With the Ram, when they get in, they can try and get the floor ripped up as quickly as possible. The Clash has dropped down from the top as well, and Farius is the only one still on the top floor. Now, they are going to risk a drop there. I'm not entirely sure what the Window Watcher was waiting for, but it wasn't that.
I mean, this is pretty good from Los. I mean, they've wasted minute 45 without having to do anything. I mean, again, ENX are painfully slow in how they're going around clearing out and kind of just taking general map control. Finally, they've got themselves in the top floor for the first time. They've actually got a stable foothold in the map. They've got the Ram, as you mentioned, so they can go vertical. However, they are starting to lose players. And that's quite a big heavy hitter. That's your Capital gone. That would have been a great way of disposing with the Clash, for example. So, and I'm also seeing that Florio has no air jabs remaining in his pocket. So this Clash is going to be a massive issue, Emmy.
I think this is it, right? They've used the Clash brilliantly. They've obviously lost the Capital. Sexy Cake does get dark on the split, but at that point, they're got to play in that front, and there goes Sexy Cake. So now, you hope the Boogie Drones have done their work, because what else do you really have to cook with? Nothing in your pockets. Last frag grenade rolled out. Another player drops as Mitrix gets caught out, and now it's just Angels left. He might have been an unfortunate entry. This time, he's the last one left to watch a third round fall into Los's favor, and it has just been confident lockout here in control of Cafe.
Oh, it's massively one-sided. You know, it is as dominant can get in Cafe. Those are 3 rounds at Los. We're always going to win. At not one single point have they looked as though they were going to lose a round. Always in control. Understanding, I think, their time management is also very, very strong. Realizing that, you guys, look, there's, what, about a minute 15 left? These guys have did nothing. Let's just go back to site. Just make them try and clear above. Play our angles, play the crossfires. You've got that whole mid floor that you can explore. You've still got the Clash up, which the Clash, I think, has been a massive issue as well for ENX. Again, every single round it has been there, and it has just stalled them out. Right now for ENX, this is where, you know, there is a hole in the hull, and this boat is sinking, and it is sinking very, very quickly, Emmy. They need to get things started here. They need to get going.
Well, they're going to try and just freeze the hole for a second and hope that they can find a way to patch the hole before they drift into the abyss of the bottom 2 and relegation as well. That daunting guillotine that hangs ever so worrisomely. The guillotine in the corner of the room. You know, the one just sits there waiting. At this point, timeout called, and all they can do is try and play the game ahead of them, see if they can pull themselves background loss. At this point, though, I mean, yeah, the Clash has been great for them. The removal of the Monty is a sort of so-and-so moment where they've used it and attempted to use it. It hasn't been used very well because all the defensive loss have been very good compared to the misalignment of the attacks of ENX. It almost brings that worry back, right? I know there was a conversation on the desk about hey, they could go back to Clubhouse. The player who carried that game isn't here anymore. Oh no, we're now 3 defenses into the favor of Los. They got 5 of their defenses last time for their eventual 7-1 win against ENX. Maybe it's just how these two teams collide across these games. But 2 players 4-0. You gotta try and find a way to shut that down.
10 seconds left.
Also, I'm still thinking about the... I know it started the your and I conversation about Bank and the hatch. Just thinking about what is in... There's also a cigar shop. There's...
You're going down a rabbit hole here.
I'm down a
And
rabbit
I'm not
hole.
following you. I'm not following you in the
What do you
Wonderland, I
come
can
to
assure
this
you.
building for? There's 2 bars, a kitchen, and 1 toilet.
Look, Alice, I'm not
What is the
interested.
purpose?
I'm not coming with you. I'm not interested.
You have to walk past the kitchen to get... At least there's a coat check.
Yeah, there is.
You don't have to carry your bags as you walk around this Dr. Seuss building. Farius
Where
is
have you
almost
been
caught
shot
out
from?
immediately. Yeah, maybe... I don't know.
We'll never
I'm
know.
trying to think about... Because he was closing the door. I mean, maybe like along across from like a mining window, but that would be lucky. Either way, takes a bit of damage and lives to tell the tale. Will he do anything with the 2 frost mats in his pocket? That's a story for later. At this point, they've obviously swapped out the Monty for the Blackbeard. They'll see if they can try and get themselves in. Will they support the operator? Remember what you talked about, what you disliked about their first approach? Well, we're actually going to keep rotating the site, so it doesn't truly matter, but they are still going for that consistency of trying to clear the top floor now. They haven't gone for that quick roam rush play again. Kurtz pulls himself back. Still happy to sit, and so far, what's been the cost of a single frag grenade? Well, they've got 5 more to throw around, Demo.
Yeah, and you can see that the mirror has been brought in replacement for the Clash. Mira is going to be there to deny access to areas such as piano, such as cocktail, and certainly, you know, having those mirrors available is just going to slow down that ENX approach, which has been like the main thing going against ENX is just their time management. Now, they have actually opened up with the opening pick, which is a great start for them, but here comes the mirror windows. They know they cannot walk into piano as safely as what they would like to, so they're going to have to try and theorycraft and find another way around it. The best way is just try and utilize that Blackbeard. Get him pushing in towards Longbar. He's got that shield in his face. He can't be killed. Utilize the shield, guys.
Oh, with 45 seconds, they've got to utilize it fast. You can see that Lost have still generically pulled themselves towards the cover. They might not know about the player still tucked inside bathroom, but a Blackbeard could just do that. It was bold, Farias, but unfortunately ill-timed, and that leaves 30 seconds now for the final push. Legacy takes the next blow, and you can see Lost is struggling to sort of find a little place to sit, but at this point it only takes a single player to go, and that is a dangerous tuck to make. If they get a reveal that you are there, it's just going to be a swing through the soft itself.
I like
and sometimes player will open that anyway. What?
This is good. He's going to kill them. They're not going to expect it.
Oh, can he hold his nerve? There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, Demo! All of them! A feast in the dining room! And Lost take a lost round into a win.
I liked it. I knew that was going to work. I knew it. Reason why is time. Yeah, he's played that perfectly. He knows that there's 20 seconds left. Those guys aren't going to drone. Not a chance are they going to drone that site. They're never going to have any information on him. No one's going to expect them to be sat there. You're so obvious. Oh, you could just shot through the wall and kill them. Yes, that's true. But who's going to do that? It's so obvious. It becomes something that you're not going to expect. Again, the time management from ENX, that has been their biggest enemy. Not even Lost. Lost have just played what's in front of them. Whereas ENX, that 6th man, that timer, that has been the issue for them. And they are 4-0 down now, Emmy. They've used their timeout. They've lost every single site, by the way. Every single site. A full house. That's what we call that.
It's
10 seconds to go.
a tragic moment, I think, and it's a moment after a timeout when everything has otherwise been talked about that the definition of this game I think will hinge on, right? That is it in Technicolor. That is ENX struggling and Los having a good time and mopping it up. At this point, they can try and pull themselves together, but that 4-2 that you talked about is already dictated and defined. Yep. You can see if they can try and swing it on the other side, but as you look towards the sort of cafe sensibilities, it's a 40-60 across the board of the 2 times it's otherwise been played throughout these league, and those 2 times from the team ahead of us. In Los, as we talked about before, but there goes the first. They've been able to get Kurtz twice in a row. I said he was causing a lot of problems for the roster before. They've at least found a way to shut down a smoke. And it was quite quick there. I think the quickest we've had a blow outside of the rush round.
Yeah, it looks as though just from Skylight, I think. So, Kurtz exposing himself somehow. So, not the greatest from him. ENX. Just looks as though they're actually going to try and go quicker. A full util up in through Skylight and the Blackbeard pushing in through Longbar.
I mean, they're trying to make sort of bit of chaos here, and Florio gets the swing around to the side. Okay, they're inside, putting pressure on the site. They hop up away from the C4 after the only one left. Does get one on the back, so it's not going to be a flawless, but as the Blackbeard goes to a plant, they know exactly where he's coming from, and they have the full coverage. They have found success, Demo. And they found it by smashing their way into the site. All the worries about time sort of put to aside. Is it Los being punished for overextension? Maybe. Is it Los being punished by overconfidence, like the kill on the Skylight? Maybe. But it's a round win here for ENX. It's a round win after the one that they should have won, and it's a place to build some confidence. The success that has been had by the defense could be theirs on their own. They have been as successful so far as they were the last time they met Los in League. They can win this next one, get themselves a second attack after what has been, at parts, an abysmal first half. Who knows where they could go. It's almost like the Blackbeard has given them a bit more pace rather than the shield of Monty before.
That round felt like a bit of a lash out now. Like,
yeah,
nothing's really been working for them, and they just thought, just run at them. That's kind of the vibe I got from it. Certainly the Blackbeard is the, more aggressive shield between Blackbeard and Monty.
Yep.
Gets the nades, which is fantastic from up like Cafe. You think about some of the tricky positions. You think about Pixel. You think about anywhere inside of a cocktail, inside a freezer. Nades are going to come in really, really handy. So I think having the Blackbeard just helps them a little bit more with that. They have chosen to not go for the Blackbeard. I'm really shocked that Blackbeard, I think, was working for them that round. It got them in through Longbar. I mean, even obviously they had the kind of disaster there on the train attack, but still you think about that Blackbeard was able to do above, able to take that map control, which was something that they struggled with in the first 3 rounds. Map control was a big issue for ENX. So I think without that shield, they may struggle here again. I just want to see them go above. That's as simple as I can make it. Go above, use the vertical, and then just play just a standard kind of VIP restaurant take in the freezer, go for the plant, which is where we see, especially inside of our own region. I mean, EML, we've had quite a fair few cafes this stage in EML, and we've seen that kitchen work pretty good for attackers too, if you play it well.
Gone back to their role here of the sense, and they're playing without a shield. All the compliments paid to how they've been able to make the Blackbeard work. It's only the second time this game they've opted to not bring a shield this time, and finding themselves on kitchen, where at this point most of the round had already played out and fallen apart for ENX based on a rush that didn't quite work and an incredible opener spin inside VIP. Here though, slower, steadier, vertical clears and some pressure on towards, well, any Lost player that they can seem to try and get close towards. They haven't really gone with a bit of a concerted approach. It's scattergunning across all the verticality, the combo of the Buck and the Boogie drones blasting away, just shepherding Lost into uncomfortable positions, trying to goad one into the next and hope they can get a catch, which they almost did, but the second player will reveal themselves with a pair of bullets that can't quite make a connection either side. Fine. You're doing a great amount of structural work, but at some point you've got to try and make this land, and it seems like it's going to be eyes on towards a classic freezer drop here. Will the Sense Gadget get the roll in? Have they done enough to force the VIP player to feel uncomfortable on the far side? They've pulled themselves back by the looks of it. pressure is still on ENX getting this to land, and demo time once again.
Need to think of something here. That hatch to be their main way in. They're gonna have to try and get themselves stuck in towards VIP, of course, because typically there will be somebody sat in that position just holding that hatch drop. There's still so much denial. You've got 3 smokes, 2 C4 still as well, Emmy. Again, I just think that timer, that is their enemy.
Yep. Well, 15 seconds, they blind out the warden, and they go for the start on the drop on the hatch itself. Theoretically, they're in. Enough to the races to try and get a plant down, but Legacy does find at least Mitrix, however. They've tucked themselves over, and they're planting. Good plant position. It's off the batten course, and it means that the smoke canisters might not predict it, but there's suddenly a swing round, and Sexy Cake up on the top and rocks the round. There's another. The player who hasn't quite ignited is ablaze on the round. They need him. I mean, outside of that, I don't think you get the round, but that's 2 rounds defined by 3Ks either side. ENX aren't done yet.
Big cover. Big cover. Plant position made it for me. That was the all-important thing. Utilizing the sense, allowing you to plant in positions that you normally can never plant in. That's what's won them the round. You're trying to go default there. There are C4s with their names on them. Yeah, simple as that. Guy can swing in through that double door. Easy C4 over the top. Gets the kill. You go deep. You plant in towards sync. You sense it off. Guy doesn't have a clue where he's going. Great coverage, of course, from the Ram. Needs to make those kills happen. Much better from ENX. See how easy it is where we just go above? Yes, the timer. I mean, they are still playing as though they're running on hot coals. No doubt about it. They stop for a minute, they're going to get burned. They are taking their time with it. But as long as they're winning the rounds, I could not care, Emmy. As long as you win the round, doesn't matter how long you take.
Well, 4-2, and it's easy enough for ENX to replicate on their half. They've got, you know, some of the removal of quick approach gone. Monty gone, Ying gone, but the defensive bans, the Yazami and the Castle, as we sort of always put them, are teams that want gunfights, right? Yes, it was sort of replicated on the first half, but you're removing the 2 structural operators. You're removing the chance at obfuscating, of slowing down, of creating new angles that people have to fight around. You get rid of those, and suddenly it's a brawl in most directions. You cannot structure yourself outside of the 10 hard walls that you've otherwise got to work with. So that sort of game that wants to be lent in as it's just a continuation of the game ahead of them. I did a quick check as well, by the way. I wanted to see, because the map is based on an actual cafe, as we know. I'm sorry, I'm still on that. It's called Cafe. Apparently it's similar, but there's just loads more tables everywhere. That's the difference. Just a weird, funky cafe. I'm assuming this silence is stunned silence.
It was more the fact of we're already at that stage where you're going in for the lower. We're in the first game.
Yeah.
You've went to lower. You've went already to lower. I've already lost my head.
This is a great with the cosplayer community. I have to know the lore. If I don't, they kill me.
No, don't say that. No.
Brava on the roll. Brava on the roll. On the way up the stairs, stealing all the utility and getting themselves the eyes on. It's the perfect pickup counter towards, obviously, the game put ahead of them. Those Malusis, how reliant are you on... Oh, how reliant on you are them? Is a way of putting words together in a sentence. If you can try and just... Sometimes. You can try and just sneak your way up. Get yourself a bit of sort of an applause. There's always that worry that as soon as a single piece of utility becomes too confident, a Bob setup or a Malusi or whatever it is, if it's gone without you knowing, then think how important audio is. Think how important that awareness is. It's one of our many senses, but only a couple can be used in this game to know where the enemies are. We haven't got an operator that can do smell yet. Well, Jackal.
No, that's not how that works.
What?
Don't even start. You're gonna get somebody in chat like going.
I am. That's about. We'll pivot. We'll pivot. Demo. Talk about this.
Well, not a lot's happened really. They've
okay.
Lots have equally taken as long as what ENX had done in their attacks. They've only just gained their top floor control. And don't forget, this isn't the bomb site. We are dealing with of course, our mining and dining bomb site here. I think for Los, it depends where they want to kind of approach it. Are they going to try and go in through the hatch? Do they want to try and approach it in through red, maybe? Jump in through the window? I don't really know, and I don't think they know either. I think they're still trying to get a grasp on what the actual setup is here from the defense, and in for ENX, they've done very well, just sit in their hands. Say that, though. Ooh, will be lost with the opening pick. And goes Box Era. Sexy Cake is in a very difficult predicament, and gets slammed. You thought maybe he would have got the one, but not going to be the case. But 30 seconds, and one player's currently off the bomb site. He's downstairs. It leaves Florio in a very difficult position up against 3 of them now.
I mean, this is it, right? It's 2 versus 1. Okay, no, it's not. It's a 1 versus 1 that ends pretty decisively there, as the other player couldn't even get set up. They just had full awareness there, Loss. And I talked about the importance of knowing and not knowing where they're going to come up from and where the pressure can go. They had the read by the end of it. They turned their defenses on their head, and that was a Sam Fisher-driven approach. That they had everything in, seemingly including themselves. And we can talk about how, in the opening half, ENX's struggles initially was a lot of pace, was a lot of getting in and getting control of the right bits of the map. It felt like ENX came out of the woodwork, the walls, to pull apart that hold, and it was so swift. And Loss even came out of the woodwork and the walls, and ENX had no idea that things were falling away from them. Remember, they've long since used their timeout, and now, off of what was a pretty rough opener to the half, they've got to see if they can try and keep it flawless for as long as they can.
ENX needs somebody to step up, because really, I think whenever you're in a position where you're losing 5-2, Emmy, yes, you could put it down to, oh, the whole team needs to play better. We've seen plenty of times team not play well, but one guy on the team is just having a lifer, yeah? And that could be a massive, game changer. And I think right now for ENX, that's what they need. They almost just need somebody just to step up and just get an ace right now. Just start piling the kills on, become that guy. But right now, just nobody's really doing it. Across 7 rounds, the highest kills, one person is 6. That's it.
Yeah, it's rough. I think when you cannot make sort of peace with the kill game regardless, we're in a meta that is one that's always dictated we need as many shooters as possible. Yes, occasionally you can drive someone on the shield game or that back line, but if you're not ready for those engagements, things are going to peel away. And I think it's the sort of split of also how quickly they can thread things together. Angels does find Legacy, does get rid of the Twitch. Maybe one of the most powerful guns currently, but then, hey, there's that gun immediately back getting revenge. Not even just the operator or the player, but that gun specifically. I know we've already talked about the position of the French DMR currently. Dark is obviously currently down, has all the cover they need, and they get themselves back up. Slowed and hurt for it, but Angels happy they get the entry.
So, we're in a position where trading off the Goyo for the Twitch, pretty good trade-off for ENX. The Goyo's already placed down the util. Twitch, on the other hand, kind of, need to stay alive to use those drones, and again, it would have been perfect for dealing with said Goyo canister. So, I think ENX, with that trade, are in a very good spot now. Just depends how quickly Lost can really move through here and get everything opened up that they want to. Again, I'm not entirely sure how they want to go about things in terms of their actual approach. Are they going to use the Blitz to just bombard the guy who could be inside the VIP? That right now is Florio. And you have the Blitz, you have to use them somehow. But at the moment, it's yet to be shown how they want to go about things.
The worry is on the split of this as well, with the entry statistic and how things have gone. 5 of them have gone into the favor at this point, or 4 of them. Oh no, 5 of them, even including this round, have gone to ENX. And they've, regardless of how it's gone before, they cannot find a way to capitalize on it. And with 30 seconds left, this could be a decent one, as the time has been put on towards the pressure. They've still got the Blitz to try and drive themselves in, but they don't have VIP control here, Lost. They're trying to force themselves on towards the back of White Stairs. They cannot just take the drop. The blinds come through, but it's an already lined up C4. They're waiting for the coverage. Yeah. There's the call and a perfect double. Too little, too late here from the side of Los, and the complaints of time are something that'll slow them down before at this point. Just waiting. They can't swing either side. They might be able to get a kill or two on the way out the door, but they're not going to get a landing on towards the site itself. There's the kill or two on the way out the door, but ENX get themselves the third round.
Yeah, you need to address again, VIP. Can't just let him sit there. He will clean house, as he does a lot of the time. You have to put some form of util. Yes, I have seen teams where they have still chosen not to attack the guy inside of VIP, where they've still done something to disrupt them, though. May it be flashing them out, using smokes, whatever it is, but just doing nothing and letting them have just a clean lineup with a C4 as you drop needs to be a lot better there from Los. ENX sat in their hands, didn't need to do anything too crazy. Again, I said that was a really good pick. Getting rid of the Twitch, knowing that you have the Goyo canister still to fall back into. Both teams, I think, have shown on attack. Time has been a big issue for them.
Oh yeah.
So really, today's winner is the Timer. So congratulations, Timer. You've taken a 7-0.
Everybody put your hands together for the Timer.
Well done.
They don't always get the credit. I don't think they've ever been the CGG tournament player, MVP, EVP. But maybe they should be. Maybe it's about time. At this point, obviously, there's still 2 rounds to do. There's still Los with a bit of the confidence. If they slow down here and it's a difference of a round, and it's going to give ENX a lot of decent pace, but neither of these 2 teams want it to get into partial points or pity points. They need all 6. There's not even really, like, there's possibilities. There's round funny math that you can do. There's still ways that it could work. Fine, but you don't want to be the team that has to decide that when Liquid are so close, when Loud are at least a game ahead of you, regardless of the opponents that they have, when Black Dragons are a point ahead of you, regardless of the games that they have, and also the games that these 2 teams have. ENX, I think it's fair to say, had the easiest possible game after this. Their final 3 points is against 9Z. They have that as their last playday. Los have W7M they want to get through. W7M, who, yeah, okay, they're 4th, but there's not a million miles between 4th and 2nd right now. NIP and FaZe have to go against each other. They have a final 2 playday run of teams below them. There's always a chance. So W7M are going to be playing as hard as possible. Los need this as a 3. They want, I think, any chance that has any confidence behind it. Farius is in. Sort of slipped their way onto the other side of the train, but Florio hasn't opted for the fight just yet. It's Blinds and Angels once again gets the entry statistic here for ENX. Now I think they're about 3-0 on entry, but can the team try and double it down, or will Los find a response? They've lost the Buck. That top floor is going to be a bit of a nightmare to get some control and shepherding on right this, and this sort of 2-pronged attack hasn't really worked. Instead, look at the approach here of Los, all just flat across the core of the site itself. ENX have full vertical control that they can try and operate on if they want to. At this point, I think Los, their surprise attempt hasn't worked, because look at Angels above. It's fine, happy, confident.
Yeah, and Floria's done a very wise thing. Just prone. Don't expose yourself. You've got plenty of teammates in and around you to assist and keep you alive. And honestly, for Los, it's again that Timer. That's what I'm worried about. I mean, they are actually in the bomb site, but Arthur not in position, actually going to go for the plan. He's actually hunting for the kills. He's going to try and take them Malusi by surprise, but oh, gets the pick, but no, Arthur's still able to secure that. Any plants today, Arthur? No, any plants?
Ah, they're scared about the train, man. They're scared about the pressure there. They're scared about somebody maybe operating on, and they've just got the verticality. It's sort of 29 seconds. You've got the worry that they can slow you down. There's Arthur going for the plant, and he's not caught out by the smoke. So at this point, with Dark covering pillars, sort of, he seemed to covering absolutely everything. And a post-plant situation, Florio is the one that took the drop. Doesn't have an immediate rotate by the looks of it. In towards it, would have to try and operate his way around, and he will try the spray through on towards the trap player on the back end. Does get the down on towards Arthur. That's 1 cleared up from the player above, but 25 seconds, and look at the positioning of Los here. They've pulled themselves back, and they have this to swing on. There's suddenly 2 quick kills in their favor. ENX does get 1 versus 1, but there's only 13 seconds. He's gonna have to try and bait it. He's got 1 choice, 1 opportunity, 1 shot, and he cannot quite land it. Legacy for Los pushes them on towards guaranteed points. Can they take all 3?
What a weird round.
Said
Really, from
about
start to
most of
finish.
them.
No. No. That was really weird, because that's not usually, again, how that bomb site plays out. Trying to go for the horizontal take is really difficult if you don't have that top floor, because horizontal take means you have to take in free pillar. Pillar is going to be exposed from any position in towards that top floor, which I don't think ENX did enough to really get to. You need to apply different bits of pressure where teams are not taking it. If no one's going above, abuse that. Abuse that fact that you can play off those balconies, can kill them if they're inside a pillar. As soon as you see the ace open up those two reading walls, immediately you should know what that team's going to do, and that is jump in through that breach and go for the plant behind the cabinet, right? That is so obvious what they're going to do. But they were so... It almost seemed as though they were so sure that it was going to be like a train attack. You know, that they were so focused. They had 3 players watching that one area. Nobody was inside a reading. Nobody was watching that. The ace went through a bomb site to get to another bomb site. How does that happen?
There's this element towards it where it's so weird of a plant position, and it's so weird to take that place on reading. Yeah. However many years we've cast this game demo, how many times have you seen that be approach A?
That's approach D.
Yeah, like hitting the wall from pillars in without any vertical control, especially. It's interesting. But you kind of worry, or you kind of wonder what the worry of ENX was, right? Because they won the opening engagement on the top floor, and we could see that all the Lost players were then on the mid floor, right? They were pushing laterally. Probably one went above. Boxera was, I think, the next to suffer from that, wherever they got him from. I think that was maybe from above, but still, no pressure and no awareness on towards that. And also nobody playing the sort of swing down towards pillars from heaven, from sort of the new Balk side, and just a lack of any response from ENX. But Los with the blitz gonna smash their way in, and oh, are they just gonna go for it? There's a quick drop and a rotate. They're hoping there's not enough awareness. They're in and off to the races, and the blitz does get the blind and the spray down onto the first. They have taken themselves in towards Train, and Dark going for the plant tucked in the one hard corner of the blitz, doing everything he can to sit and watch and wait. And now we might only have 45 left of this, the final round potentially here. The blitz still standing. They've lost their smoke as well. What are you gonna do? Oh no, one more has fallen at this point. 3 ENX players stand between them and probably being relegated. Just 2 left. Mitrix and Sexy Cake both taking blows, both get a kill. Only 1 left of 3 versus 1. No more loss. They take the 3 points in smashing fashion. ENX. Oh, this may be a day that haunts them for a while. It may be a day, Demo, that haunts them for a year.
Oh, that is a big old rush to pull out in your final round as well. You just went for it. I mean, simple as that. It's something that just catches you by surprise. I mean, they weren't doing any rush strategies really up until that, and that is just such a classic. Get the blitz in, create a bit of chaos, get the guy in behind him, go for that defuse. That's the main thing. Get that plant down, and then everyone can just hold out angles outside and win the round. And that's basically what happened.
I mean, at that point as well, I think, as you said, whatever team gets off to that defender side first is the team that gets themselves all the way and all of the distance. And at this point, it's going to be lost. They're able to claim themselves the full fat 3 points, but they still have a long day of siege to wait. As I said, their chance at getting in towards the top 6 also relies upon seeing if the other 2 teams that could drop all of their potential points do and will. And well, what is there up for us? A break before we're back with the desk to talk about it.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles
begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Los get the 3 very welcome points, and that will mean a lot in towards their fight for the top 6, as well as regional finals too. So great stuff for them, and for that reason we get to speak to the winners as well. We should be joined by Hellraiser, the coach of Los, to ask him a few questions about this game in particular. Hellraiser, congratulations on the 3 points. Thank you for joining us as well. You must be feeling very good now, especially after the last few games didn't really go you guys' way.
Again, it's been another game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, you guys get a win today. It bumps you guys up, I believe, to 9 points. Your last game is against W7M. I really like the way that you guys use your shields today. Do you guys have a game plan going into W7M? Is it the same type of denial, being able to slow them down on defense with the clash, or what are you guys anticipating for the W7M matchup?
I think for W7M, we always can expect a difficult game, a hard game. So we're gonna prepare like the same way to fight them. I think we learn a lot of things to the last game until today, so we can bring another game. And we're gonna be ready to W7M to bring this +3 points.
On that note, when I was watching that FaZe game yesterday, it definitely seemed like it was a lot closer of a affair than I think the scoreline ended up showing. What did you learn from that FaZe game yesterday that you implemented today?
I think because our team's like rookies, so I think they feel a lot, some kind of pressure, like playing against these top teams, maybe sometimes. So we need to learn how to fight against this, you know, like this feeling we have in the match. So it's our first split here, like with this team, with this hoster. So I think we can learn a lot of things with this.
And speaking of learning things, is there anything that you've been really focusing on in these last few weeks to really improve, I guess, with you guys' games and get the points today?
I think like these last weeks, we try to improve more our communication so we can understand everything in the game. because the teams like of the lower, they always communicate with the KOs. They don't understand each other, so we are trying to focus to improve this kind of things specifically.
All right, that's awesome. I mean, it's definitely been working out for you today in the sense that you get 3 points and you keep yourselves alive in that hope for not just the playoffs, but also the regional finals. So there's a lot of weight on that final game. Hellraiser, thank you so much for your time and best of luck next week.
Thank you, thank you.
Always good to hear from the winners, especially about talking about what they've been working on in these last few weeks to really get to this point where they can take down ENX in such an important game. But Foxy, when we look at this game in general, it's quite funny how we weren't expecting much shield usage on a map like Cafe, but Los are really giving us a lot of shield usage.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it going into it, saying Cafe is a very difficult map to use the shield, and on attack it is, but I really love the creativity that Los is bringing it out with the Clash, specifically on their defenses. Those first 3 rounds, it was so detrimental to slowing down ENX. A lot of those rounds came down to the last couple of seconds. The Clash was always up. It was always such a hindrance. On the basement, it was holding Whiskey Bar, just putting pressure between the White Hall and front door. For the middle site, it was just putting pressure on the white stairs. Los had a really great understanding at where ENX was going to look to finish these rounds out for the executes, and they just put the Clash right in front of ENX, and ENX always had to scramble in the last couple of seconds, to the point where they had to ban the Clash out. I think that says more about ENX's inability to adapt based off of what they're seeing in the round, which is something that we were talking about. I feel like they don't have the ability to make quick work of time, take position if they're not running the shields. And I think that was the biggest issue. And of course, that last round on attack that you're seeing on your screen here, the usage of the blitz to just take mining quickly, I believe it really caught ENX off guard, put them in a situation where they just had no response. They couldn't respond fast enough to the level of quickness that Los was bringing with the shields. So for that, I mean, I have to commend Los. It really looked good.
And it's also something that Los definitely did improve upon their game yesterday, though I still think it's not exactly something that they're doing consistently. Ollie and I have talked this a bit. Generally, certain situations, it makes sense, but generally a lot of the times we really like it when the shield is used to make space and somebody plants behind that. And there were times yesterday in the phase game where Arthur was playing the shield with the diffuser and would often get C4'd, get shot, or just die in opposition and drop the diffuser, and the defense could react around it. Whereas, like you pointed out, with that mining round, for example, able to make space while letting somebody else plant. They also made that adaptation in the phase game yesterday, and while they didn't end up taking the win, it did make their attacks look a lot better. So it's something I like to see from Los. And unfortunately for ENX, with them losing this game, their troubles do continue, but they're playing 9Z tomorrow. They have a much easier end of stage than Los do, and so all these 3 points will suck that ENX did not get, and Los will be very happy that they did get. ENX could very well find themselves at 9 tomorrow, and these 2 teams could be tied again.
Yeah, and also, you know, in the future for ENX, there's a chance that they get equal points as Loud, and then they have the head-to-head over Loud, and they could potentially have the round difference over Loud as well, depending on how that game goes tomorrow. As you say, it could be an easy one for them. When we talk about this game, though, and the MVP for this matchup, it's good to see that there's such a close gap between the MVP and the player that is just below them, because it's just a 1 EPS point that gets the difference between MVP or not this time around, and that's a good sign. It shows that there wasn't just one player really popping off links, and it was more like a team effort.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, obviously, you know, the one person who was ahead, you know, Dark Eyes in second, still an extremely talented player. Overall, this was very much a team game from Los, which is kind of ironic when you look at some of those defensive half that was defined by individual moments. You know, Dark Eyes getting at 3K, sitting on Dining Wall in the late round. Arthur also getting a nice triple, countering one of ENX's very late attacks, as many of them were. And so while there were individual moments of everyone popping off, it felt like at least everyone got a chance at the action. And so I think that's a good sign for Los going into tomorrow, where they will need everyone playing well if they're going to beat W7M.
Absolutely. One thing, though, that W7M will absolutely not let them get away with is the fact of those opening kills. And even though everyone on the team of Los is playing great, I still believe there was some issues. They lost the opening kill trade. So against a good team, when they get that opening kill, they're not going to lose the man advantage that often. So, you know, Los had 6 deaths. That's something that's absolutely going to get exploited. So even though they're playing better as a team strategically, again, I still think those same issues that you were highlighting in yesterday's matchup of them losing somebody on the plant, I think it still goes without saying that even when they find success on their executes, they're still losing people elsewhere around the map as the execute's going on before they can actually set up, you know, the diffuser, get everyone in a position to essentially win the round. So, you know, great from Legacy, great from Los, but still need to make sure that things are perfect within the week that they have until their last game.
Yeah, when we look at the standings, it shows that there's only one more day that they have, or one more play day rather, to fix those issues that they still are having. Yes, these points are very welcome, but as you two already mentioned, Los play against W7M, and that is certainly a more difficult game than ENX having to go up against 9Z. Especially when we look at the standings and we see where 9Z find themselves right now. The only team on 0 points haven't got any kind of something yet that we have seen from them. They don't really have anything to fight for either, right? They know they're going to get relegated. They know, you know, playoffs is definitely out of reach for them. So the only thing that they're really fighting for right now is their pride and their honor, I guess, in their final 2 play days of the SAL for this year. On the other hand, though, when you talk about Liquid, they have everything to play for. They're looking to make a similar run to last stage where they lock in top 6, the final part of the league again. And in my opinion, that could very much be a recipe for danger with the way that Liquid have it all to play for. 9Z, the thing we have to talk about is, I don't know how it's possible, but it went from bad to worse. There were donuts for a very long time against Furia. When we had Furia on the interview, they were saying like, oh, we were expecting counter threats, but they did not happen. What I heard from the analysts yesterday, and I don't know if you agree on this one, Fox, is they're regressing rather than progressing.
I completely agree. I mean, in stage 1, we saw them have some glimpses of hope. I know they were a newer roster to the league, so everyone was very excited to see what they could bring. But currently, it's just been getting worse and worse. And I think that's something that happens when a team slowly and progressively just continuously loses, doesn't see improvement. The mentality of it is what takes a hold of the team. And sometimes just getting that first win, or sometimes getting eliminated from making playoffs, is what unlocks the potential of a team. I believe this team definitely just had a lot of struggles internally. I mean, they have 4 players within the bottom 10 of the league. 3 of those players practically on negative 30 KDs. It's just, stats don't paint the picture, but what it looks to me is that just the whole team is not playing at their normal stature. That's as things progress and they keep losing. It's the same thing as Cruelty in the NAL. It's one of those things where you can't get that win back because your mentality is so stacked against you. And sometimes what you need to be able to bounce back is, you know, getting a win that really doesn't matter. You need to believe that you deserve to be in the league. Now that they're knocked out of playoff contention, could still get a win today, have some fun, realize that playing in this league is still enjoyable and you can still improve even if there's nothing on the line for you. And that's sometimes when that pressure's taken off, you'll see players perform a lot better.
And honestly, like, at least in my opinion, there's really not that much more to add than that. As Anne said, they've been devolving over the course of the stage. They have not only 4 players in the bottom 10 of the league, 3 players almost on minus 30. I mean, Nitro, Will, and Vicente, we're talking about players who aren't even having impact in at least half the rounds. People who, functionally speaking, for over half the rounds they played, have not been a factor. And so what they're playing for, as Fox said, is the intangibles, the improvement, because beyond that, I mean, Fox is really just not much else.
Yeah, no, and I think the biggest issue with 9Z is when you see the current meta that we're in and you see every other team in every other region, you know, M80 switching to more utility, Liquid switching to more utility, all of these teams are playing more utility, and you look at the way that 9Z is playing and what utility do they bring? They got Sledge. 4 nades on their team. Yeah, Sledge in 2025. They're just not bringing enough utility for information to find these picks, to find everything. They're just a couple steps behind, and you need to be able to lose. You need to be able to see what's wrong to improve. So hopefully with some time, you know, if they're able to make it back throughout the relegation series, if they find themselves in the bottom 2, I believe they find themselves in the bottom 2 no matter what. That being said, if they make it back, hopefully then we can see them progress a little more, bring a little bit more of a unique operator lineup.
Sledge just have the Reaper now. I mean, I guess that's the only really thing that they've improved on so far. But yeah, there's not much more I guess we can add to that. And yeah, speaking of utility, you know, you mentioned Team Liquid, a team that has been bringing more utility, and for themselves, you know, they really dragged it over the line yesterday in a very close game. It does show, however, Lynx, and I think, you know, with you being our #1 Liquid hater, you'll probably agree. It shows they have some work to be done though if they want to lock in playoffs.
Yes, and that's the thing, right? Is like, do they need to do much more work to lock in playoffs? No, because they're going against 9Z. But if they lock in playoffs, do they need much more work to be competitive in playoffs? That's the big question, because we have a Liquid who can pull out a really great game plan against Loud, 7-0 them, run it back on the same map, fight tooth and nail against Black Dragons. Now, to be fair, I do think that a large part that Black Dragons were as competitive in that matchup as they were was because Rare was not losing a single fight for about half that game. So I do think that game was a bit more in Liquid's favor than it otherwise indicated. But generally for Liquid, the game right now is still trying to find that consistency. And we can talk all about that. We can talk about, you know, maybe Lenda trying to find a bit more impact on those shields. We can talk about maybe Liquid, as you can see, relying a little bit on Maya doing well to get them through some of these games. And typically when you see DS and kind of the top-rated players, who, by the way, DS is a very good player, but often he's in the back line. Often if he's getting a lot of kills, it's because things are starting to go wrong and the front line is failing. There are plenty of prom points for Liquid. But all of those are a later conversation, because if they win 3 points, they're in. They're tied with 14 against W7M and lock in top 6. So a lot of this is kind of a later point to talk about.
It would take a miracle for 9Z to get a win here. But that being said, to commend Liquid, I'm loving the changes that they made since putting Maya on entry this stage. It's really found them a huge amount of success. He's been so good. But it is a double-edged sword, because I believe Nesk and Lenda are two players that have been struggling from it. I mean, the shield play from Liquid is something that's really unmemorable. It's very lackluster. And Nesk also needs a little bit more time to get comfortable on this new flex role, because he's not the entry anymore. And we said in the previous game, besides, you know, he is the second most opening deaths player in the league, and that's not something that you can be doing when you're on a flex orientated operator. You have to be able to using that utility. You have to be able to back up Maya. So I think it's still taking some time and mentality shift from Nesk to be able to transition to being the utility player on this team rather than being that entry. And it comes into question that some of those plays that he needs to make need to be reeled in, because he's more important later in the round with that utility.
And let's be honest, right? With a team that's in flux, that is still trying to figure out this new identity, the two biggest things I'm thinking about are, one, the fact that you have arguably one of the greatest entry fraggers in the world on your team, Maya. He's always going to help, and it's never going to be something that I'm going to, like, really complain about all that much. Like, oh, you're relying on one of the best players in the world to do well? Like, no, that's... You picked him up for a reason, and Maya's doing exactly what you'd want him to do. And second, ultimately the goal now is just make playoffs, and then that's when you really need to lock in and try and really hone that identity. The group stage is always going to be more chaotic. It's always going to be a bit more in flux. And so for Liquid, where they are, while I might talk about their inconsistency a lot, and I might not be nearly as big a fan as Ali is, it's very understandable that they're having the problems that they are, because it's been a big identity shift.
It's fine, Lynx, you don't have to defend yourself. Ollie's not here this time around for today. But no, I like what I'm hearing from you two about Maya, about all the other changes that this team has made. And there's something we can add to that that really adds to the volume of how strong Maya really has been in the stage. Because when we look at the top 10 kills, or players with the top 10 kills inside of the SAL, Maya does find himself on there, #1, and he's the only player inside the top 6 that isn't a Furia or a FaZe player, so that's really crazy. Impressive as well, given the position that Furia and FaZe find on the leaderboard. Now, what makes this so good is that when yesterday we spoke to Tissays, he was saying, what really enables Maya is that he has this new IGL behind him right now. He has this new voice. Dafo's making these, Lenda is making these calls right now to really support Maya and to get him on that forefront and to get him, I mean, doing essentially what he does best, Foxy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's improving him. Also, Liquid is allocating way more resources towards Maya now that he's on this entry. I mean, we know Maya's going to find success no matter what role he's on, but I find him being on the entry is way better than him being on that flex or the secondary support and just trying to make the background work. You have a player like Diaz who is very capable that we're seeing so far in this stage find success when it comes to being that backline player. You needed the front line, and unfortunately Nesk is one of those players that needs to progress towards being a support player. It happens to every player, you know. Eventually the young entry, you know, it happened to me. you slowly shift into being a support player, a flex utility player. So it's nice to have all the resources finally put onto Maya, because he's obviously proven that he's capable with it. And now he's showing it in this stage amongst all of the top players in the league that he earned it and that he's making good work with all of the resources allocated to him.
I like how you're giving us the been there, done that type of vibe with what happens when you start to get a little bit older inside the game. I'm so sorry. You seem a little bit upset about it. But no, we have to talk about this matchup because it's so important, right? The map could really depend how the series turns out as well. Yes, we're talking, you know, 9Z, what is there realistically left for them to fight for? Last time around, they did actually bring it close to Liquid. It was a 7-5 for Liquid on Cafe. Ooh. And this time around, how could it be any other map than Lair? Links, the SAL just seems to love this map so much.
They do love this map, and, well, this map, when Liquid played it, the only time they played it this stage was the birth of Ollie and I's ongoing El Clasico argument. And I do have to say, this was actually a very good game. This was a very good showing from Liquid on this map, and kind of ironic given our hyping up of Maya Fox. This was a map where Nesk felt like he was back in his element. It was like him versus Cyber for a good portion of the series, and it was a really close 12-rounder. So if I want an indicator that Liquid are taking this seriously and that they could, I was about to say really pose a threat to 9Z, but if they could really, you know, win the game that needs to be won and that should be won every day of the week, I'm very glad they picked this map because they took FaZe all 12, and it was not an easy fight for FaZe to win.
That was a really well put together analytical breakdown on going to Lair. When we're watching Liquid versus 9Z, we could have went to any map, and I think Liquid would probably have a great chance at 7-0ing them. So that being said, yes, fantastic. Lair is a great map for Liquid. It is a good map for Nest specifically. I'd love to see him be able to reel it in, not give up too many opening deaths.
Okay.
That being said, I don't think 9Z could shoot the side of a barn currently, so I think no matter what, Liquid Fox is obviously going to be in the driver's seat.
Pick the one map you think 9Z have the best chance on.
You know, we've seen crazy things happen on a skyscraper. Clubhouse is a very basic map, but 9Z banned that out. I guess that's too basic for them. I don't know what map they wanted to go to. I don't know why Lair would be that one, but that being said, you know, a skyscraper, I guess, would have been their best option.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult when you have little options, I guess, to really pick from and little things to really fight for. I mean, you two talked about the opportunity or the possibility of a 7-0. We have definitely seen Liquid do a 7-0 before. We've seen the same from 9Z, but they were on the receiving end of that one. So what can they really show us now that the pressure is off? And can Liquid really turn that fight back on like we saw them do against FaZe on this map? The game is about to start, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne. And, well, I'm wondering if you're in the same boat as Fox, or do you have somehow even more cutting words to say, Demo?
No, it's not even, you know, sitting here going in on 9Z, because I think it's very, very easy for a lot of people just to kind of rag on the bottom team in the league. I look at it as this is Team Liquid, right?
Yeah.
All the pressure's on Liquid. Liquid are the big team, the team who are established, the players that they have. They've got players there who have won stuff, which not a lot of players have ever done. You know, it's very difficult winning a trophy. Done that. So the pressure is always going to be on the bigger team. That's the way I always view it. The big teams need to go out and beat the little teams. Plain and simple. So I don't want to say I don't care about 9Z, but I'm more interested in Liquid's performance today.
Well, will Liquid be able to push this one over the edge? Obviously, they are sort of sitting on the precipice, as it was put. They're only a game shy of confirming themselves in towards the playoff spot, in towards the top 6, and being quite confident with it. They were ending in the sort of stage last time, and as it was said, last stage, the first stage, the 7-5 win they got was a decent fight from 9Z. But otherwise, we'll see if it's something that I guess grows in towards it here, if 9Z can grow into anything, because they've only been able to get a 5-7. That was their best performance this whole split demo, and it was on that opening play day, and since then 5 rounds feels like a dream in a game.
10 seconds to go.
Oh, here we go, Lair. Now, obviously, 9Z on the defense. That's good. Straight away, that's good for them. They get on the preferred side of Lair. Liquid have to go at it on the attack, first of all. Now, Liquid, I don't think really mind the fact that they have to start attack. I think they'll have a good game plan going forward for it. I think Lair has been shown a lot, certainly inside of SEL. It has been shown, I think, just across all the regions in general. Lair has been, you know, the pick rate in this map is a lot more than what it was even last stage. You know, that is kind of how you go with the map. It was last added into the pool. Eventually, they will just become a foothold and just a staple in the pool. And certainly, I think Lair is there at the moment. So, plenty of ways that teams want to play it out. That's a nice little pick. Drone work being done correctly. Freebie for Diaz. Will, none the wiser. And now we sit at a position where already 9Z, minute gone, lost the player. Oh dear.
At this point now, they're seeing if they can try and get themselves some control. They're rebuilding up towards Ops. Just trying to force at least some of this semblance of control. You assume the Goyo's been able to get their canisters down, get themselves some lock in there. But otherwise, at this point, there still needs to be that pressure, that approach here from Liquid. An opening statistic isn't the be-all and end-all as we had from ENX team last time round. Close pings and a close fight. How curious are you about this next engagement? There's some pressure and support coming from underneath. There's some confidence that they can go a bit wider and wider here, and they're still sort of happy, Liquid, to set themselves in. I'm not going to say it's an entirely out their hold, but now they've missed the player that slipped their way up, and the Azami is an easy pick up there for Nask. Not sure how confident Vincente thought they were in that situation, but it has otherwise been punished. Demo a minute, and there's at least one back as they get some control back on towards the rocket stairs and the walkway. But as Lender finds Tuku, as they start to eye themselves onto towards a plant position with 50 seconds, Nitro either has to try and step in and rebuff them, or they're just going to hope that the remaining 3 smoke canisters will be enough.
I know, it feels though that 9Z, they've gave away just kind of cheap kills. You know, kills that didn't need to happen. They just kind of swung into Liquid players, and it hasn't worked out for them. And now it puts kind of remaining 2 in a very difficult position. Nitro, with a Nitro in hand, toss it out, but catches no one. I don't think they have an idea yet that Zhao's there. Ho, how has he appeared for 2? And no teams just stood on the door frame. Now Nitro has the clutch. 10 seconds left. 1v2. Dafo has the kit in hand. Are they going to play for the plant? Play for the kill? Oh, it's going to be a kill for Diaz. Cleans it up in the end. A little bit shaky there for Liquid, but still able to maintain the course.
Well, that's one. That's one on their journey, and at this point, it's always that idea of how much does one feel when you are 9Z, right? They have been against the grain the entire time. There is nothing for them to really play for anymore. Their fate has been sealed across both this stage and what you can get from this stage, and then the last stage and what you can get from the whole year. That's a story set. But now they have that to not worry about, right? They have a bit of freedom. They have a bit of confidence. The follow-through after this game with Liquid, is ENX, is now that other team that's sort of situated at the bottom of the board and could be somebody you can battle against and have some possibility of maybe even beating. You might even get 6 points. You probably won't leapfrog them in the grand scheme of things. I think there would have to be some huge results to go that way. But otherwise, the progression will go from it. Now though, in towards the next round, and in towards the progression here from Liquid. The thing about Liquid's performance as well, that they could have really cemented themselves yesterday, I think, statistically, with the game that they clawed their way back in towards OT and then eventually lost it.
I don't know if you noticed as well, Amy, just the reactions of Liquid whenever they won that last round. It didn't look very pleasant for a team that won a round. Probably because they know that it wasn't clean, especially the position that they are whenever 9Z were just giving away kills for free, and the fact that you almost kind of bottle that. Oh, Liquid, I think the thing with Liquid, and it has been really for the past, especially this year, you know, look at stage 1 into this stage. The amount of pressure that this team is under is incredible, and I don't really know why. These players have such, I think, a high expectation for themselves whenever I don't think Liquid has really been at the high expectations for the past 2 years. So I don't know why they put so much stress on themselves, and I think that has been their biggest enemy. It's just they worry so much about losing the game that they almost will it into existence. That is, for me, has been the Liquid issue for the past year. They need to chill out, I think, a lot of the time.
They need to spend a day in the demo spa, get your heads back on. And we talk about this site and the approach that you can try and make here, and how doing it without verticality is often just sort of suicide. You're not really going to be able to get yourself in confidently and get a plant in and get yourself locked in. But, well, Liquid against 9Z might be able to make that happen. The roll of the light walls will cover themselves on towards the chance at a corner. It's being well watched, and there's the first. Tuku gets the lock in towards Nesk, and the plant is going down. Will there be a response? Seemingly no. There's at least a down on the cover player, but it's a post-plant situation, and now they can sort of watch it from outside the breach. They're gonna have to try and swing their way out from the office door. They obviously don't have the verticality.
Oh my
Somehow
goodness.
they almost got the player up there, but Maya does get locked in. DS is watching one approach, Nitro gets another, and this is the other reason why you don't really do this without getting the full coverage. There's the down onto one. There is, too little, too
didn't have reloaded.
late. Just a lost round. The Kiba as well. You can see they put a Kiba up there in that tuck position at the end. I mean, I said it's suicide. You're just throwing a point away.
Didn't have it reloaded, the firebolt. Or not necessarily reloaded. He had it on the smoke. Does he not know you can change that without having to pull out the crossbow? Does he know that? I don't think he does.
Does he know?
I don't think so. No.
I mean,
you get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, where you maybe would like them kind of to do a little bit more. Still think that was fine. Getting the diffuser round is always the toughest bit in that bomb site. And yes, a lot of the teams will try and go above or do something above. They went for the sense approach, which did work. They got the plant down. But even in like a 2v5, that's still winnable, especially whenever one of the operators was Capitao. You know, that was the main thing to look at, was you had an operator who could deny the plant for a good 10 seconds there. And then he even made, I'm pretty sure he had another one as well, so he could have denied it for even longer. So I think there was definitely an element where they could have got that round. He just didn't have the correct utility in his hand, just one little slip up. Just to kind of pull us away from the game almost and just kind of focus on Liquid. And the comparison I kind of want to make with Liquid is, obviously you look at them inside of last stage, and you know, we kind of looked at Liquid and we said, oh, you know, look at the changes that they made. Obviously they went for kind of, I don't want to say imports, because obviously Diaz, he is Brazilian, but obviously we see him in NA for a very long time. Obviously we've seen resets in there. Ask came back to the roster for, again, it's kind of re-pick up, but inevitably the team was just, again, in my opinion, under the same kind of stress levels again, and they went into playoffs and they didn't win any games inside of playoffs apart from that 5th game match, which again didn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. I think Liquid probably should have took a page almost out of M80's book, where I think Fabian put it really, really well in the interview that he did. I think was it on Friday or for whatever day it was. Fabian did an interview with the M80 game. Fabian basically said that at the first stage, the players put so much pressure on themselves, and Fabian didn't really understand why. They're a new team with new players. Obviously, there's still a core there of the M80 team, but you're getting new transfers in. You've got a new coach in. A lot of that stuff's going to take time. And I think the same is very similar for Liquid. I think the players put so much pressure under themselves. Where are they? Part-timers, I think we call that.
Part-timers! Reveal!
Part-timers!
What are the analysts doing? Nothing!
Wow, that's why we're here, because we don't stop. We don't leave. And my legs, which you don't even know if I have legs. You don't see my bottom half.
I listened to their whole desk. I listened to everything they said.
I don't leave this desk, but they do.
I love it.
So,
Enjoy
anyway, back to the point. The players put so much pressure on themselves, and I just don't think they needed to. Yeah. I think in stage 1, if they went the approach where they just wanted to basically build fundamentals, it would have been fine. But I feel as though they just went head first into it, you know? And I think if they just kind of went the same approach as what M80 did, this stage for Liquid could have been a heck of a lot different, you know? It's not about how you start, it's how you finish. And especially whenever typically the second stage and into the major, into your regional finals, this is the more important half of the year compared to stage 1. Because stage 2 is where we're going to start qualifying teams into SI, which is inevitably where every team wants to be. So, and Liquid are basically in the same position as they were last stage. Very inconsistent. X wins, yes, but the next week can go out and lose. For a team who wants to go into playoffs, you need to have that consistent factor because you're playing constant best of threes one after another. And if you have just one inconsistent one-off day, you're out. Goodbye. Job's done. So Liquid just need to kind of get themselves into the spa, like you mentioned. Just get the stress out of them.
I can't remember if this was fully divulged or if it's fully been maths, because you know what, Demo? Things I hate in the world? Maths. Theoretically, I think if Liquid win or win no T, and even if they get a win full stop, they progress. They get the 2 points, puts them up towards, what, 13 points. Technically, Black Dragons could get 6 points and get themselves up towards that point as well. But even if they got 2 7-0 wins, I don't think they can catch up on round difference, which I believe is the first tiebreaker. So I think Team Liquid just need the 2 points to secure themselves in towards the top 2 here.
10 seconds to insertion.
At this point, it's still early. They are still their own worst enemies. Obviously, we're back into the game now, if you haven't noticed that.
Attackers are moving.
We will see if Team Liquid can get over the idea of being their first thing, being their first problem. Yes, thank you, Anne. Anne immediately hit me with the round difference. So even though we saw that they weren't there, they are listening to us. Anne could have been there, actually, because I think her camera was off.
She's also very small, so she could be hid. She could be hid. She could be hid behind the camera. We don't know.
There's also the possibility that that didn't go on broadcast and was just on our feeds, and people don't know what we're reacting to.
Yep.
We
see people.
We saw Lynx eating, and we saw a brief idea of what the analysts were up to, which was hiding.
Yep.
Liquid get themselves now the other chance at an approach. It's been traded entries either side, traded routes in either side, but new site, new place, new dis. Obviously, it came down to what was ostensibly a plant and a retake. It will have back and forth and arguments about if I think they did enough or if they didn't, but truth be told, historically they didn't.
Oh, good night. Wow. Lenda. Pre-fired. Trying to use the smoke to get himself across that corridor, but again, you make a lot of noise. It's very easy just to go for a shot. Trade, though. Blaz makes an appearance. Able to take down the Goyo. But at the moment for Liquid, just struggling with this mid-floor clear at the moment. Don't forget, we are dealing with our basement bomb site. But 9Z, they're digging their heels in Emmy. They're not going to give this up for free.
No, but they lose another body there as the trade out, and there's Defo getting one more. Tuku's gone, leaving it in a 4 versus 2. They're still holding on towards the top of the stairs, because at this point, what else can you do, right? You can sort of funnel a firefight and maybe get one before you drift back to the site, but if you go back to the site, well, then they've got a minute to just put the pressure on towards the 2 remaining players. At some point, the pressure will get too much, the vertical will come through, so they do slip their way back in, but you can still see they're sort of desperately looking towards that chance at slowing them down, to stopping them and holding off on this approach. Now, 45 seconds and a hatch still being just stopped by a Kaid that's desperate to defend themselves. In 2 slightly tucked positions, Liquid, the pressure is still on them. Ooh, and they almost have a bit of a drift fight here. And towards Zhao, does get one with the phase. Defo is removed from the board. They're looking for the second follow-through. Suddenly, that minute I said they could work with is only 20 seconds, but they do finally get the end of another player, leaving just the Kaid. 1, And a tucked rotate round. He can try and play this as soon as they go for the plant. There's a second! What did they expect? It surely wasn't that, Nesk. Do or die plant situation. He's going to stick it on the far side and will. Oh, he's sort of given the game away here. Nesk can peel himself away if he can. Gets himself vertical. Instead, he's actually going to play this close on the swing, but that is a great gun. And the hands here of Will, waiting, hoping, holding out, but time only works into the favor of Nesk. Liquid, sometimes their own worst enemy, but that round gets to go in the friend column.
That was a really good decision from Nesk. Yeah, a lot of teams, a lot of players, whenever that kind of happens, 10 seconds left, you went for the diffuser carrier goes down into the 1v1, teams will just try and play for the kill. Nesk did the very smart thing. He walks in, he immediately replants. Yes, it is a massive risk because who's to say that Cade could have went for a double swing and just killed Nesk as he was going for the plant, but naturally the Cade's going to be thinking, that guy's going to be charging me down now. You know, he knows that all he has to do is kill me and he's going to win that round. So I'm going to run away. And then while you run away, you create that massive gap where the diffuser can be planted. Ness did that. Gets himself set up in a very good pause. Knows that he's going to have to come to him to get that diffuser. An easy cleanup for Ness.
Liquid now. Though as late as it is, the rounds that they're getting themselves cemented in have been theirs. It steps in the right direction. You're looking at, I guess statistically, everything's starting to go into the favor. 9Z haven't been great. I think there's not really to be argued, fine. But they have been worse on their attack. Over the 34 rounds played, it's 6 that have gone in towards their favor. So you're looking at this map on the second half, and you're looking at all of these rounds slipping away from them on what is technically their better half. And yet still, statistically, they are the worst defenders in their region. But the divide and the difference is, you know, they're 2% worse than ENX. That's 2 rounds, 3 rounds difference. They are worse than half the follow-through on towards the next. 17 to 38% is the follow-through on the next worst attacking team. It truly has been their weaker point, and that is that worry. It doesn't matter how shaky Liquid are if they're still confirming these rounds. The second half is that threat, is that breeze, is that moment where Liquid have done that groundwork. The 2 that they've got already might already statistically be enough, and we're 3 rounds in.
And I think there'll be more attack wins to come as well. 9Z, as much as what you said, yes, attack has been where they massively struggle. I mean, their defensive stats aren't looking too hot either, Emmy, to be honest with you. It just has not been a good season from 9Z. And I thought 9Z, you know, stage 1, you know, equally didn't do as well, but I still think they had moments. We just haven't had any moments this stage from 9Z, which has been a big disappointing. We would have thought that, you know, the team would have improved since last stage, but they've almost went backwards, I would say. But still, go out there and have fun, as Fox said, even though he doesn't, you know, he is described them very graphically at times. He actually gives me a run from him. Maybe I need to up the ante. Do I have to go and say something now?
I sort of, but you have to say it like he says it, because he like aura forms when he talks.
I only save those comments for G2. That's whenever my vulgar tongue really comes out.
That's true. Win or lose. It's because they know you. You're in the fan club. You're like Arsenal Fan TV.
I am the fan club.
Well, one body gone. It's the Deimos. They can't quite do the damage from underneath, but with a minute left and some steady approaching across the front here, can Liquid still try and find a landing, or instead about to get themselves a second lined up? They're being very aggressive here on towards those main stairs, threading their way in and just trying to refuse every bit of approach. Swing. But there's one body, and there's Nitro getting one right back and another. Tacked on for the tally. Defo does get Nitro. It's back and forth, but it's now just Maya left. Talk about how much of a star player he is. He's in a 1 versus 3 with 30 seconds as Glaz. It's not the easiest to swing your way around, and they're ready to swing with a shotgun. Sees the barrel. Could try and apply some pressure here, but taking the first bit of damage. Does get one. One within 10 seconds. 2 more to find. 20 seconds left. Gets the kit back. But look at the health here, Demo. It takes a breeze. You get him with the pocket C4. Oh, pocket. Barbed wire even. trying to make a joke, but the round ended during that period, so I messed it up. I'm sorry.
Maybe stand up isn't for you.
No. I don't know which talent I would want to see do stand up.
Oh, I've always said Ollie's the king of the one-liners. I've always said that.
Would you go to an Ollie stand-up show?
I would.
Okay. What do you think? A lot about nature and gardens. Is he a bird watcher? Feels like one. Anyway,
no, he's a lumberjack.
Lumberjack, that's right. Liquid with a timeout.
Tree surgeon, I believe.
Doesn't have a doctorate.
Yeah, well, I didn't say he's a tree doctor. Just say he's a tree surgeon.
Imagine if you're on, you know when they're like, oh, can I have a doctor? Yeah, whatever. Oh, do we have a surgeon? Yeah, I'm a tree surgeon. You'd be disappointed.
Still cut you up, though.
Still would. Pull out the chainsaw.
I see what you did there. Still would. Clever.
Thank you. Two apiece. Liquid have taken their time out. They think that the game can be defined in this first half as well. And
Attackers need to locate.
I think it's fair because they should have better anticipations of themselves. They should have better expectations of themselves. Liquid are playing this game, yes, to beat this team, but also because this is the bar for how they need to beat the teams they need to beat. As you said, you're playing for pity points afterwards. You're playing for 5th and 6th place games. You don't want to be doing that. You want to be beating the top 4, the top 3. You want to be number 1, baby. And Liquid cannot be trading rounds to a team that should be, for all intents and purposes, not a walkover, but not this much trouble.
Yeah. They stress themselves out, and yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Liquid should come in here and should be beating 9Z comfortably. You know, 9Z, Emmy, are a team that has been passed around more than a newborn at a family party this season. Everyone's having a bet of them, so I don't know why Liquid are just stressing. I keep using this word stress, but that's what I think it is. Out so much. You know, probably even one of the rounds that they won, the very first one, it was almost a, oh, we nearly messed up there. You know, it hasn't been great from Liquid today.
I think that's that. And, you know, they know it. They've talked about it. They've pulled it back, and they're back on with the drive of it now. We'll see if the timeout is the needed spa moment they've had. They've got the cucumbers on their eyes, taken them off, and okay, it's time to get to work. At this point, I won't even say that it's 9Z doing anything too, extroverted, too insane, too against what they've done before.
Oh, is he not? Hello?
Yeah,
is he fireproof?
Apparently, because he looked everywhere and the fire was there. So that's
Human Torch.
Magical stairs. I mean, it didn't force anything on the other side of the player anyway. They were trying to get the player to have to run out or down and be caught by Maya, and it's kind of a blow here for Liquid. There's the second push. And they don't net the kill on the back of it anyway. Maya does get Tuku, actually. So elsewhere, they're able to get a kill from the swing round. But yeah, it took an extra 20 seconds, an extra bit of utility that Liquid probably didn't want to have to spend there. So now they don't have that for the final approach itself. Maya's in with some cover, getting control of the cams. They've done some of the groundwork for this site. On the ground itself, will they try and push their way up? And it seems like Nitro really wants to refuse green. Oh, that's unfortunate, but Lender's there to lend a hand.
Very weird approach here for Liquid. Not really interested in going above. They've really went gung-ho again at this horizontal take. Now, it didn't work out for them last time, but they were successful in getting the diffuser down, which I think is the main thing to keep in mind, is Liquid know that they can still plant, you know, pretty safely using the sense, which is still alive. 9Z, they still do have a C4 from the mods. I believe he's currently upstairs, so he can maybe try and drop it through a hole that he's made himself. You can see here he is watching onto the doorway, but that isn't going to help whenever the sense comes in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Iaz able to get Zhao, and that's a 2v4, and Liquid have got so much time as well to play with here, Emmy.
Yeah, at this point now, with Ness getting one more, it just leaves Vicente with everybody and everything left to try and get through. Lender will get this plant secured, unless... No, yes, nothing crazy was going to happen at the end of there. Liquid return to form, and again, very driven, wanted to get themselves in towards bottom of green, wanted to get themselves control of the stairs. They did good at forcing the player. You could see there was fully a a three-pronged attack there. They had the watch on the downstairs window. They had a bit of approach and watch on the door itself in case they found a way to slip around and go towards the pillar. And then they also had the watch above. Even with the Keybers, yeah, they got away, but somebody else didn't. That was the cover. There's almost that element of why would they intently watching those stairs? It's a great piece of real estate to hold on to as the defenders, fine. But you've still got the control of the verticality. You can still watch over the entire plant. As far as I could see, they still had some confidence elsewhere on the swing around the sort of side of security and towards the reception area. But either way, that one falls. Team Liquid get themselves a third. If they make this 4, I mean, again, I don't want to be a pessimist, but also is it just making the second half of this game quicker in that element? You've got obviously the limitation, no smoke. They're going to have to be a little bit close in quarters with these fights. They're going to have to sort of play against it here. Nesk back on the Deimos. Not netted too many successes as of yet. But they were very good at getting the kills above. I mean, it was what, a 4 versus 2 that turned into a 1 versus 1 last time?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, and Liquids have had a really good round there on their mid-floor attack. But like you mentioned, last time they were down here. A bit of magic from Nesk, really good decision-making individually from him. I think if Liquid can finish this round in very good fashion, then I think we could probably pull the curtain at that stage. I mean, a 4-2 half is quite the mountain for 9Z to climb. See maybe if they can salvage this half anyway and go for the free, but oh, Landa quick on the trigger, takes down Nitro. That's what I've also noticed from 9Z a few times. A lot of their opening deaths have just came from somebody almost trying to play ranked.
I mean, ranked playstyle is both a criticism and sometimes a compliment for the players that need the confidence, but here they've been able to get themselves leveled again. Much more of a growth from the side of 9Z. They've got at least some pressure coming in from the back end. The warehouse is being cracked open, gives them routes and ideas on towards lockers, on towards A, on towards the chance at the lab plant, rather than hitting filtration and hitting that awkward blue set of stairs on the far side. Then puts the pressure a bit onto 9Z to have to respond, and well, as the calls go out and they go for the pinch, how aware of this tight engagement are they? The flash comes around the side. Oh, and they almost lean immediately into it, caught changing between guns and tucked ready with a super shorty, but is this just to hold it? It's still 2 apiece watching, and there's the free fire. They know they're about to hit a shotgun. We can hear the smokes popping as they go for the plant inside the site. Lender's trying to make ground with Maya on the cover. The Glaz hoping to get lucky, but the plant now being secured, and you've only got a Glaz in smoke as the cover. They drew the attention, put some damage in, and somehow in this scenario, Lender's been able to get the plant in, and 9Z, they try and move back in. There's 2 quick kills, 1 back the other way for Zhao, but oh, another! Tears the head off of Lender at range and leaves just Daffo, but Daffo's a bit distant. Think about where the kid is. They're going to have to try and bait him. He gets himself tucked. The first corner covered. The second, getting himself at least far enough away. Daffo's on a full sprint all the way in. Can he make the distance in time? They've hopped up. Perfectly played here by Daffo, but now he has to try and win the engagement, and he does. Another 1 versus 1.
Well, I mean, say we want about Liquid, but that round again, the individuals that Liquid have, you can see that the talent is there in this team. Again, another fantastically played 1v1 from a Liquid player on that basement, having the clutch up while the fuser's planted. Nesk did it before. Daffo thought, I'll have a bit of that. There is no denying the skill level of this Liquid team. It's just been the inconsistencies which has really hindered their stage, but starting to groove a little bit now. 4-2 half. It's great for them. They get the defense now. 9Z. Over to you. That's the best way to put it.
It's not going to be easy. We've made that point clear enough. You're looking at Lair. You're looking at a map where we've got a lot of work to be done. Yes, it's popular in this region. It's had a lot of play across it. It's the most popular map in this region throughout this split so far, with Club and Bank, I think, coming up second. But it's popular in a region where it's almost... Well, it is actually. Statistically, it's the most balanced coming into this as well. 48% attack win, 52% defense win. it can be intricate, fine, but it's worked out. Right, this region has a very good lair game, which is great because although it's very popular here, it's popular in other regions, especially in the best of 3 section. But at this point, we'll see potentially the struggles put together. Got the Ying, got the coverage from the Capitao, got the chance at maybe getting themselves steadied across here, on towards an ops take, on towards the back end. I would be surprised with this lineup if they try and hit top green. I know, I think need something a little bit more solid to make that work, especially when you got the mirror on the board, but the mirror actually is looking out towards the approach on ops here side, so maybe instead they'll rebuff them on towards the sort of across the walkway. Liquid, just gotta sit, just gotta be a bit confident. They've got a lot of structure here, they've got the mirror, they've got the keepers. They can do everything they want to sort of extend the play style. They almost immediately took a lot of pressure there on a player being a bit flirty with Skybridge. I don't think the ace intended to find a fight, but they almost found one.
Unsteady at the moment for 9Z. Opening desk for them, which is good considering that their lineup is very utility orientated here, Emmy. Any hit you wouldn't want to see. I think every single operator here has a lot of value if you can keep them alive. But for Liquid, they've pretty strong operators too. They've also got equally a decent amount of util there, of course, with the Izami and also the Wamai. The first F is going to try and get confirmed with the Capitao Bolt. Doesn't look as though it's going to catch Landa, so he is in a position where he could get revived. That is unfortunate that 9Z couldn't secure the kill, and still keeps us at a 5v5.
Well, there's some tentative control. They're not happy with it as they get themselves in, get the camera dropped, and get eyes on towards the mirror window in the back of the site. Yes, you might have some of this area locked in, but think about the only single bit of hard breach that they have left outside of the pockets that need to try and get themselves close into work. This last Selma is going to be an important choice of do we want to try and use it with the safety of not having to throw ourselves into the building, or deploy elsewhere. The Candelas caught outside, roll their way around, and well, now here comes the push into the shove. Nitro gets the first. Ness gone. They're bleeding and breaking their way across the top of the stairs itself. Tuku's a bit lost with that LMG as to which way he could go to try and find his reach through, but as I said, the range for those Selmas puts the pressure on towards the site. Maya gets one. Brings us back round a little bit, but they've lost, obviously, Lender. They've lost Nesk. They've lost those keeper barricades if they can try and redeploy them, but the Capitao bolts is probably the more expensive item. Going for the plant as Vicente gets himself a second for the round, but Maya going for the swing round the back. Can't quite find Nitro in time, as C4 does, though. 2 versus 1, no kit. They're going to push for the fight, but they're going one at a time. A little bit awkward, but they stick a landing.
That was good. That was really good from 9Z. Keeping their players alive was the main thing to get across. Whenever they have such a heavy util lineup, you don't want to see that util go to waste. And they've done, again, a pretty traditional standard take. You've opened up in towards ops. You've got yourself in towards top mez. You've opened up the default wall. You've then put in pressure towards art, in towards bathroom, using your Ying, using your Capitao. Your ace is obviously set up going for the plant. The main thing is that they had plenty of bodies, and their trade game was really good there, Emmy. You know, if one person died, straight away that person was dealt with. So you have to give credit to 9Z. Their fundamentals are really good there. Liquid couldn't get the opening pick, I think, is what they were kind of hunting for. And as soon as they kind of went into that 2-man deficit, whereas a 5v3, very difficult to pull yourselves out of that. So, yeah, Liquid, top floor not working out for them. Gonna rotate in towards our basement now.
10 seconds remaining.
So we talked about probabilities, chances of pulling things together, and chances of getting themselves in towards playoffs and all of this stuff. And we've talked about how likely it is Liquid will make it. Let's frame the other half of this in that if Liquid don't take points today, their last game, which they would need to take points on, is against Furia. an unbeaten Furia at this moment. I don't want to put anything into the air with that. I just thought people should know the stakes.
Yep.
But also, if you find yourselves dropping rounds and points, especially towards the team that you really need to beat, again, it also just sort of throws away the chance at playoffs. It really puts you in that rough spot of, you know, fine, we beat him, but it was a struggle.
Oh.
Narrow fight through. Skopos is under a lot of heat and a lot of pressure, and well, they're gonna see if they can try and get themselves out of there. Called, tracked, pressured, found, home. Took a little bit of utility to draw them out, but as Nitro finds Lender, they found themselves a different defender.
Been able to take out one of those roamers in towards that mid floor. Still 2 more, maybe 2.5 if you still consider that Skopos a bit of an issue, which certainly could be. They haven't actually went to destroy the shell, so Maya still has potential here. A lot of util actually used in towards the basement side of things, I believe, in towards yellow, but still these roamers that they're trying to deal with. That's the last Oak be called being used, but nobody from 9Z really wants to make a move. Are they just trying to flood in towards the bomb site? I don't know. This is very weird.
They're either side of this fight. Great work from Daffo to isolate that, and the Deimos not entirely sure what they were doing, but it wasn't the right thing. Daffo does now get caught. Surely they'll get executed. If they can get one more, which they don't. Another 4 versus 2 on this site. We've seen this twice before. We've seen both of them end up in 1 versus 1. So Diaz is gonna get a great pick here. And I talked about this position before, right? You set yourself up on this set. You make sure that if anybody else tries to drift close, you have a good chance to get an engagement before you drift away. He's got that. So he doesn't have to drift away right now. The pressure will be sort of put forward against him. They'll talk about it, and it's brought 9Z into a little bit of a standstill. There's the reveal.
Blast drone.
Yeah, shoot the pipe as well, and instead steps back in. Sort of says, you're not chasing me, so I don't have to leave. They're holding and waiting. A narrow angle through the Kiba. Doesn't quite net anything more than a blow, but look at the time, Demo. 15 seconds. They've got to go for the plant. They have nothing outside of flashes to try and obfuscate it and what might be in the pocket of Nitro, so they're just going to send it. Nitro does. Gets 1, gets 2, Nitro! Spinning and killing.
Well, this is quite the turn in the tale that we didn't expect to see. 9Z, but all squared up, 4 rounds apiece. Liquid, what's going on here, guys? What's happening?
I mean, think about they've used their timeout a long time ago as well.
Used it around 4, around 5, something like that. This is not looking too good for Liquid. And another thing as well with Liquid, don't forget about who they play tomorrow. You know,
that's what I was saying before. It's
such
horrible.
a dreaded game. Like, if now...
If they don't get points today, and they're stuck on 11, they'll probably end the season on 11. It's not impossible. But we said the same things here about what Liquid beating 9Z and 9Z beating Liquid. It's 4-4. The game's not over. But it shouldn't be this scoreline.
A big worry for Liquid. They need to win this game. They need to get things moving, but right now 9Z, just it feels very vibe-based Siege. You know? Just playing off each other, saying, you know, if I push this, you come with me? Yeah, I'll come with you. And they just trade kills. I'm looking at Liquid in the way that they're defending. It feels a lot kind of solo. You know, a lot of individuals playing Siege rather than a team. Very little trades. Not really playing around each other, all very segregated. Liquid, what are you going to do on this mid floor now? I mean, for 9Z, they've got a similar approach. They've got the Sense in, they've got the Capita. They can equally just try and flood in through the door and go for the plant the same way that Liquid did.
ready to thread the needle in the fight. On towards Daffo. Daffo's been able to have those moments where they sort of land back in. It's not that everybody from Liquid or nobody from Liquid has sort of been present, right? All of them have almost got themselves on even KDs. The problem is, as you've said, there's just not been that pickup, that sort of coverage game. Think about those 2-1 versus 1 rounds that Liquid won earlier. If they had gone the other way, it would be, what, a 6-2? You're looking at an absolute wash of a game. And instead, we're in this position. 9Z have been able to sort of fight themselves through. Even with those 2-1 versus 1s going away from them, which they were on the deficit before and they almost made work out. Here they're even. This has been a long time without an opening kill. It doesn't feel like they've set themselves in on the pressure. They've been able to, as you said, vibes themselves in, but a bit of feeling the pressure. The first call comes out. Good timed utility. Just the response towards it. And they're ready in the watch and the wait, but I mean, at this point, they're trying to hope that they get this first kill. The pressure is coming in quite laterally against Lender. There's Tuku getting Maya, though. That MVP, that star player gone, and a C4 ripped out the door. Won't quite get anybody, but it does remove a section of the light wall. 30 seconds. 9 players still stood. Blind scrum through. Lender still in a little island, a pocket of safety. Diaz has stepped himself up to watch the stairs from the opposite swing as Sente takes the next blow of damage. 20 seconds. And a bit of ground has traded hands, but not much more than that. And there's the dash against it. But Lender, oh, he's still sat here. They've got the pings. There's a bulletproof behind the light wall, but it's not quite getting the full confidence. Goes for the reload and gets the easy pickup there. 10 seconds left. And there's Lender just locking it down. This single player in this position that seems to go unknown and unchecked has defined this round. And Liquid get there first in a while, but you can see the sort of relief there on their faces.
Why is Will not pushing into the breach while his teammate's doing that? I don't get. Will just sat out there. Could have easily have walked in like an inch and killed that mirror. Like, so easily. Very weird. Very strange. Well, Liquid needed that. Gets them back on track. Still a long way to go yet. 2 rounds. They want to close it out in regular time, which obviously is what they need. All Liquid needs just a win. That's them into playoffs.
Well, they're not there yet. Bit of distance left to go. And Liquid, they've at least got themselves that one. At this point, still not a million miles away here for 9Z. They've been able to build themselves back in from the back foot before. They've already sort of driven as much success as I think they've had throughout most of the rest of the season. As you get their split nose idea of it, it's what, 6 total attack round wins they've had throughout the season so far. They can tack 2 more onto there. They could get more than half of their total for the rest of this game, which I think says a lot about the possibilities of where they could go. Liquid, bit of a hands-off approach. The Echo instead, they've got the pressure on towards the time. I think they've realized that 9Z sometimes are taking a bit of time to cook their approaches here. Demo, step themselves in, play with the Fenrir mines, play with the delay on the swings, play with the sort of making them unsteady on the approach, and then in that final sort of blow, as they had Lender in that off position, holding on and surviving it and getting an easy pickup against that bulletproof, an Echo drone. That's another piece of utility where if it hasn't gone checked and is hidden away, can define the end of the round, or at least add a huge amount of panic. And panic can buy you a win. The first Candelas start to clatter across the back end. Another immediate approach on towards Ops. But no catch yet, no usage of any of those Selmas. Instead, it's actually the drone on the back end that's just get a read and peel away.
Yeah, just very similar to first time that we were here. Trying to force their way in through Ops into Mez. Get that breach open. You can see all 3 Selmas still with Nitro. Main thing, like I mentioned for 9Z, it's just stay alive. Keep those utility operators up as best as you can. Goes one of the flame arrows just to clear Nask away, and that will give them now ease of access in. That's a good start from 9Z. Using just that early bit of util to establish a foothold inside of the map. Liquid haven't lost anyone as at this moment. Still got plenty of util as well. Got the smokes, of course, which will be very important for stopping that default plant position. Gonna get Nitro in, open up that wall. Really, I think the wing con that Liquid are going to try and lean into here, Emmy, is going to be Lenda on that Echo. You know, that's been brought in as another form of plant denial, so if they can almost make it so Lenda's going to be hidden, why do I speak? Why do I speak? Why do I speak?
I like how I spoke about it for a while, nothing happened. You speak about it, and they're like, oh yeah, we got to kill that guy. Because you know the right moments. At this point,
you can get away with it, I can't.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
Well, let's see what happens now as I talk about how important those smoke canisters will be. 40 seconds, and Daffo is the long-arm denial for what is a very well-proposed plant. They know exactly what control they want. They know exactly where this plant position is going to go down. Nest can try and push their way across because they still have the Kiba in there as the first smoke onto that exact position. With only 25 seconds at this point, you're going to have to do or die, or tank and take a little bit more of that damage. There's one more smoke canister still left in pocket. I'm not sure if one has been thrown and deployed. There goes the last. And there it goes for the coverage on that position. So they're really just going to try and wait for this for the final moment. And this could just be Nesk with a swing that defines it. Again, hidden in the middle of the site. Does get traded out by Nitro. And now they're going for the plant itself. But with the damage done underneath, can they just make sure that they cannot stop this being converted and confirmed? There's the catch on a plank watch. There's Nitro getting out the door and getting a kill for his trouble. Okay, Will. Now tucked in close. There's only 3 shots left in that shotgun, but he's going to hope that they can sort of connect. There's the cover, and Nitro again, a triple for the player, and Will gets one more. That is 2 of the bottom 3 rated players in the league at the start of this play day, and look at them soar.
Even Nitro said, oh, a little bit so-so, not my greatest. What do you mean, what do you mean so-so? What does that mean? Oh, dear. Liquids. That's just more of the same, I guess.
It's a really, okay, you and I haven't cast SAL this split. Right, we've been all around the world, but we haven't, we've watched it, but we haven't been able to get into it. There's a different element. So we can't talk entirely about where we've seen 9Z struggle on that intrinsic level, others can. But you just look at that round and you compare it with statistics and where the struggle is. As I said, fine, 2 of the bottom rated players, all 3 of them being 9Z players, by the way, are pulling off those sort of moments, pulling off those sort of rounds, triple kills, +4 on the KD, as Fox said before we came into this, they're all close to -30. But you've also got Vicente getting the opening kill. He hasn't got a single one of those throughout the split. He was 0-11 on entry. And now he's finding that game. And now he's finding that element. And it's really hard to judge if this is Liquid dropping the ball and going into that Liquid element, or if it's 9Z stepping up and going into their own element. But whatever it is...
It's because we're casting them.
It's maybe... I don't want to say that because I don't want Liquid fans to come for me.
Oh, they can, by all means, if they want to have a bit of beef for me. I'm FaZe, so I don't really care.
You're FaZe? FaZe clan?
Yeah, always have been.
Five apiece. Now, Liquid, they just need the win. They just need the win to lock it in. But this could be 9Z's first points in a very, very, very long time.
And it will be deserved. I think the Siege, especially on their attacks, have been good. I think even if you look at their defenses as well.
Oh, yeah.
Three, I'd probably say about 3 of the rounds were really close as well. You know, could have won it. So I would go as far to say that 9Z have probably been the more dominant team. Liquid, very fortunate that they had 2 really good 1v1 players on their attacks, help them out, or else this game could have been done already.
Oh, it would be. And, you know, it was... think about when the plants went down. Think about how close it was. Think about how close those 1 versus 1s were. They've really got to step in. There's an arrow angle fought by Diaz there. He's just going to get forced a little bit further back. They're being quite aggressive and holding on towards the warehouse, but they've got themselves a decent crossfire here. So there can't really be too much of a ground taken by 9Z without exposing them to somebody else, but they do get the down onto 1, but Lenda finds Tuku in the meantime. Daffo could potentially be recollected because they're so aggressive. Diaz swings around and Maya gets one more. And I mean, think of the utility that we heard being sent across that round. That was absolutely everything here from the Candelas. They've got Daffo back up. Full send warehouse, but 9Z got packaged and shipped.
Well, all by himself. Gonna get cooked alive as he's went for the backstab. And it hasn't worked. A flawless for Liquid. Now, Liquid have done something very, very clever. You looked at 9Z, seen their attack, they wanted to go horizontal. That's because Liquid put a lot of vertical pressure. You know, they had roamers upstairs in towards that mid floor, even in towards that very, very top floor. So they thought, if they're all going to roam, let's just walk in and overwhelm them with the sheer man advantage that we have. But Liquid caught on to that immediately. They had all 5 players downstairs fighting inside that warehouse. And I've mentioned before, horizontal takes don't work if you're facing all 5 players in the bottom floor. And that's the trap that 9Z fell into. 9Z could have easily have went upstairs, done a traditional attack, went through all the motions with the util. But no, they've played into where Liquid want them to be. And Liquid cleaned house.
They could have guaranteed themselves 1 point. Not enough. They need the win. They'll take 3 pretty desperately, but as I said before, I think 2 would confirm them as well. They could still get the overtime win. But either way, Liquid fans, I'm sure you edgy your seats, biting your nails. Other idioms about being nervous. Back towards a site that has been not a great one for attackers. I think it's the fairest way to put it. It's sets itself in repeatedly on towards bunks and briefings where the defenders have just kind of been a bit happy. There was that one Liquid round that took it earlier on, but otherwise down to the split. 9Z. There was a bit of confusion. It was obviously the first one that was lost by them on their attack on the second half itself, and until that point it was the cleanest. Just need to see if they can try and get some control, demo.
Breath, everyone.
Big breath.
Big breath. What we need is who knows where this one's going to go. Now, 9Z, the last time they were here, they just had an issue with somebody just sat in the bomb site. You know, they struggled almost with the kind of storage hold that you're seeing from the smoke right now, where he's got the mirror window looking in towards our 6 room, kind of in towards master office as well. But he's still going to have storage available to play because, again, that's a great position for the smoke where you've got that kind of tight corridor where the shotgun's going to be really good. You can obviously smoke them out as well. Where he's playing right here. Nice and simple. Also, keep an eye on some of the verts. I don't really know how 9Z want to go about this because they need to deal with this smoke if they want to do anything in terms of going for the plant. Now, Landa, he's been picked off. Don't know where from. Looks to be an exterior kill because currently Vicente is outside. Are they going to go for this?
I mean, they have a chance. Remember, we talked about who it was that sort of won the round for them, and it was Lenda on the back end. Just hiding in the site, ready for the final sort of 30 seconds of it, and pulls things together. Coverage of the light walls, they'll hear the flashes, they'll know the pressure's coming around, they've got a shotgun they want to swing down, but they're just trying to make sure they cannot comfortably watch deep underneath. Vicente is far and far away, but the Solace here is a good pickup. That'll give you the full reveal on what they're doing and where they're trying to get it done. At this point, slipping their way in, but nobody's forced directly off the vertical, and now the plant being confirmed, just tuck round on the far side. They can't quite get the angle, but Ness does at least find one, and there's the second follow through. Diaz does get the kill from that verticality, finds the angle, and now, what, 20 seconds, 4 versus 3. You don't have the verticality, you have to do something. Vicente gets himself a great take on towards Daffo, forces that player off. Will they try and push themselves across the verticality, looking for the next, with the secondary as well at this point, but can't quite get Diaz. 10 seconds, 1 player left. Liquid on the precipice of confirmation. There it is. Another 7-5. A road walked the longest possible way in regulation. still work to be done for Liquid. And a good effort from 9Z unfortunately still leaves them without their first points of the season.
Yeah, and I do feel sorry for 9Z. I thought they gave it one heck of a go. Definitely their best showing that we've seen for them this stage. Liquid got a lot of work to do. There is no doubt about it, because against a team, like I mentioned, everyone has been taking points off. Yes, you did take points off them. I'm not going to deny that. You did get all 3 points, but the manner in which you did, it needs to be a lot better, because if you're going to play like that, going into playoffs against some top teams, you will be probably 7-3, 7-2. That's really what we kind of said about Liquid. There were rounds there that they're very fortunate that they had really good players who could clutch up in those 1v1s, because it wasn't the greatest of siege. It was very scrappy from Liquid, just about getting it over the line.
Well, we'll get this one about over the line as we throw it to a break before we're back with our desk.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Watching Liquid, you almost never know what you are going to get, but it was a spectacle for sure this time around. A very close game against 9Z, but to get the 3 points, and that's going to be so important in the run for the playoffs. Now, let's speak to the winners as well. We should have them on the line. Once again, we will be joined by Tissays, the coach for Liquid. Now, Tissays, I want to ask you something. When we spoke yesterday, and we spoke about 9Z, you said, you know, it's not going to be a problem. I see you smiling. It's not going to be a problem for us. It got very close. What happened today?
Unfortunately, it was kind of a problem, but technically we got the 3 points, so it's a dub, it's a victory. So that's what matters the most. So we didn't play very well. We played very bad, to be honest, today. But thank God we got the 3 points.
First off, hey T-Sis, long time no see. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, you know, I think Lair kind of represents your guys' stage. You go 7-5 against it on 9Z in a game where you say you didn't play very well. But you also went 12 rounds against FaZe, one of the best teams in Brazil. You guys have had really high highs and really low lows. Is that something you guys are thinking about going into playoffs, is trying to find that consistency?
Yeah, of course. The team, like, we gotta get like more consistent throughout the stage or the games. Now for the playoffs that we're qualified, we have to play best of threes. So it's gonna be a different type of game. You have to get like calm, and you have to get the ideal mental for the game. But yeah, that's something that we're looking for, that we're looking at, and yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah, congratulations on qualifying to playoffs. I wanted to ask a question more, obviously, since you guys have put, you know, Maya's been playing amazing recently. He's been the main player that's sometimes feels like he's, you know, saving you guys rounds. Is there anything that each individual player is set to look at to improve going into playoffs? How do you help the players individually improve as well as improve as a team?
So basically, we have like certain improvements that we look for each week. So for each player or for the general team as well. So we gotta focus on mostly communication. Sorry. Yes. But yeah, what I meant is that like Maya sometimes he speaks like too loud on the middle of the round. But at the other way, like Lenda needs to be more calm, needs the calm communication to actually do his AGL. So that's something that we're looking like each day, and we're trying to improve them.
All right, that sounds very good, especially setting up a good basis for when the playoffs come around. Now, it's almost the end of the stage, and I feel like almost everybody has a soft spot in their heart for Liquid. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that have been supporting Liquid?
Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the messages. Buy the new bundle, Valkyrie. And basically, yeah, that's it. Thank you for my family. Thank you for everyone that supports us, support me, and everyone. So yeah, love you guys.
Awesome. I'm sure it'll be much appreciated by the fans as well. It's only one more game to say. Thank you for your time and good luck next Sunday when you play against Furia. But let's talk about this one here and now, because we did say it. You know, I had to ask Taseis about it. He said it was not going to be a problem to play against 9Z. And as these rounds were progressing, it felt like it was going to become a problem at some point. But eventually, I think their defenses helped them pull through to win this game and get the points over the line. But it wasn't always easy on those defenses, Lynx.
No, it wasn't. And honestly, I think the thing that really saved these defenses is, and if you pay attention to Ollie and I's cast, we always talk about it when we talk about this map, is the Bunks briefing site. I think that site has become really one of the most difficult sites to attack in the game, and ultimately for a team like 9Z, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to figure out, as they're still kind of figuring out their own basics, figuring out how their team still wants to play. When you go to a site that is extremely difficult to figure out for even some of the more experienced teams, you're always going to struggle. But that's the only site Liquid won both times. Our 6th room went 9Z's way both times, and Liquid were able to win one important defensive win on basement. And a big reason why that was, 9Z were constantly able to pick Liquid off on these very spread out individual defenses. It happened on our 6th room, and it happened on basement the first time. However, when you get to the second, 9Z try to go for a more direct take. They push directly into the site, and it completely falls apart. Honestly, I think if 9Z had maybe tried to run things back a little bit, their fortunes change, because Liquid were playing so spread out on those roams, it was giving 9Z plenty of openings.
I'm disappointed in Liquid. I mean, like, we talk about the consistency up and down and how they need to be improved, and they can just be the best team in the world on one day, and the next day they're going toe-to-toe with 9Z. I mean, when you look at this map, like, their attacks, okay, Liquid's attacks were decent. There was a couple back and forths, you know, obviously Lair's a very difficult map to attack on, but I'm so disappointed in Liquid's defenses, arguably one of the more defender-sided maps, to just constantly lose some of those defenses and just throw bodies. And again, we talked about it in the pregame. What is going on with the opening deaths? How is Liquid consistently losing people, no trades, just all over the map to a team like 9Z? I mean, I feel like this is the biggest issue that's crippling Liquid, is if they're playing as a full unit, they have everybody on the lineup, everyone's alive, they look pretty good. They have the fundamentals. They know how to be able to go for these, these executes or to defend. But when it comes down to them losing these opening kills, it's not even from players in positions that are like alone. Like they're just trying to entry into the map and they're just naturally losing people with no trade. So I don't know if it's because they're not really reliant on using the information to get into places safely, but I feel like that is 100% the biggest issue for Liquid, is those opening deaths. If they can figure that out, then in playoffs, I'd have no problem saying that Liquid will probably make Munich. But with the way it's looking, especially if you put them up against a team like W7M, a team like Furia, that's going for those opening picks, I feel like Liquid loses that every time.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And if you just, again, look at their whole stage, it's Liquid just having, honestly, an indecipherable series of results. Come out of the gate, beat W7M. We're like, oh my god, this team is back. Then they go and have a really close game against FaZe. Okay, this team's back. Lose to Los. Barely beat ENX. Lose to NIP. 7-0 Loud. Oh my god, this team is back. And then we're going toe-to-toe with Black Dragons and 9Z, two of the worst teams in the league. Like,
Technically...
I get... What? Technically what? Technically what, Fox?
Technically, that would mean 9Z is better than W7M.
That is true. That is how that works. 9Z are officially better than W7M. What? You don't agree, Anne?
I mean, sure, give them the spot of W7M for playoffs now, I guess. No, you're putting it perfectly though. Like, this is the stress that Liquid players go through, and I think I now understand, Lynx, why you're not so much of a Liquid enjoyer maybe as we are, because it is tough. It is difficult when you see this team do almost take points off FaZe on this map. You put it beautifully, by the way, and then they struggle to almost take points from a team that doesn't have any on this map. It's such a contrast, such a strong contrast between these two teams, and it makes it really difficult to see. But luckily there was a savior though for them. We do have to speak about DS over on the side of Liquid. Look at that cost. I mean, you call them the GOAT, Links, but that's just so consistent in helping his team get these rounds on the board.
Yeah, I've mentioned before, I've been casting DS Lucas since I was literally like 18 or 19 years old, so I'm always just happy to see him like doing very well
so
and
yesterday?
Also like playing on Liquid. Yeah, what'd you say?
So yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. So yesterday. Shut up, man. But no, DS has been one of the most consistent players for every team he's been on for a long time, and I think obviously a massive reason why they won today, because Maya's lowest rated player not getting in the face of the other team like he was able to do against Black Dragons yesterday, or in plenty of other games we've seen in the SAL so far. And to have a rock like DS who can always show up, who can always be on the back line, and is getting most of his kills in the rounds Liquid wins, he's having an excellent impact on this roster. And when things are looking grim, you can count on Maya. But if Maya disappears, usually the one they're turning to is DS.
Yeah, Diaz has always been that consistent backline player from every team that he's always played on. He's never going to be a player that necessarily stands out as far as up until he joined Liquid. Never really looked at him as the player to be the one to be the saving grace. But I think on this roster of Liquid, he's slowly but surely found his position as just that backbone for the team. And he's very consistent at it. I've never seen DS really have a bad, terrible game where you're like, wow, he costed the game. There's also a handful, there's only a handful of times where he's also been the saving grace like today. But that being said, when Liquid needs him most, he shows up. So obviously for him, his progression on this roster has only gotten better and better. So who knows where it'll take him around by, playoffs time in Munich.
Oh, we love having people opposite to the Avatar on our teams too, to show up when they need them the most. And it's exactly what Liquid needed today as well. Because with this win, they do lock in top 6, they lock in playoffs. And that is oh so important to them. Due to yesterday's results, and I guess their own results as well, W7M is locked in for those playoffs as well. When we look at their opponent for today, and we talk about Black Dragons, they're not locked in yet. And with Los' win from earlier today, it's going to be more and more difficult for them to make it to the top 6. And the main issue with Black Dragons is that it could have been so much easier, right? Yesterday, they got so close, But so far, I think they played a great game against Liquid. The passion was also at an all-time high for this team. We can tell how much it means to them, but with FaZe being their last opponent, Lynx, they're certainly not making it easy on themselves.
No, I mean, they got W7M today and FaZe tomorrow. That's a brutal schedule for any team, and yet that's how it is for basically every team that's not confirmed playoffs. Loud have to play Furia and NIP. Los have to play W7M tomorrow. Like, the three teams, as ENX, by the way, are also out of playoff contention. Los, Loud, and Black Dragons all have a tough road ahead, but for Black Dragons in particular, not getting at least that extra point against Liquid yesterday, losing an OT instead of winning an OT, could be the decisive factor. They're now 2 points behind Loud, who have yet to play today, and of course 2 points behind Los, who won their game against ENX earlier. And honestly, it's kind of the same thing as Liquid. Black Dragons have been very inconsistent, dominant losses to close games against teams all across the board. Now, Black Dragons obviously suffering from that inconsistency a bit more than Liquid in terms of the actual standings. But I think yesterday's game is a great example of where Black Dragons are. They are all over the map and really need somebody to bail them out. In that case, it was Rare yesterday because Machina has been having a really rough stage despite being a standout player, and Foxy went 5 and 14 yesterday.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Machina. I mean, thankfully, this team has Rare. Rare's been having arguably one of his better seasons so far on this team. He's constantly being there to bail out his team because I feel like the two biggest issues for Black Dragons go hand in hand. One, Machina cannot entry right now. He's having a difficult stage. He's unable to find kills. He's struggling. He's 6 to 15 on the opening kills to opening deaths. That's pretty bad if you don't understand numbers. And he's also the worst rated player on his team. He's having a very difficult time finding some type of opening. I do want to contribute that to Black Dragons playing so spread out. Most of the time he's on his own. He's having to find these opening kills alone on the Deimos, on the entry, and he's left out on an island. And that's the biggest issue with Black Dragons, is there's not enough resources dedicated to Machina. The second issue is, of course, it's going to be difficult if your entry can't find opening kills when Miracle is also -9 on the opening deaths. I mean, this guy is consistently finding himself in positions where he's dying on that flank and being this anti-flank, site lurk player. And so obviously, if you have those two things in unison, you're losing the opening kill, you're 4v5, and then your entry can never equalize the standings. It's almost as bad as Liquid's situation of always playing rounds 4v5. So Black Dragons is making it so much harder than it needs to be. When in stage 1, they looked so refreshing. And to stage 2 now, it looks like completely different Black Dragons.
And the funny thing is that even though Machina is doing bad, I think if Hornet were just having a bit of a better stage, they'd still be in a better position. Like, losing your entry so consistently with Machina is going to be a big issue. Miracle also going down on the flank, which is a big issue. But Hornet has been a really, really consistent player for this Black Dragons roster for a while, up until this point. And so with Ask, and particularly Rare, are usually being the ones to bail Black Dragons out. If you just had Hornet at his most consistent form, which he has been for a year and a half or so, things would still be better. It just seems a perfect storm for Black Dragons at the moment that's causing them to face the struggles and the issues that they have.
And the craziest thing to me is what you said, Fox, that there's simply not enough resources for Machina, which is just so mind-blowing to me, considering we raised the concern of this team having too many support players. How could there not be enough resources then to help your main entry and your main fragger? That I can't put my mind to that. There's something seriously going wrong, and as we say, they're just making it so difficult on themselves to even have a chance of making it to not just this top 6, but also the top 6 of the regional finals, because they're just below that as well, and they're looking to make the step up into that. Now, speaking for their opponents, W7M, they have the comfort of already being locked in for top 6, and they played a solid game yesterday versus Loud. I've also never seen Paulo so evil when he laughed after I said, oh, you made it so much more difficult now for Loud to make it to playoffs. So speaking of this roster and talking about the strengths, because they've been doing so well, right? I hope you agree with me on this one, Foxy, but they've been showing us so many good things on different maps. Their map pool is probably wider than some of the teams in the league.
Yeah, I think that obviously has to go contributed for the whole team, but specifically Volps. When you have a very versatile IGL that's able to micromanage everybody, I feel like no map is going to be an issue. And when I look at W7M, I think they're pretty close to perfect. You know, I would say almost in contention with a team like Furia, a team like FaZe. Yeah, they have their hiccups, but they've been playing great so far. I feel like the stage hasn't really been reflective of how good they've been playing. The only teams that they've really lost to was Liquid and Furia, which, yeah, the Liquid loss, I mean, I'm scratching my head too, but, you know, that was first play day. But to a game like Furia, I mean, it makes sense. But they went through the gauntlet so far. They beat every other good team to make it here. And now their next two games are Black Dragons and Los, cakewalks. And in my opinion, it's all for points, seeding. I don't see W7M being the kind of team to take these games lightly. The only struggles that they've had throughout the stage was that Loban was having a hard time on the lurk, on the roam, trying to find opening picks. But I feel like we're in a current meta where everybody's entry, everybody's lurk is having those struggles.
It really does.
And it's all about how, yeah, and it really does depend on how you respond. I mean, FaZe even came out the gate this stage having Cyber playing support Thermite. So obviously it really depends on how you adapt and how you grow from it. And so far we've seen them take those steps. I would really love to see some innovation, maybe some different play styles as they use these last two quote unquote easier games to close out their stage, maybe to just try Loban in different roles, try him in different positions and test the waters.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about like that Liquid game, one of the only two losses W7M have suffered so far, Loban, lowest rated player in that game, which obviously we mentioned Loban having issues out the gate. He's been steadily improving over the course of the stage, but I am really glad that you highlighted the issues that it just seems a lot of entries and lurks are having, because it feels like, I mean, in SAL specifically, you can name one for every team. Vicente on 9Z, Loban on W7M.
Machina.
I was about to say, why am I forgetting? Machina on the other side. Both of these teams have entries that are kind of struggling, but at the same time, Loban is not struggling nearly to the same extent that Machina is, and as opposed to Black Dragons, where you still have players like Miracle and Hornetown not showing up, by God, are Dodez and Palu putting in the work. We have two players almost with an 80% cost. I have never seen a stats that high on a team before, and Volps and Dots are both still at about the normal point. Dots is still a rock-solid shield player, Volps' calling is still excellent, and Palu and Dodez are putting in like some of the best performances of the year so far across every region, across both stages. If Loban was like at 100 EPS, there's probably a good chance they don't lose a single game this stage.
Didn't you two not just say that 9Z's better than W7M? Nah, taking the piss.
Yeah, that was a bit.
Yeah, no, I get it. But since you've helped us with the numbers so well earlier, Foxy, when we look at these numbers and the stats, I guess, for the likes of W7M and their survival rate, how important is this really?
Man, I'm not surprised that Paula's survival rate is so high. Even when I was a player, he's one of those players that you may look at him, he doesn't have necessarily the flashiest aim. He's not the craziest kill getter. But somehow, every time I would take a gunfight against him, he's always in the one position that you are never expecting. He is always in the safest position possible, taking every single gunfight. He has such a smart mental look at this game where he's able to envision what you are going to think he's doing and do something the complete opposite. And the survival rate's so important because whenever you have a team full of amazing players on W7M, you don't necessarily need to carry every single round. Somebody can do it, but they can't do it if they're in a 1v5 or a 2v5. So sometimes staying alive and holding a position and giving that peace of mind to your teammates is the greatest factor that you can do. But at the end of the day, Paula is the best rated player on this team. So not only is he holding down position, but he's also getting the kills himself. So that being said, it's so important just being able to maintain area, to stay alive, to be that extra body, because you get used to having someone that you can rely on.
Oh, I would have almost hoped we were going to get a Liquid game looking at a Chalet, but we have seen this one before from Black Dragons.
Yeah, this game's over.
That was literally yesterday. We talked about them showing up on this map, but just not getting it over the line, though. From W7M, we just have this comfort, right? They are locked in. Everything's looking good for them. What can Black Dragons do? Can they get their personal revenge on Chalet? We'll send it back to Fluke and Demos. We're going to find out.
Thank you very much, Anne, and we are hurtling immediately into the icy slopes of Chalet. And, well, Black Dragons, they need to try and ski uphill. And certain Marvel superheroes have thoughts about that as you're up against W7M, who have actually been kind of enjoying themselves on the slopes and an easy end towards it. They're still playing for seeding, still playing for possibility, and still playing for the chance at where they can end up, Demo, but truthfully, where do you think we are about to end up?
In what context? For the league standings or this game?
Well, one of them affects the other, does it not?
Well, in terms of league standings, really good opportunity for W7M just to apply pressure to FaZe, NIP, and Furia. You know, that's where I kind of think that this team is. You've got a nice game on paper. Should be relatively simple for you to go and get those 3 points. FaZe and NIP, both of those teams will be dropping points today because they play each other.
Yep.
So there is a really good opportunity here for W7M, especially considering they have lost tomorrow too. So you look at the last 2 games for W7M, it's 6 points. So it almost exaggerates the fact that FaZe, NIP, and Furia, they're going to need to go and win their last 2 games also if they want to beat W7M in that top 2.
Well, it all starts here. Starts with their chance at getting the run in and the control of it. Now, as was stated yesterday, Chalet was as difficult as you like against Liquid, and unfortunately they weren't quite able to pip it over towards the end. A 7-8 OT loss, and the day before that, or the play day before that, a 7-5 win against Los. Back to back to back Chalets. Will it net a reward? It's sort of time to tell, but 3 in a row with a team like W7M, you know they've done their homework. You know they've got their expectations put together, and well, Ask has got Loban's number. Find some other roles. Davide tried to put across the role of entry death. Well, is that new to him? It's the one he gets to step into for the start of this game. Pressure on towards the VODs position here. Bring in the new operator, trying to just keep themselves a little bit of a lockdown and some control here, but with that support player gone in that position, it has to be refilled. Otherwise, VODs is entirely out of the ground, and well, there goes Parlu, immediately followed through. He might be good at surviving, but not this round, Demo.
No, not a good start for W7M. Giving kills away just from somebody sitting on a rooftop.
That's 3.
Obviously for Chalet, this is a very common thing. Make that 4, Emmy.
If he gets an ace without entering the building, he
ran out of ammo.
Did. I would have... That's the kind of round where you, if that happened to you in all chat and your team threw to a guy outside the building, you would be chalked.
So
in ranked,
there's 2 things I want to bring up.
Yeah.
1, top floor, always going to have players on windows. How W7 are going to get caught out by that? Massive question mark. And 2, that gun needs to be nerfed.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I prodded you a little bit about that earlier, but I didn't quite get your full emotional splendor about it.
I wasn't ready for it.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to see like an actual round that just sums it up, and I think that was it.
Yeah. What? How many bullets do you want to take out of it? 10?
10. Back to the way it was. 11 bullets in it. All we want.
I use it as a crutch gun. I use it as a crutch when I play.
I mean, DMRs are massively crutch, like especially now on defense. Like a Rooney and Tub, you're always having one or the other.
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, there's not. I want to do a little fun back and forth. I want to make light of this. This is like the most serious I've ever been. Just nerf that gun. Bring it down. Bring it down a peg. Get it. Get it. Get it down. We've immediately gone back towards seeing someone using that gun. It also sounds great. Maybe they should make it sound a bit worse. Maybe that'll make it feel a bit less good.
Sorry, what guns do you think sounds bad that puts you off using it?
The cameras. It sounds like someone is throwing a filing cabinet around.
I mean, that just sounds... It's just a foul, isn't it? Like from other games. Got that same noise. If it ever gets a foul reference, then you're a real one, but...
Yeah.
That's why I've always viewed it.
Lynx told me they don't like how the 5.56 sounds. It's a bit soft.
What?
A bit muted.
No, that's good.
Make it louder. Add more bass. Well, we might be able to about add a grenade. Pressure round on towards the top position. They're not just feeding themselves into the waiting position of Ask, who's instead going to pull himself round and you know, sit, ready. They realized they'd not been able to pick up 4 kills from outside of a window. Good. Really. At this point, you shouldn't be. Oh, do find the first kill there. Dodaz drifting blissfully around and then picked up a fight through the floor. Hornet! Great take on towards Lobin. He was the first dead in the first round, the second dead in the second round, and a pattern is starting to develop. Makina gets caught out by Volps, though, and... oh, they don't get anything on the back of it. There's Miracle. Black Dragons, ferocious. On his opening couple of rounds. Leaves just a Clash, who's under pressure. You can see them doing their best to hold on to their position and waiting for Palu to offer some support. Palu, in the meantime, cannot win out against that dang gun. Dots can. And that leaves him stuck as a Clash in a 1 versus 3 with 50 seconds. Black Dragons, they should be able to force this one over the edge, and they do quite easily.
I mean, Black Dragons are just running through them. Just no fight back at all from W7M. Whenever W7M try and get a kill back and go for a swing, they get absolutely obliterated. And an extremely early timeout has been called for W7M. And I think it's for good reason. They're not in this game. They need to wake up, and hopefully Norris is going to get that across to them.
Yeah, what a failure to launch this has been, right? And great. Okay, that first round, a statistical anomaly. A 4K, almost an ace. The first kill was a hop in and hop out on the Ivy position, down towards the top of the stairs. Top blue, fine. But then the other kills of one person, and then one person, and then one person swinging them onto a window, ludicrous. That second round, a very different thing. For a long time, W7M didn't give them a route in, but then Black Dragons just took it. The positioning was great. The response of where they needed to go. The second kill Hornetow got on towards Lobin from the top to the bottom through the breach in the ground shouldn't really be his to take, but he took it anyway. And then you have the pressure coming up from the bottom of the stairs, and yeah. Do you want to know more gun sound opinions from our analysts?
Which analyst?
Lynx and Anne.
I'll take Anne's.
Okay, but I don't know in the context of what Anne is saying this. They just said, I'm late to the convo, hear me out, suppressed spear. Is that good or bad?
Oh, I love the suppressed spear. It sounds like an AC-130 when I refire that gun. It's great. I love it.
So we'll see if Anne agrees with you.
Go, it's pretty good, I think. To my ears, it's nice.
So satisfying, they agree. I want somebody to take that and remix. You going...
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
No. Well, maybe if the sound cuts out, we can do some gun noises.
Yeah.
But then there would also need to be a suppressed spear being used, which is also the more difficult parameter.
A timeout called super early, and W7M, what's going to be the adaptation? As I said, it's the third time Black Dragons have played this map in a row. W7M have come here with reasoning, come here with rhyme, and come here with 2 immediate round losses in variously different manners. Whether they thought the preparation was going to lead them one way and it's angled them towards the other, doesn't really matter at this point. They need to still try and play the game ahead of them, and they need to be that W7M that has got themselves qualified, that has taken the fight towards the top teams, and that has done that. Lobin gets the opener this time round, removes Miracle, and at this point get themselves that sort of position for the first time today, that opening kill in towards their favor. Reminder that if we talk about how much of a struggle Black Dragons were on yesterday on Chalet, the other side against Loud, it was a very easy run for for W7M. 7-2 on Skyscraper. Here they got to try and remember that they should be that team. Lobin with the second. There goes Hornetow, and there's revenge for the opening 2 kills. Lobin with the third. Mazars gets caught in a frost mat. The wheels have sort of come off Black Dragons this round.
Things you hate to hear whenever you're attacking, a big clunk. And, yeah, W7M doesn't look as though the timeout is going to work for them. or sorry, the timer is going to work for them. As Black Dragons finally are going to be stopped here. Yep, there we go. Easy pickup for Volps. So W7M, and I thought about what they're doing. I've finally woken up. Get that first round on the board.
They had to, right? There was no real option. That timeout has obviously netted some results. I do wonder what the conversation was. It might have just been a reset.
I think it was just a mental thing. It wouldn't have been strategic in that regards. I think Norris called it very early, realizing that they're not in this. I need to get them going. You know, almost a false start. We go again.
I mean, it worked to a degree. We'll see how much further they can sort of get in. At the same time, on the other split of it, Black Dragons, in terms of their sort of success, they're, in some ways, I think the statistical anomaly is they have a very quick scan of the numbers in the notes. They are the only team whose attack stat is better than their defense stat across SAL, the split so far, not including the games that we've had today. They have a 44% attack and a 41% defense. This is technically where they can put more damage in. This is technically where they can do more. And then you're looking at a map like Chalet where it offers itself well to the right kind of attacker team.
Yeah.
The fact that it's been played 5 times this split and 3 of them are from Black Dragons says a lot about how much they enjoy that map and how much they drive those statistics, though.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
But at this point, a bit more of a lead through W7M. Get themselves a first, and it started very strong. Loban was able to step themselves in to be that early aggressor, got himself 3 kills throughout the round before he was then inevitably shut down. But still, that's the position you want. You want to be the first strike. You want to be the one that makes the approach uncomfortable, because Chalet can go from 0 to 100 very quickly. Look at this for an example, as Loban's sort of wanting to aggress on towards the balcony, wanting to aggress outside the window in a position that a player isn't a million miles from. Now, are they going to get caught? It's back and forth, but instead it's Makina with the focus on towards the walkway. And everybody just jostling for a little bit of a position here. Oh, will he go fishing? Oh. Net's a big one. Someone tell Ollie.
Maybe that's Lynx's job. I think it's only right, isn't it?
Yeah. Big old fish
dear.
Thought. There's at least one back, but I mean, what a... Again,
it's almost as though that C4 just still have a chain reaction, because they're all dead at me. I mean, 3 of them gone. I mean, now you're left with an Ash. Make that just a Maverick, and look at the timer. A minute 40 left. You kidding me?
What? Are we going to get another timeout? That'd be very funny.
It's rapid.
I mean, unbelievably rapid. But look at the difference, right? That 2 rounds compared with the opening 2 rounds, we had a W7M who were caught and then who were a bit scared and locked out of position. And now we have a W7M. They're C4 and out the window, down to trophy window. They're refusing to let them in the building. And it's just an insane change of not only play, but confidence there for the side of W7M to be like, oh no, wait, we are the better team in this game. Oh yeah, we've turned it on now. We've pushed the pedal. Where's it gone, demo? To the metal.
Good, really good bounce back from W7M, and that's the team that we expect to see, where they can just almost flick the switch and they just ignite. You know, they've got fantastic players. There's no doubt in any players on this team. And you've still got that core who won that major last year.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I just think overall for W7M, whenever they have that opening that I talked about at the start of this game, they have a door that says you can make top 2, they need to go through that. They need to go for it. They need to win all their games to put pressure on the other 3.
At this point as well, when we talk about the chance at what they're fighting for too, yes, seeding is always a matter. The fact that you haven't had a clear definition as towards the top 2, even though you have a team that's unbeaten, is 2 reasons. 1, that you have such a wide spread of talent in this region and in this sort of lockdown, but two, that some of them are still yet to play today. Though, from the end of that, it gives opportunity for W7M. They're not a million miles away. They're only 2 points shy of both the two teams that need to play today. As you said, there is a guarantee that one of them, at minimum, will drop points. Both of them could if they get into scrappy points. If you get a full 3 here, and you suddenly jump up towards 17, then it's neck and neck and neck with a final play day, and who knows who could have the tougher game out of what's ahead of you. W7M, they have lost to play tomorrow. A team that is obviously still sort of sat adrift towards the bottom in that relegation era. They fine got points and jumped up a little bit earlier today, but it's, you know, still a risk, still a run. You still got Loud left to play today. They will want to take this as much as anybody. Black Dragons, obviously their fights we've talked about a lot, and as pressure starts to amount from the side of Solarium, there's Lobin once again leaning out the building. Dot's getting another, and I mean, wow, the Lobin that we lost first and second has disappeared. Dots gets 3 for the round. It's just unbelievable how this team has exploded to this.
Demolition job. Really is. Black Dragons just stunned. They were thinking, wow, 2-0 up, guys. This is going really, really well. Let's keep it up. And then just complete reverse sweep. Black Dragons can't even get in the building now. W7M have just went so aggro. And it's paid off really well for them. In Hornet, as soon as you jump through that window, mate, you are dead. So don't even think about it. Which I think he is. I think he's thinking about it. I want not to think about it.
He's thinking about it, though. Can't hear you.
Where's he going now? Back up the roof we go. Okay.
I mean, it's a timeout here. It's time to talk about it. Because the same way we can talk about how W7M flipped on a dime, Black Dragons, their game hasn't really changed, and it in some ways ought to. Because it was great for the first 2 rounds. Unbelievable. And then we've gone to this. Lobin's gone 6-3 over... Oh, well, technically he's gone 6-1 over 3 rounds now. Because he died in the opening 2 and didn't get any kills in them. Just think about that as a statistic. 0-2 to 6-1.
It's looking good. It is. I think just W7M, they just needed that wake-up call. Norris, brilliantly done. You know, pat in the back for Norris. He spotted that. That's what a coach needs to do. See that your team isn't playing to the way that you know they can. Get in there and sort it out. And they've done that successfully. So, yeah, great job. They're kind of just in the flow state now, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how do you stop this? How do you argue with it, right? I'm gonna, you know, I'm talking about one player there, fine, but then you've got Dots and Volps. 6-2, 5-3. We can talk about how great the survivability of Palu and Dirt as the positions that they play are in, but like that cost, that unbelievable sort of dedication. I think Dots and Volps were able to get kills on the opening 2 rounds. They might have been the only members of the team to do that. In fact, they were. I know they were. That's how numbers work. But since then, they've just kept that sort of pace up. It's 3 players driving this. Black Dragons, fine, they've had some moments, but Ask, since that opening round, has gotten 1 kill. W7M. Set themselves up comfortably. And the game that played out yesterday, the one that sort of went tooth and nail, Black Dragons did only get 2 of their attacks before they got themselves in towards OT then as well. The one, you know, the day before against Los, they were a bit better on their attacks. 4 and then the 3 on their defense, they could sort of pull themselves up towards the 7. Here though, when you're up against W7M, I mean, there's a take. Volps caught out. Maybe a bit punished from overconfidence. You have to make sure you meet their fire with a fire demo.
Yeah, I think for Black Dragons, you need to win your gunfights. Whenever you're dealing with map like Chalet, where I think it kind of leans into a little bit more gunfight potential compared to maps like obviously Clubhouse, Lair, Labs, where you're more focused on doing your general kind of basics, right, with opening up walls, doing vertical action. I think Chalet, yes, you do have opportunities for that, but it is nowhere near the same kind of level of you need to do that compared to the maps that I just previously mentioned. W7M, with that Cade and that Tub are going to attempt to lock down that main office breach. And really the only way they can deal with that is probably just go IQ below, maybe. That would be my guess. Actually, there's a Twitch drone currently working. I don't know if the Twitch got the Cade or not. Looks as though that they have. Yeah, the Cade's not there anymore, Amy. So good work from the Twitch drone. I didn't expect that that's how they would figure out somehow getting a Twitch drone into the middle of office. What a swing there from Lobin. You crazy, crazy boy. What are you doing walking out double and piano getting a kill?
I mean, removing the Ying as well before they can try and swing on the back of it. Not sure if the read was truly there. The C4 doesn't net anybody, but it does put them in this 4 versus 3, and now they just got to try and send it without the Candelas as the support. And again, think about the site. Think about the territory they're still trying to get a handle on. They don't have the verticality to watch on the box, but they do have the man advantage. So if they try and send it, they could put the extra pressure on. But oh no, wait. What do they have to get rid of that electricity on the close fight wall? With only 30 seconds left, Demo, they're running a bit out of time here. So instead, try and catch them on the loop round, potentially. Try and ping out the claw. There's a sort of Hail Mary spray through, but it hasn't done much. 15 seconds, Demo. They're still clearing above. Black Dragons, you know, gotta check your watches here. We're running out of time. You've just got to try and send it, but even this is just for the vertical. There goes one. Arse takes a lot of damage. The kit's cold as they just tried to force their way in. And although they've got 2 bodies in the site and 1 player above, the drop comes out. They've covered the smoke. Pre-fires the smoke side. They don't know where he is. How? How? Did they pull that one together?
Oh, no info. No info for the defense. That's what it was. You can see he just didn't know where they were planting. You know, the smokes, I think, threw him off, was thinking, oh, he has to be planting in the smoke. No, not the case. Yeah. It's one of those rounds where he's missing that one crucial bit of the puzzle. The Black Dragons have done very well to stabilize that round. They've pulled back with a 3 rounds each. Now, I will say that I think Chalet is attacker-sided, so I still think for W7M, 3 defenses is really good for them, and now they get to go on the attack. So Black Dragons, pressure probably on them. You look at the bans also. Azami makes areas such as kind of bar defenses in towards library very tricky to deal with. Aid for your basement, and also just your default wall over toward office. That's also going to be a bit of an issue. Look, there's still ways around it. You've still got strong operators like Mira up, for example, which will help for that top floor in holding your bar defense. In terms of the attackers, just shields. Just no shields.
Nope, nothing for them to play with there on that sort of side of things. It's always that element here where you can look at where teams are strongest and where they're not. And I think the split of it, I talked about how Black Dragons statistically, they're the only team that prefers attack across the board.
5 seconds to go.
W7M are much stronger on their defense in terms. They pull themselves even, but they're the second best defensive team inside the league itself throughout Stage 2 so far. Which is above both Furia and FaZe. So them not quite being able to get themselves more from it could be something that they'll beat themselves up. Yes, they got 3, but we have, what as I talked about on your defense, you've got 3 players massively popping off on Dots, Volps, and Lobin. Now you kind of need Dodez and Palu. You need to have those catch on these positions, player. You need to make sure that your surrounding drive on towards whatever you want to close down here from the side of Black Dragons is a multifaceted approach. There is some damage done towards Rare and some pressure put towards the top, but Rare wins out. Volp's gone. The Nook trying to be a bit sneaky underneath inside gaming and bar. Unfortunately sent packing and removed quite early on. And now with a man disadvantage and that play pulled apart, what can you do instead, W7M?
Well, they need to try and think of some way to deal with this top floor clear. And look, they still got util in the forms of the Capitao, so being able to clear away top fireplace is certainly a potential for them. And even if you look at the way that they're kind of approaching things with the recruit also, All got nades there to deal with that shield, so there is ways around this. But I don't know if they've necessarily got people set up in the right area. Typically, you would like somebody kind of knocking at the door off the kind of maybe just front door, walk in through lobby up the staircase, and oh dear, Hornet. How are you getting caught up by that? Just lobbing again. Absolute menace over towards that piano we've seen already. This game just swings it. It's his domain. He still has that shield, like I mentioned. That's going to have to be a really good nade here from Dodez, and he will go for it. Jumps in at the same time. It will shift that Warden out of way, but no, Machina misses the shots, whiffs it, and gets punished because of it.
Did a lot of damage to Lobin, but not enough. And now with a minute left, you can see that Miracle's hoping that he can try and get a catch on a player that drifts down the stairs. There's some of the noise and reveal, and as mud gets opened up by a Gon6, you don't want to be sticking around too long. 50 seconds, loads of time, and now one less player to worry about. To Dodez. As said, we need to see more from those players we haven't had a lot from, and there is Dodez speaking up with Dots getting the last. W7M. They pull that round back together. A solid start towards the second half. They get that first attack under their belt. Black Dragons, they're not a million miles away, but they don't want to be even further. A timeout called.
I think W7M just showcases the kind of gap between teams that we have just in the world. Great teams will punish you for all your worth. And I think W7M just showed that. Black Dragons gave away a very foolish kill from Lob just swinging in, seeing a guy with his back turned. Then from there, they think, oh, now we go. That's it. And they play off that. That's one thing I always admire about great teams is if they see that gap, they go for it immediately. They don't hesitate. Hesitation kills the cat a lot of the time. And I just think for W7M, you give them that opportunity, you will be punished. Black Dragons need to tighten things up. You can't leave any gaps.
This, both timeouts used, and only the game we have ahead of ourselves. Now, Black Dragons desperate to make sure they can keep W7M away from map point. They need the full 3 if they want to make sure they can try and keep the pace. Obviously, Los, who's found some success, and Loud still yet to potentially play. And we've said, you know, the risk and the chance here is that both Black Dragons and Loud have tough ends towards everything. They're looking at trying to pull 6 points from a pretty unfortunate pair of games as the follow-through. Black Dragons obviously have W7M today, and then tomorrow they've got next player they've got FaZe, right? Loud, they've got Furia and an IP. Lost by being able to jump up and get those 3 points earlier on today, which does, by round difference, put them ahead of Loud, could be all that they needed, because it's also Lost having W7M tomorrow. The final landing for these teams is nightmarish. And across what is effectively 6 games, by one of them being won by Loss, could be enough for them to have circumvented all the other games. Who would you rather pull points from, W7M or FaZe?
Probably FaZe, you know?
Wow. I'm surprised a FaZe stan like you would say that.
It's just sometimes FaZe likes to get a little bit silly. Seen that last stage. So that's why I say that. Albin just... I love watching him play, by the way. I think he is the premier gap spotter. He will probe, he will try everything. Look at this, though, from W7M. Within a minute, they've just walked into bedroom.
Someone's underneath Rare, but doesn't have a C4. Instead, the C4 is put elsewhere, and they're still going to try and push it. Miracle takes a lot of damage. They catch Rare.
What is this?
Well, they haven't caught Rare on the flank, actually. They got Makina instead. It was sudden.
Where am I?
Well, you were in bedroom, but not for very long.
What, like... I've just said, Black Dragons need to get things tight and leave no gaps.
Uh-huh, you did.
They have left a gap big enough for a Monty to walk into sight at 2 minutes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. With 2 players on the shoulder cover as well. They had full pressure onto bedroom. they got the player inside box, and I think they got somebody else inside bathroom. So they were pretty locked in.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, that did happen.
This is. Like, the thing is as well, they're basically playing 4v5. Paulie hasn't got a kill yet. He's 0-3.
Yeah.
He's vibing. Like, one assist, he's not seen anyone. He's seen one person.
The fact that he has the lowest death as well, it talks about a lot of what they said on the desk. Especially Davide was like, oh yeah, when I would play against him, he would just survive. And you don't know where.
Yeah.
You know what he's doing. Same here. Just chilling.
Yeah. You say survival, I usually call it another thing, but I won't repeat that on air.
Yeah.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb. Prepare for the worst.
Living.
Oh yeah. The ex-professional player.
Do you think you could take Davide in a 1v1?
That's a good one. Because I've got a lot of training under my belt.
I think technically so does he, but...
Oh, no. And 1v1s though. Does he have the 1v1 experience?
That's true. He might not. Oh, but they don't have VODs. Him being so under so much pressure as the shield comes around as well. He does get down from above eventually by Ask, but as Dodes gets Machina and there's still pressure from the hatch itself, that was almost
a cluster.
Trade for trade. They've wrested control there as lobby, right? So they tried to do a bit of a smash and grab. Hornet does get the end of dots. Now it's a 3 versus 3. There's one more for Ask. There's one more for Hornet. Okay, the second rush with a shield hasn't quite worked. Palu activates, gets his first. And he's needed. He's there. Now he's coming away. Nice shot. Can't quite get the next, though. Black Dragon. All right, let's break that round down very quickly. They tried to push themselves in. Maybe didn't expect such a strong reaction. They thought they could cut across the lateral, go in from the double door, and smash their way in from games. But unfortunately for them, Black Dragons are a bit more aware of it than I think W7M thought they would be, and they get themselves the round demo.
This is just crazy.
You okay? Did you know dog?
No. It's just past 2 rounds, past 3. What's happened?
They pressed the go button.
No.
They've entered a DRS zone.
Is that how this works?
Oh.
You can't attack that bomb site by going horizontally when no walls opened up. You can't do that.
Evidently.
I cast all these other regions. And I do just sit there and I just think, EML treats me so nice. The Europe teams are so good to me.
Yeah.
You know, they really are.
What about APAC North?
Don't even go there.
We have to, it's our job.
No, we don't. No,
not anymore, actually.
On for the stage with APAC North.
For the stage.
Hey, what a surprise, Fear X. Not making it. That's a bit of a shocker today, isn't it, in the world of Siege?
Please don't talk to me about that.
Well, my.
I am upset.
Elevate not making it. We thought Elevate were really good this day. A lot of, hey, APAC, crazy regions. Crazy.
5 seconds to go.
But, anyway. We're not talking about that Brazilian team. We're talking about other Brazilian teams. 5-4, W7M. They've got themselves still in the lead, and you hope they've stopped with the silly maneuvers, but as the immediate drone and attempt at a pressure underneath of, a removal of all 3 shields means that they're not going to have that confident drive that they've had the last 2 rounds. Think about the last 2 that we've seen demo, and no more Monty. No more of that play. Once they get a breaching charge set up onto the mud castle, potentially just get it sort of gone before they can be confident enough to put pressure on, and it's a fair removal. But there's still this pressure, still this chance to swing back in. Miracle's holding on with the DMRs. We talked about how powerful they can be. Still need the support structure of those around you on a map like Chalet, and it's seemingly moving, hitting, and jabbing the defenses here of Black Dragons for W7M.
Much slower pace round, which I'm very happy to see, especially after what's happened the past 2 rounds. So, see that the idea from W7M is, of course, with that util. But that Capital again, can be great for clearing out Fireplace. That breaching charge miss, it did. Oh dear. Thoughts? Hit those. Wasted util, no more Ash breaching rounds either, Emmy. So the only way they can deal with that is buy a Twitch drone. And that's going to be very tricky to get a Twitch drone in a position to destroy that canister on the mirror window.
At this point, it feels like the longest we've had all players still standing. And I say it as Loban starts to take a bit of damage. The Brava caught out as the drone drifted on by, and some pressure doesn't quite net reward a result as Dart's caught by a wide swing from Makina. And Miracle gets the follow-up on towards Doda as W7M hit a brick wall on this hold and seemingly didn't have an answer for it. As you said, that position, very powerful. The mirror window with the shield, with all that lockdown. And yes, they might have put some pressure onto the other mirror window. That prep is gone, but an unfettered access towards any of that library pressure. And only 40 seconds left leaves 3 W7M players with still kind of everything to do. Gifted rare from a bit of a rotate here, but you're watching again with this sort of long watch position and hoping that the other players will force themselves out of position. They don't have to. There's 20 seconds. You're the one that's got to move in. Azas gets one more. There's almost the catch. There is the catch onto Makina. And Volp somehow gets Miracle. A 2 versus 2 out of absolutely nothing. There's another one for Volps. And Palu gets one on the end. Black Dragons, what happened?
Nah. This is somebody's pulling my leg. They have to be. This can't be real.
Can we call a caster timeout?
Like, I was literally sitting watching that round, and I was sitting there thinking, right, what am I going to talk about? You know, how W7M lost that round. You know, how did they lose that? Oh, very simple. They missed an Ash charge. Simple as that. Job done. Couldn't deal with the mirror window. And then now I'm caught here in the open. Here in the headlights. Should never be winning that round. Never.
No.
Those 2 players, by the way, got all their kills still from the top floor. None of those kills happened in sight. It was almost as though there's a massive bonfire and Black Dragons thought, oh, let's just all just throw everything into it. Everything went. All of them went upstairs. Cleared house.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a
4
bomb.
kills from the Hoppin outside the balcony window. One that's a great swing onto whoever was in the smoke. But you think about the positions they were in defensively, they still had the shield. The brief rotate rare got called out on at the bottom of Snowmobile stairs. He didn't have to make. Fine, but that was the first. It was a risky move, but it was the first way to go. Everything else that followed was a ludicrous set of dominoes. And it leaves W7M within touching distance of 3 points. They go down towards the basement. Technically, I think statistically, this is the best defensive site on this map. It is a 71% across the SAL playdays. So it does put them in a bit of a good position to get themselves on towards 5, but then you've still got to look at the other rounds. You've still got to look at where they could go next, and then you might be looking at what they're hoping for another OT, the thing that went so bad yesterday for them.
Well, they have went very wisely going for a change-up. I think take them to a bomb site, which, yes, can be pretty difficult to defend. We know that. You know, attackers, you open up a long angle into a snowmobile, open up trench, walk in plant. Very simple. But I think with the way that W7M have been playing their siege, they've been just opportunity spotting. On basement, you don't get the same level of that because you have to walk down staircases. There's not going to be like outside windows you can jump into. All of it has to come from staircases if you do want to try and backstab or kind of do like a rat play. So I think it's wise just to try and go against the way the flow of the game has went.
Well, they're trying to hunt down the Clash and force some problems towards her, but she's happy to step up blue and back down. She's going to sort of lure them in towards the fight, and there's a shotgun that's more than happy to meet them. It's a known position. You've either got to try and force it with a grenade, as they've done, or then make some motion behind it. But with the Clash, they can be super mobile with this hold. They can step back in. They can sort of say, oh no, we know you're there, and we're here. And Makina's able to get one. There's two. I mean, they sort of sent them on towards a sacrificial pillar there at that point. No Capital, nothing to sort of drive the point. And yeah, now they're here, but they're in a 5 versus 3 with a Clash still on the board. And Rare is more than happy and raring to go to make friends. Long range has been opened up, a bit of a break on towards it, and a drop in towards the waiting eyes of a Clash. Now you're suddenly in small box in a corner, and this is one of those another impossible positions. There's at least the first somehow, but there's Ask, making sure there isn't another, and that positioning there. The defensive play this time around from Black Dragons, and seemingly an awareness of they can still kill us. Let's not let them do that, Demo.
Yeah, much better. Black Dragons, I like the change up. I like going basement. It just kind of throws the spanner in the works there for W7M. Obviously not prepared, not, I would say, expecting having the challenge in towards that basement. Lack of vertical operators as well was another thing to point out. I like it. Just don't allow W7M to have these opportunities where they can just kind of bot around the map. Can't do that in basement. You're going to have to go to it. You have to play a lot more direct from that bomb site. Yeah, I like it. Like what I'm seeing from Black Dragons. 1 round away. W7M. They have this bomb site they got up against last time they were here. They tried a very, very weird, strange take where they tried to go horizontal without opening up walls. Didn't get it. Didn't understand the play. Let's hope they do better this time.
So at this point, as I said, it wasn't really the previous site that was the biggest worry, but it's where they can go next on this follow through.
5 seconds left
Towards the opposite positioning here, we've got what is a chance at BD. They've picked the Clash back up. They're still going to try and be a bit mobile with their defense, lean into where W7 want to make their approaches. And last time we had a curious approach, I think it's fair to call it, and there was almost a DMR opening us up. Harlow is down. Look at the many W7M players ready to step in. However, no Clash. They're even emoting on them, Demo.
Well, you need to get the kills before you can start doing emotes.
That's true. Maybe that was it, like Clash asking, did you get the kill? They're like, no, I'm sorry. Don't know why they wouldn't do it in voice, but Siege roleplay servers. I wonder if those exist.
Don't. Please don't.
That's the next big thing. It's like GTA roleplay. It's like,
I'm not strong enough for that.
Siege roleplay.
No, not strong enough.
Parley. His role to play is survive. Currently, massively hurt and almost that opening death. But with a great gun and a great utility, he's got to make sure that he can be part of this push, because the coordination on the push was sort of where things struggled before. And remember how they just tried to rush in with the shield last time? It's slower, it's steadier. But Black Dragons are prepared for that. They've pulled themselves back in. That mobility from the Clash has offered them some control. And as Ivy starts to fall and they look towards breaching open box, Clash is outside, trying to make friends. The Tupper Hours slowed things down fine. But at this point, they just need to pull back another layer. Treat the defense like an onion.
Yeah, good pacing, I think, from Black Dragons here. They've stalled out that wall pretty well. Minute 10 left. You still have to then start working on that bottom breach, of course. Ask that DMR. As I've said about the DMRs, there's only 2 of them left on defense. Only 2 ACOGs remaining. One you see that Tub has, and then also Aruni. So powerful to challenge those attackers. Long angles. It's like a truck as well. W7M. I think they may have botched this unless they get another moment of magic from someone. I don't know if that's going to come.
Oh, Parley gets one. There goes Hornet, and there goes your person to try and watch through any of the attempts on the smoke, and the coverage almost get the next. It's a scrappy fight through on the breach, but it buys the IQ a pocket of space to go for a plant itself. Tucked. And as you called it, a perfect see-through up through the hatch and on towards the position. Makina drifts and drive-bys on Parlu as well with Lobin. Putting them in a 2 versus 2. But as they go for attempt number 2, it's the single player of Lobin on the cover here. And Miracle can try and cover the distance as the clash, but not much to do against the plant, and that will force the player around the other side of the shield. They were stuck, Demo. The clash shield was too tight towards the corner, and that leaves a 1 versus 1. But it's Lobins to win out. The first death of the first round and the last kill of the last one. 3 points secured for W7M. Black Dragons unfortunately watch their dream of playoffs. It's not over yet, but by gosh, it's tough.
What a round. I did not see that going the way it did. I looked at it, you had the clash still up, you had the C4 blow, which was able to get the first planter. The fact that he had a pocket nade is just... That's... You don't expect things like that. With 15 seconds ago, you still have a nade? Like, you've kept it, and it's worked out so well for them. And he could have used that on the BP that was there, but no, he held it, kept it, and it's worked so well for that clash. So, credit W7M, they won some rounds there, which you never would think they would win. It just shows they're a measure of a great team.
Well, let's throw to a quick break before we're back with our great desk.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Yes. Yeah.
Some good points on the board for W7M. They close out the series, but it really looked like this one was going to get pushed into overtime. What a series that was. I see your laughing links, and I know when we talked about the map veto, there wasn't really a lot of time to comment. And then all of a sudden, he said like, oh, you know, it's so over. Like, you know, this is going to be done and dusted for Black Dragons. They'll go ahead and lose the game, I guess. But the first few rounds almost proved like it was going to go the other way.
The first few rounds, the entire back half of that game, there was quite a few moments where it seemed like Black Dragons actually had W7M on the rope. Something I'm really curious about is those attacks in large part were won by actually on both bar games attacks, Lobin and then later Volps walking up mezzanine and getting like 3 or 4 kills. So I was kind of joking that I thought it was over, but there's a very winnable game for Black Dragons in there.
Yeah, honestly, it's a little bit bittersweet just because Black Dragons was in a situation where it looked like they could have got the win. They could have pushed themselves to maybe have to play that final week to potentially get top 6. They make it a little too close. They don't get it. They fall short and they're knocked out. But I really did like what we saw. If we saw that kind of Black Dragons throughout the regular stage, maybe more games would have gone in their favor. But fortunately, a little too late.
It's always woulda, coulda, shoulda, I guess, in situations like that. And we'll talk about this game plenty more. But first, we talk to the winners. We have Lobin on the line. Congratulations on another 3 points. But Lobin, did you expect this game to be so close the way that it really turned out?
A little bit, because we wanted to play like their best map, that is Chalet, and we had some rounds that if we didn't through, we could be like a bigger score. But with them, I don't know why it's always a close match. It doesn't matter if they're in a good form or not, but if the style of game is counters or something like shit like that. But a win's a win.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. I just wanted to talk about the current meta with you. Obviously, it feels like every team, one player who's playing that lurk, roamer entry role, always has a harder time this stage. And you're usually in that position. And at the start of the stage, you were having a little bit of a tough time keeping up. But what are the changes that you've made to be able to adapt to that? And how has the meta, like, have you noticed the meta change and affect you in some way?
Yes, I think the meta was like really easy to be lurker when like Atlanta, for example, and like 2023. And then when the switch came out to 2024, I felt like every team was always aware about the lurk side and the breaches, and I always was like, oh, I have a breach, I'm gonna play. I don't think twice. And that was something that I was struggling, because people were aware about that. And of course, the people in Brazil know my game style. They know I'm really aggro. I'm not gonna be patient or something like that. So I think the most thing that I changed in my gameplay is being more patient, call more to my teammates so they can use their gadgets to help me to get my breaches to work. And I think one thing that's made it easier is I've been really into the strats, as I've been shot calling and all of those things. So I think that helped me, because I have more awareness of the map of the enemy when I'm playing.
And so kind of on the note of changes, and I think everyone right now, seemingly in SAL, aside from Fury, of course, everyone is kind of going through their own struggles or changes. Over the course of SAL, what has been kind of one of the most surprising teams you played against? Because you mentioned Black Dragons always gives you a tough game. NIP have obviously been improving. Who's a team that gave you a hard time that you didn't expect to so far?
I think Liquid. I think I didn't expect them to have a good grow when they made the roster changes, because when I saw the players in the lineup, I thought it was going to be really, really passive. And it is, but they beat us, so they are playing a good meta. I don't think it's something really absurd, but it's good. And outside of them, I would say, like you said, NIP for me is the biggest glow up from SAL this year.
100%. That's definitely some good stuff coming out from them. Now, I like what you said, Lobin, at the beginning of the interview about we wanted to take Black Dragons to their best map. It's something we talked about a lot with W7M, and you guys have shown us 5 different maps in the last 5 games. There's so much we can talk about, so I'll try and keep the questions short. In regards to the playoffs, do you feel like that's going to be, oh, you have all your cards on the table already, or do you feel like this is one of the strongest points for you guys right now, or could that be something else?
I think it's a stronger point. A lot of teams have 2 or 3 maps that they don't want to play, and we have only one. And so I think that's the biggest advantage that we have to the other teams. We play some maps that we don't care about playing it because people are gonna ban it either way. We played 4 Clubhouse in the start of the stage, so yeah, we are pretty chill about it. We know it's your biggest point.
Right. Well, it's been showing as a big strength for you guys, this map ocean that you guys have with so much flexibility on that, and it's been helping you at least lock in the playoffs so far. So it's one more game to go. Lobin, thanks so much for your time, and best of luck next week.
Thank you, and buy the W7M bundle.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much, Loban, for your time. So much to hear from that interview as well. I mean, we talk so much about W7M in regards to the maps that they play, and yes, it's a big conversation, but hearing about Loban doing more shot calling, I feel like is so interesting as well, about the process that this team is going through to, I mean, all in all, Foxy, end up as the number one team over these 2 stages in SAL.
Yeah, it can absolutely be a double-edged sword when your lurker roamer takes the IGL, but it can also, because it can have its negative effects where once you start IGLing and start leading a team and calling shots, your brain changes in the way that you see plays. So Loban being that player that he said, every time he sees an opening or a gap, he takes it. When you start shot calling, you start thinking of the end game solution, and plays like that are so much harder to make, to be able to think that fast, that you're always thinking about the end game solution, what's the best case scenario. So that's one thing that can be a double-edged sword. But on the other end, when you're roaming like Loban is, you see a different part of the map than your other team, so you have a different understanding of what might be weaker, what might not be, so it can absolutely give you an advantage. So I think having the combination of him and Volps, especially with how amazing Volps been playing it without having to focus, be the main IGL necessarily. I mean, we saw how good he was today. I mean, 14 and 6, guy was shooting. So that extra alleviation of the pressure of having to lead the team is impacting the team as a whole, as everyone's playing better. So I think, again, double-edged sword, but so far for W7M, it's finding success.
When I'm just looking at like these rosters across like kind of the top teams of SAL, with W7M entering the mix and like you said, with Loban taking more of the shot calling role and kind of unleashing Volps a bit more, it's just crazy how stacked all these rosters are in kind of the top 3. Furia, FaZe, and W7M. And FaZe even taking a little bit of a step back in performance. It's crazy just how all 5 of these players are arguably some of the best in the world and certainly the best in the region, and that anybody can pop off at any given time. And that was what was needed for W7M today. We needed Loban, as I said earlier, walking up Mez to get a 3K to win 1 bar game's attack, and we needed Volps to get a 4K to do the same later on. In rounds like this, when you have it come down to a close 1v1, you need somebody like Loban shooting straight in these 1vx's, because Black Dragons had a very winnable game in here, and if the players on W7M weren't so sharp and if their ceilings weren't so high, things would be challenging, especially when Dodez, one of the highest rated players in the league and the highest rated player on the team, isn't even having an impact in half the rounds we played. There's got to be a big performance to counterbalance it, and thankfully everyone on W7M was willing to put in that effort.
Yeah, and in more specific, it was Volps really stepping up there, and I loved how you were saying about him being unleashed, and then we get that play of him just walking in and picking up a triple kill for himself. So amazing stuff from them. On the flip side, for Black Dragons, we have to hammer down on they're making it so difficult for themselves in the way that if they got points hands. Now it is technically out of their hands. We'll talk about that as soon as the standings will come up. But we have to highlight our MVP first, as we said. Volps, definitely the player of this game. With the storyline of him being unleashed as someone else in the team is taking up more of the shot calling, I feel like this is not something we see too often. Lynx, a IGL being the main fragger or the main person to really step up during a game, but it's so good to see that for him.
Yeah, I agree, but I also think it's just representative of W7M's playstyle generally, right? Like, you look at over on FaZe, VidKing's just never in a position, really, to, like, be the MVP. Same thing on Furia. Like, Fellapox is very much trying to set up the other players. But Volps is still playing that lurk role. He's still playing Nook. He's still wielding weapons like the 417. Volps is just kind of in a different position than I think the IGLs on a lot of the teams inside of SAL. And I also think part of that is, like, if you look at this roster, Dots is the one usually going for the planting, playing for the shields, whereas that's the IGL's role on FaZe. That is not necessarily Fellapox's role. It's usually a bit more Nade's role, but it's a bit more of that backline role on Furia. Whereas for W7M, everyone is just given a little bit more freedom to make plays. Everyone is given a bit of a looser responsibility when it comes to, like, not only the calling, but who can make plays at any given time. And it's one reason why this roster is so threatening, and that flexibility is why I think they are, why I know they are the best team over the course of these 2 stages.
We're looking at the standings. It'll bring the point what I wanted to make. I was getting a little bit of my ahead of myself there about the points for Black Dragons. The reason why I kind of feel like it's out of their hands right now is if they would have gotten points here, And especially like a win, whether that was in overtime, that would have shot them up a lot in the leaderboard around that 6th spot area. Now when we're looking at this, right, Los have already played their game. Loud still have to play their game today, so they can shoot up to, 12 points. Keep in mind, they do play Furia, so it is not as easily said as done, for example, but there is a potential for points. And if they do get points, it makes it so difficult because who do Black Dragons play on the final day? They play FaZe. Our team is currently sitting in 4th, but have shown us some amazing things so far at this stage. So they now have to sit back, see what Loud does in this next game when they go up against Furia, and hope that Furia puts up a performance like we have been seeing from Furia, which managed them to lock in the top 6 here, top 6 for regional finals, and they now get to play the devil's advocate for, putting up one of the big hurdles in the road for Loud, denying them of having any success in the stage. And when we talk about Furia, they're just collecting these points left, right, center. They're doing what they need to do. Another 7-1 we saw yesterday against 9Z. And the craziest thing to me, Foxy, is that this team is doing that by only showing us 2 maps in the group stage.
Yeah, I think that's been a common strategy, especially in NA, is when teams qualify, they try to show as limited amount of maps just because they're such a powerhouse. It's assumed they're going to make playoffs. They don't want to give out their whole playbook. So they start to just play around 1 to 2 maps. They just spam those because the VODs are already out. Once they get the playoffs, they probably won't play it unless it's like a best of 3 map and it's like the final 3rd map. So Furia completely understands the situation that they're in since the start of the stage. They know they're the best team in the world. They know they're amazing individual players. So obviously for them, they just want to come into it. And usually every other stage, they're coasting by. They're just trying to play to make it to playoffs. But at this stage so far, we're seeing the Furia that we get at events in the SAL, in the regular region. For them, it's a matter of pride. They want to be able to stomp everybody out, go to playoffs, make it to Munich. Because when we last talked to Igor, I believe last week, he even said, the last time we won anything and we looked that strong was Reload. And that sounded like it came from a place of pride, not a matter of, oh yeah, we're still doing well, we're making events, we're going. It was, we haven't won anything. And so for them, they want to be able to win this SAL stage. They want to be able to go to Munich and play. And so far, everybody on the team's been playing out of their minds. And like Lynx was saying about the last game, Furia may not be as strategical or team orientated as a team like W7M, but they play so well off of each other's aggression that they don't need the strats. They call something on the fly, they all do it, they power it together, and individually they're all doing their own thing, but it's collectively all together, and that aggression is just so overwhelming.
Bellapox had an 81% cost. And he's got Herds, KZ, and JV92 on this team. This guy's barely even seeing people in the lobby half the time. How are they finding these impact when they have people who are constantly in the engagements, constantly making plays happen? And honestly, I don't really have that much to say. Furia is a known quantity. JV92 is playing some of the best Siege he's played in the past couple years. KZ and Herds are finally back performing well at the same time, which has not been something we've had. It feels like the past 2 years it's been, oh, KZ's doing well, or oh, Herds is doing well. They've got the same EPS and almost the same cost and are 1 kill apart from each other. The duo is back, JV92 is doing well, and the backline is great. Furia are just the perfect package right now. That's all you need to know.
What a luxury position it is for Bellapox to sit in a team like that. Just have to survive technically to get the ticks for the cost and have his team step up around him. The contrary, we could say for Loud, they are in such a tough spot right now. So much pressure on them, and I think that's especially with their schedule that they have with the games remaining. Furia today, NIP last game, is just heavily clashing with the goals that they have of making it to playoffs. So top 6 here and for the regional league, both, I think Lynx will be a very difficult objective.
It is a very difficult objective, and the only saving grace that they have is that everyone else they're competing with has an equally tough race. We've said many times now, Black Dragons play FaZe, Los play W7M, and Loud play Furia, but arguably they play NIP. They might have the easier game out of those 3, and Loud at least have a better record over the course of the year than Los and Black Dragons do. But year is the operative word there. Loud have are starting to look worse and worse as the games go on. We're coming off 7-0 losses to Liquid and a 7-2 loss to W7M. This team is looking slower, they are looking more static and stagnant, and all of kind of the problems we saw in Stage 1 that were mitigated by at least some pace and flash they could show every now and then are just becoming the norm for Loud, especially on their attacking sides, dropping down to like a 37% win rate when they're already barely like converting the plants as well as they used to. There are a lot of good things to talk about Loud back, at Boston and certainly in Stage 1, but the more and more they play this stage, the more and more it's looking a bit grim.
The way I see Loud is, up until this stage, was the best of the worst of the best. But coming into this stage, I mean, big loss to ENX to set them off wrong. And every single good team that they play, it's not even a close match. They're getting 7-2'd by FaZe. They're barely beating teams like Los. They got 7-0'd by Liquid. They get 7-2'd by W7M. When they're playing teams that can match their aggression and fight back, they completely get dumpstered. There's no trade potential from the side of Loud, which is unfortunate because when you look at their statistics, they're pretty positive on opening kills. They're pretty average. Like, it's even across the board. Statistically, there's not real outliers besides their flex players. That's the biggest issue on why they are unable to trade, is when they have players like Baseto going in or Perez going in. STK and Live on that flex position are two in between both ideals of play. They're either trying to help the back line or help the front line, and they're too disconnected from where their entries are being, from where their flanks and their supports are. And it just looks like they're so focused with their lineups on an entry heavy opening pick setup, but they don't have the players backing up Baseto when he goes in off of the shield. They don't have the players backing up those entries. They're just relying on playing safe for the utility for the plant. It just looks like two different ideologies of play with this team.
Right now, the game is almost starting, but there's still one more thing that we need to find out, and that is the map that we're going to. The last time around, these two teams took it to Cafe. Furia barely managed to win that game. It was a 7-5 back in the day. Loud don't want to have a repeat of that.
What?
I was gonna say, this is looking like another layer, but it is not. We're going to Banklinks.
No, what are we doing? Every single team is taking Furia to bank, and like, respectfully, like, I like Loud. I have a soft spot in my heart for them, but like, if we do not see biblical level counter strats from Loud, this might just be another chalked game. Then again, I said that about the W7M one, and what do I know?
Lynx, tell me how you counter strat Furia.
See, that's the thing. I just don't think you do. You're getting shot in the face by herds at 500 miles an hour. Like, have a good luck with that.
At least the one saving grace is Loud is starting on defense, so if we can see them, the opening kills, they don't have to worry about Furia's aggression too much, but when it comes down to the execute and using their utility, we've already talked about it, that it just looks like two ideologies of plays. I'd like to see Loud play together very safely, very passively, all together on one collective ideology. Yes. And maybe we'll be able to see Loud at least keep it close against one of the top 4 teams.
The big thing for me is that we spoke to Felipox yesterday after that 9-set game that they also played on Bank, and he said, we were expecting so much counterplay, but we weren't getting it. Now, I really wonder how much Loud is going to counterplay for you, or try to at least, maybe just not try to walk into the crosshairs or something like that, if that's the way that's been happening. That could really help them get any kind of rounds or maybe even a point outside of this game. So Furia is looking so incredibly solid on Bank. It's going to be a very tough one, but we'll send it back to our casters for Furia and Loud.
Thank you very much, Anne. We'll take it from here back to Bank, one of only 2 maps that Furia have played throughout this stage so far. They have only played Bank and Lair, and they don't want that to change yet, Demo.
Yeah, it's not a good one from Loud, I don't think. I think Furia on the Bank, it's a tough map, and we've seen Furia dominating this map so far this stage. I think Loud's a team which, very similar to, I think, to Liquid, where they just had those inconsistencies. I think you're playing a very hot Furia who hasn't been beaten yet in this stage either. It's a recipe for not success, it's disaster.
You have to wonder why. I know they sort of said you've got to bring out God tier counter strats, you've got to bring out all of this stuff, but in the same sort of moment, you're looking at a team that is undefeated. You're looking at a team that was brought here by FaZe and still were able to beat them in the one game that's sort of gone to OT. You're looking at somebody that or you're looking at a team that, as I said, they've come to 2 maps throughout all of this, and they're so happy for it. Nobody seems to be wanting to test the water. Nobody seems to be wanting to try and push a limit on towards this team, and maybe they're hoping that if they keep doing it, they'll get bored and it'll just go away from them. But a cheeky head-to-head we've sort of got up here. JV92 versus Flastery. And I mean, JV92, who could you compare them to, and who could come out of that comparison looking good, really?
Shaiko.
Okay, fine, but...
You weren't specific.
I wasn't. In SAL, with over the sort of longevity of, if you were to say, next season we're going to have JV92 versus...
Andy.
Okay. Fun. Anyway, we're in. Thank you for bearing with us, and maybe the analysts had fun things to say about that graphic, but I just want to big up JV92 and see if it carries through. Let's talk about impossibility. Oh no. Starting
we'll
this
have
game.
a good old chat about that, won't we?
Yeah,
we will.
let's have a longer talk about impossibility. You're looking at Furia, who are unbeaten at this point. Haven't confirmed themselves in the top 2, but if they get the points needed today, will, because of the distance between them. Like, obviously, either NIP or FaZe Clan will be able to keep pace with them. W7M were able to get themselves a handful of points earlier on today, so they sort of get themselves up towards 17. They could get 20 as well. If Fury get 1 point today, they are secured in the top 2, and they get themselves that bye. They separate themselves, I think it's only 1 game, or whatever it is, or 2 games between them and the major. So they're pretty confident at this point. Loud, on the other turn of things, and I made this comment around the start of the last game, was that between Lost, Loud, and Black Dragons, those 3 teams in a shootout for that final remaining place, with how tough all of their final games are, Loss winning that 1 game could mean the other 5 games don't matter because they're so hot. You need to do the impossible, and that right now is beat Furia.
I mean, that certainly is, I think, a situation where could you play a different brand of Siege today, knowing that really it's the next game, which is what really matters for Loud? Is that maybe a way you look at it, where you can almost let the Furia game go because you know it's going to be a really tough game?
Yeah, but their next game is against NIP.
Well, I mean, I'd rather play against NIP than Furia.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not. Yeah. You can't. It's not gonna be easy, buddy.
I mean, the way I look at it is map selection as well. This map has been a pretty close affair, though, for Furia on a few occasions, which is also another thing you look at. You know, Furia, whenever they've went to blank, they've had 275s, and also an overtime. So it could be the case where Loud are maybe playing for a point here. I don't know.
Either way, off towards the start now as we get all of our players in and back on bank for Furia. I still think it's very funny that statistically they have only gone to 2 maps at all throughout this whole stage. I don't know if that's a statistic that has ever been done before. Like,
10 seconds insertion.
that it can keep happening and that they're away from it and that they are unbeaten and they have played just 2 maps.
I mean, VP got away with only being able to play 3 maps for all stage. So,
yeah, but that's 3. The thing is, we know Furia can play other maps as well. They're a great team. How has this happened? I swear, if they play tomorrow, the next play day, and they are on either bank or lair, and they have gone through an entire stage playing 2 maps. I don't know what I'd do with myself. I feel like this is a statistic that's never happened before, but I'm not Jesse J. Chick. I can't just tell you that. I'm sorry.
It's not good enough, Amy.
All right.
Not good enough.
Loud. What have you learned What do you know that the other 4 teams, the rest of us, don't? What is your expectation here to be able to step in to break a record that, yeah, they're 4-0 on this map across this split. They're 8-1 of their sort of recent record on this map as well. And you get the first. Herds. Gone. Now as the swing comes around it, you can hear the fuse charge. Just going to try and filter its way through, get the breach on towards it, and force the players further and further away. It's still a bit cautious, but I do like the pace here. Loud, they, you know, they're sort of holding on. They're not entirely handing the ground over to Furia, but Furia is moving swiftly. Get the hatches open in these positions. Opted for.
And slow and steady for Furia, but we know for a fact, Emmy, that's not a good sign whenever you're dealing with bank basement, or if you got a smoke, and of course the Tachanka, the ultimate final boss whenever it comes to the basement. There's not an operator who you'd rather have, much to your little man from Brum who thinks otherwise. But
we're back on that.
We'll come back to that again. I'm sure we'll circle back inevitably on bank as we always do. But here you can see, I mean, it's too easy. The Tachanka, no pressure at all, can just flame it out.
That's it. He can be mobile. The blind comes through. The fuse tries to run across the divide, and JV92 does get one across the head of Perez, and Nade is going to go for the plant, but he's still caught in the fire, and a Glaz pushes up through the smoke. They have found a place to plant Nade. Oh no. The combination of the smoke and the Tachanka is not enough to cover a whole site and get your monies back on the utility, but not on the gun. The Alder claims yet another victim in its listener score. As a 2 versus 4 post plant, but you're against JV92 and KZ, 2 of the toughest opponents to ever face anywhere, and using the Maverick lineup, they do some damage, but they cross the divide, trying to force some of the angles steadier and steadier. They know exactly where to expect him, but they've got themselves towards the kit. That's the big move, and there's the bigger one. Flastry, we had the comparison. They didn't truly need it. Live will get the defuse. Loud get the first round.
Yeah, pretty easy there for Loud. They had more than enough men just to go for the retake. Maverick, I think, needed to get that important kill onto the Maestro, didn't they? I think that was probably where the opening was for Furia. It was being able to pick off that first player, create the free V2, kind of cycle into different pause, hold the diffuser. But just too many men that they had to deal with. You can see that the denial, it forced them to go for also an off plant position, which probably meant the Maverick couldn't go for the kind of traditional thing, Emmy, where he would just pull back up towards the hatch and play it from the hatch. You know, we see that plenty of times. Because of where it was planted beside the bomb chassis, you have to play a little bit more aggressive. And that's, again, because that's the only place they could plant. The Shank is there, Smoke is there. Denial is one heck of a thing. Yeah, Loud, playing it well.
That's the first. The first in, it's only 7. That's all you need. Not impossible. Get another pause in the action, unfortunately, though. So take another slow for a second. Breaks the momentum up, and they get themselves the lockdown on the basement, up towards the top floor as the follow-through. We can use this moment, because now if you rant about the threads about Tachanka, you can drag in 3 more who haven't been drug into this argument. You get Lynx, Fox, and Anne involved. I think, can I prop you up and say that you disagree with Dez?
Yeah. I actually heard them. I think it was on EML the other day, and it was Bank, and him set Dez off as well. So this is like, it's almost like a boxing fight.
Well, those two are going at it. For the context of our viewers and the desk, if you've not heard this sort of breakdown, how useful do you think Tachanka is on the basement? Dez says not at all. No use. Tim drew graphs. Demo believes great, best operator in the game.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Didn't say game.
That's alibi.
Are you? What are you doing? Are you rage baiting? What are you doing?
Yeah, I gotta fill the time with something, right? Gotta fill the moment as we wait for thing. Lynx believe Des is a D1 troll.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna take advice from someone who peaks gold 1 every season.
Hey, don't bring Lynx into this.
No.
Lynx's response was, "Hey, don't bring Emmy into this."
He thinks you're gold. That's actually surprising.
I like
praise that.
It's the best response they could come up with in the short time, but I'll give them some time if they want to have another pass at it.
Yep.
We have a look. Should be able to sort out this tech issue one player is facing. Oh, look at that. We have. How convenient. Decent timing, and the first round went to Loud. Are you surprised?
No. Because I think Loud had that round solidified.
So the game yesterday, in the 9Z game, 9Z game, there was one round that was taken on the defense as well by 9Z. And what was a 7-1 victory. It wasn't the first one though, it was the 5th one, and then every other round went into the favor of Furia. The Loud have matched that performance. And they do better. Probably.
Ooh. STK trying to go fishing there with the Boss G, but hope he does know that the Boss G doesn't kill at distance anymore. It's got nerfed rather heavily. But, yeah, still going to be running it nonetheless. So he is just going to be running around this entire map, no doubt about it, as, of course, the Vigil. Great operator to counter drones, and also if there was a Deimos to be brought in, perfect counter to that operator too. So see what he can get up to. But at the moment for Furia, whenever you're dealing with this top floor, and naturally we see a Monty be brought in, it will only be one push, and it'll be up through Spiral. You get the shield in a position where he is always taking a gunfight, just right in front of him. He's never having to worry about getting flanked or having to look to the side. If he's moving, he's always moving the correct way. You combo that, all the information he can gain from walking up the stairs, right into the front desk, in towards long corridor, can call out all the information for his team, what the top floor have, an abundance of windows, use those windows, you combo that, you pick up your kills. So, discussing strategy, using the Monty, even have somebody coming down in through the Skylight Rappel, or the Spider-Man Rappel, as it's usually commonly referred to. So there are certainly quite a few options that you have with this take. It just gives you so much information into firepower. It's brilliant. It's the take I love to do.
Well, with a minute 10, they've got to try and put some motion in towards the take itself. They've obviously got lobby, but STK is on the hunt. Ooh, there's that change you talked about.
Yep.
Nade still standing and can still try and put their way up towards the top of the stairs. Buys a little bit of space for the Monty to try and drive up. Means they can keep their focus one way and the gun the other. There's not 3 angles to try to juggle, but they still need to try and force these players out, and the wall is already dropped and exploded. You can see the Grim is hot-footing it round to offer some support instead, because they need at least one extra element to bring to a boil here and actually put the pressure on towards the push itself. You're knocking on the door, but they're so worried about being that first body gone. There's the reveal of 2 players. Either side, and now they're back towards Banana, with the Bees offering the support towards Hertz, who picks up the next kill. Now, following round, can they get that cornered player? They do. JV92 gets the swing. There's 1. There's 2, almost! Spread round either side. They got the down. They know where the last one is. So at this point, Philippok's going to get in, get the kit planted, but doesn't see the end of it. A flawless Furia response to get themselves their level round.
Yep, top. You won't find a better attack in all the land than that one. That is everything you want to see from the top floor. Utilizing the Monty, gaining information, using that information to get the fraggers in, play off the Monty info. Yeah, just so easy. Every time, I mean, you're probably sick and tired of hearing this. Every time we come to the bank, I always say Monty, best operator by far. Not even close. This operator on every single attack, just the best. Do everything.
I'm letting you have your pedestal. Letting you preach to the masses.
Yeah, just like shields is the role I play. You know, shields is something that I know a lot about because I've got a lot of playtime with it. Every single time I look at Bank and you think about Monty, one big thing about Bank is the sheer size of it. The amount of kind of drone work you have to do and the amount of map taking you have to do can sometimes be a bit of a hindrance to attackers. With a Monty, you're killing 2-1. He can take control of the map while also getting information. He does both at the same time, and that's, I think, is so strong about him. You think about areas like server, for example, if you're dealing with a basement, you know, getting into that is a mess. You're droning out, you're like, hey, okay, he's behind the rack, which way is he? Monty just walks in, puts pressure on the guy, gets him out of there. Whenever it comes to this bomb site, you're dealing with an open area, you think, okay, I have to drone out of sight, and then try and formulate a way to get in. Monty just walks in, doesn't even care. He is so good.
Eyes already across open and wanting a fight that Akiba disagrees with. Sets themselves up and rotates slightly closer towards the mounting pressure. Otherwise, towards the top, Philippox. Gonna push alongside with KZ as a Nook. Doesn't do anything. Blastery from the comparison, still up by the side, but it's back and forth. They try and break their way into the site. The Blitz has a bit of shoulder recover, but with a man disadvantage and a smoke still to play against, the Blitz cannot quite throw themselves in. Yes, they have some coverage, but they have nothing else really. You can see Nade is trying to quickly rotate around and offer some support. At this point, they can just kind of play keep away. As I said, those smoke canisters will be perfect to force the Blitz further and further back. And here, Flastry on the rotate round. On the Archives side, how aware is Nade of the fight he's about to have? Pretty aware, but it doesn't matter. Flastry gets himself another for the tally, and the Blitz now knows he's being surrounded, knows he needs to act and move in some manner. Doesn't, and that happens. Loud. Blow for blow. 1 round up.
Yeah, every round counts as well. You know, like I said, 1 point for Furia would be fantastic here for Loud because then they jump back over Los again. They're in the top 6 and they put pressure on Los. So for Loud, it doesn't matter how much you lose as long as you don't, as long as you win 6. You know, these guys can go in here and lose 8-6. They won't care. As long as they can just get that point, it puts them back in a commanding position again. So Loud, every round matters for them. Furia, again, looking to lock in the top 2 position. Obviously, whenever you think about a team like Furia and the prestige that they have, typically whenever it has came to kind of stages, online stages in their own region, a lot of the time we don't see Furia necessarily go out there and dominate fully. This stage, I think they certainly have. I think this stage they have looked on fire. They're back to their best. Last stage, you know, they had wins. They have some losses in there also. They kind of kicked into driving the best of 3s, which we typically do. But I think whenever it comes to best of 1s, Furia, a bit of a mixed bag. On this stage, they've really impressed. But you do think about kind of their position. They probably think, you know what? You look at the game tomorrow. We have Liquid tomorrow. We still have another chance. I don't know. It's a weird one, I think, for both of these teams going into it because both of them would really like to win, but I wouldn't say it's the end all and be all of their season so far. I think, again, it's the last play day for me is the most important one.
Oh, yeah. You know, the fact that the drive can be all the way towards the end as well, the fact that you'll have these important moments as the lead-in. It's such a weird statement to keep coming back to the fact that they keep bringing... teams keep bringing Furia towards Bank. As Link said, Shocky, it's done. But something has to break eventually, right? Something has to be pushed over.
Said that about Falcons.
Said that about Falcons. Said that about any team that has a dominating streak on a map. Usually it's not within this short space of time. But then I guess if you're looking at the maps that have been sort of banned against Furia, that's the tell. Because then you have the option of, okay, well maybe teams just really don't want to bring them towards, you know, Cafe. Or really, you want to fight them on Border? No. Nightmare. These are maps that they're not going to ban. They've got their 3 bans and they'll do them every single time. This is the sort of split round. And yeah, it'll change in best of 3s, but maybe Loud can find that little difference. They've been, as stated, the best of the lower sort of table, but they're also players that have had huge runs and huge possibilities before. And Not scared to take moments like that. Flastry!
Wow.
One after another, 7-1. And I mean, what a premonition graphic. It's almost a shame we didn't get to really hear what the analysts wanted to break out because of how things came together on that, but hey, they had that cooked. JV92 takes a bit of damage. The other person on that comparison graphic who said he's always top on his day, and not today. Perez gets another loud, flawless.
Wow, they're really starting to take it to Fury, aren't they? You'd almost like see if you kind of blurred out the team names and team logos and you wouldn't know who's doing what. You'd nearly say that was Fury, wouldn't you? The way that they're going into those engagements, the way that they're swinging with confidence. You know, like it's a weird one. And Furia have kind of called the timeout. And you look at the faces, Emmy. Does that look like a confident team?
No. I like a team that's like, hang on a second. This isn't the script. This isn't how this goes. I mean, Flastry 8-1 is a mega opening to this game. But that's more than all of Furia have put together. Will the conversation be enough? 3-1. And Furia have generally, on their approaches on bank and the way they've played it the multiple times this season, been better on their attack. They've had 2 5-1 halves on their attack. Game against FaZe was even all the way down the middle. And I think there was a 4-2 at one point. This being on the back foot, this already in a position where technically they're doing as well against Loud as they did against FaZe on this half, sort of shows how distant they are from this game. Credit to Loud for being the ones to push them to this problem, because they're playing brilliantly. They're reacting really well. They're moving, as he said, super confident. And that is everything you need to be.
10 seconds to go.
That's it. I think against the top team, you can't sit back against them, because if you sit back, they'll ruin you. Yeah, everyone knows that. You think about the top teams across the world, if you let them play their siege the way they want to, you've lost them. So you need to try and disrupt them as best as you can. And Loud are doing a fantastic job at that. And look, I think Furia are one of the best problem-solving teams in the world. I think they're right up there with a team like G2, for example. And I think right now for Furia, they're losing big chunks off the puzzles at a time, and they can't really make anything out of it. I think that's the biggest issue. I think a lot of their operators in terms of util, I don't think they're getting the value here today.
What was the conversation? Because it seems to be a direct approach in, checking themselves and making sure that they've got control across the entire spread of the map itself. They're a team that's more than happy to sort of say, yep, I'll get this. I've got this locked down. And maybe just see if they can catch a Loud player out on a rotate or in an uncomfortable position. Be there before they can think that you might be there. Top square controlled on, and we saw JV92 drive their way up server. We've seen a very quick bit of pressure inside the building. The wall already open on top square at this point. And yeah, okay, Loud aren't entirely trying to buff it, but think about how long other teams have often taken. Now as a bit more starts to break its way, it's SDK. A wide swing on towards Herds. A prediction of an angle. They've got themselves a bit more work done, and now they've got to try and operate. Yes, the Thermite's done their work. You'd sure love to still have another gun up.
And it's just Fury, it's a stall out, isn't it? You've lost that Thermite now, who has, I suppose, done his job of getting the wall open, but you're losing that body. I mean, realistically for Fury, it's just going to be getting the sense on the window, sensing off the entire bomb site, and then swinging in, going for the plant. I mean, that is so typical and so default of what you expect to see now from Furia, just with the operators that they have. So you would hope, I mean, if we know what's coming, surely Loud do. I mean, they've got plenty of denial. You've still got C4s, you've got the Echo, which I think is very important. because the Echo drone, if you put it on top of the ceiling, will be able to see over the top of the sense wall, so you know exactly where the guy's going to be. So surely this should be an easy closeout for Loud. You'd hope so.
Well, they lose live. They do still have 20 seconds, and I'm not sure if they still got an Echo drone. I think they might have both based on how that was flicking between them. And the plant has to be secured. At this point, the coverage is going down. There's Nade going for the first plant attempt. Is it going to be stopped or slowed in some manner? We see something hit, but it doesn't quite hit the right thing. A post plant, and Furia just explode on the kills. They set up a great catch, and they seem to have an awareness on exactly where Pasetto is. There's one. There's no more than one. Furia, a strong return to a sudden bit of form.
Yeah, no reaction there from the defense. They had plenty of denial util, but just didn't use it. I don't know, just Furia went for it, worked out for them. Surprised it did. I thought there would have been a lot more of a pushback there, but really nothing from Loud. No reaction at all. Strange, very, very strange, but Furia, a round that they well needed. As we move into our final attacking round, and interestingly, we're not going downstairs, Emmy, which of course was an option. Instead, we head to the open area, which yes, Loud did win, but not opting to go basement, which I just find a little bit crazy, considering you've got the Chichanka, you've got the smoke, you've even got the mirror available. You've got so many great operators for that basement, but I mean even the Cade as well, but not opting to go for it. I find it strange from Loud.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's this sort of idea of expectation, right? Maybe they're thinking, they'll know this, they'll go for the play. And to be fair, their last hold here on towards Office and Open was very well put together. And that's the game that we're playing. That's the game that we get it. There is also that sort of anticipation of how much they've sort of got themselves prepared on. They're definitely not going to risk going above again. That's the only 2 rounds it's worth sort of thinking about have come from that top floor. Ready for the break and ready for absolutely everything. You can see Furia full stacked and sent. There's a lot of utility removed from that Flores drone all around that window and steps in above. No immediate contest towards the chance of a fight here. But nothing that's going to entirely stop them as well. Remove the track stingers and be ready to swing. I think they'll realize, yeah, no one's coming for that direct CEO and the console approach here. So instead, as a shield struggles to make it through, the players don't. Immediately in and knocked right back out live with one. Felipox with the trade back in, but they've lost the Blackbeard and they lost that immediate drive. The Raurador does stop some of this approach, but you can see they're still struggling to make that route through. Felipox in amongst the smoke is getting free picks, and KZ gets one more for the trouble. And with another and another, suddenly Furia just turned it on, steamrolled through.
I mean, that was a very classic kind of Furia play, isn't it? They kind of hit you when you least expect it, and that was really fast. I mean, what they went 3-2-1 at 2 minutes. They pushed the Blackbeard in through double. I was thinking, where are we going with this here, guys? You've lost the Blackbeard. I thought he was going to try and walk in and plant, but no. The idea was to have the Raurador be placed onto that double copy door. You jump in with the glass. He then smokes the Aurora. He then gets rid of the Raurador, and then as it comes up, he's in the smoke. Nobody has a clue what's going on, and he just sees them all and kills them. I like it. Nice little combo there. One I've never seen being used. Yeah, good. Worked well. Just utter chaos.
3 apiece. The same neck-and-neck race that Furia had against FaZe when they played on this map a couple of play days ago. But think about where Loud were, and think about the difference that we saw from the energy post-timeout of Furia. Right? You said it yourself. When we were sat there watching, they looked lost. They looked a bit sort of despondent with how the rest of the map had gone. And at that point, the change from the energy that they brought into the following rounds, how suddenly they closed down on all the angles. There's that undefeated team. There's that team that had just a perfect catch and not release program. for all of the loose Loud defenders, and now Loud has the pressure and the onus of trying to take it up against them. They've got to try and get their roots through, and we'll start down here in the basement. A Tachanka over a smoke. I guess Nade must be wrong as well, and Furia. Dez is right.
5 seconds to go.
No. No. Don't even go there.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
What do you mean? What? Okay.
He's right about many things.
Yeah.
But when it comes to siege ball knowledge, no.
I like that we do Sastas, because I'm worried that if I do it too much, he'll remove access towards his tool that he provides for us tracking stats, and then it's over.
I'm sorry, I was like...
Everybody apologize to Dez now.
That's what you're worried about.
He'll remove it from all of us.
Look, Dez a very clever guy, very successful
very
guy,
clever.
but comes to Siege, no, not happening. Not buying it.
Do you think you could get him to champ?
No.
Wow.
I don't even think I get myself to chat without playing with the people I play with.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. The Leapbox on the Clash, making friends on the approach towards the main stairs, but otherwise pretty par for the course here. You've got Perez is also opting for just some pressure, sort of saying, no, get back down there. We're ready to watch and make sure nobody swings up and puts pressure into the back of open. Yeah, you might be wanting to push up the stairs, but you're not going to go any further than this. In the meantime, they can get themselves the pressure on towards the hatches and use Basetto to take this next fight. Herds, they want to catch him out. Force themselves on towards the server stack and maybe the break on towards the hatch itself. But it's slow going. Really, there's a spray against the Blackbeard, but nothing else beyond it. A C4 just placed on the other side of the door to put a little bit of threat and access. Isn't going to be too much of a struggle. But a shotgun that wants to make friends with somebody on the side could be. They have the hatch open. The longer that Herds can survive in this position is going to be the sort of game. The Clash could rotate round, try and offer him a way out if they wanted to. Just get underneath between that hatch and the door and lead them back towards the promise of the safety of the site. But otherwise, it's just time wasted here, Demo, and it's going to give Loud food for thought. Where do they want to approach from?
Well, I think they're going to have one guy drop lobby. You can see where Maverick is still over there, and so is Basetto. So a back take is actually where they're pivoting to here, Emmy.
Well, with the Twitch gone, they've lost that first body, and Basetto is about to drop with the kit in towards the hatch. Oh no, JV92 gets one more kill, and there's almost a third for the tally, but the Blackbeard does at least get a single one back. There's two, because a breakdancing player suddenly gives SDK a follow through. All right. A 3 versus 2 and a Blackbeard putting pressure onto the next person, but 10 seconds. They got to get a bit of a move on here at this point. Pushes in towards the fight. KZ makes the right call. He's going to try and double it down with another one as they're going for the plant itself. It's a 1 versus 1 against the Clash. Where's the support?
Always killed him.
There's no plant because KZ stops it. Ooh, a bit of a scratchy end there.
Kind of thought when the first 2 kills came in, Emmy. I know you were thinking the same. Oh, easy for Fury. JV, yeah, no problem. And then all of a sudden, the 3v2, I can hear your voice change very quickly.
Yeah. Well, here we are, 4-3 though. I mean, credit to Los for pulling that one back in as much as they did, right? Not Los, Loud. Credit to Loud for pulling that one back in as much as they did. As I said, JV92 getting the opening 2 kills, and then the second kill onto the Blackbeard was a bit curious. I'm wondering if they were low, trying to go for a, like, you shoot high, I'll shoot low on when they swing out from elevator, and then we'll definitely get the kill, and then it just didn't work. And the Blackbeard was able to get the high on JV92 and then get the low on the follow through, but still. A 1 versus 1 with a Clash and a 1 versus 1 of a planter being denied in the final throws. If the distance and the difference is 10 seconds or 20 feet of positioning, then Loud aren't a million miles away, and they're only 1 round away still. Up towards the top floor though. Oops.
Uh-oh. A fumble. How's that happen then?
I don't know.
In what context have you been able to kill him?
It's it's Clash. What? We'll make mistakes.
Well, we'll ponder over that another time, but that is quite the hit. That's quite a good operator that you would like for this top floor. But what am I? Probably gonna be, what, 2 magnets max, I'd say, would be scattered around this top floor, and it could have been a heck of a lot more. Whenever you look at that lineup, plenty of projectiles that you would like to catch. So a big waste of util off the board for the defense. Big for Loud, you can see that their idea is going to be something very similar to how Furia approached it, with obviously the sense and being able to just smoke out the entirety of the bomb site and walk in and go for the plant. But the Nomad, so dealing with this clash should be pretty easy. Somehow Nades gets a kill. He's had to leave the shield though, I believe, so I'm going to get that back. Still, a kill's a kill, and an important one. That's the hard breacher gone.
Yeah.
Did he get the wall?
I don't think they got the main wall. Now, Perez does have the pocket breaches, but he's going to have to come off the window position to get them deployed at this point, and he's already sort of holding the fight, but... Oh, JV92 dropped from a swing, a bold one on towards the other side, but not entirely down. They'll know he's knocked out, and there it is, the reveal of the shield gone. At this point, though, a 4 versus 3, technically with a minute, and because of the positioning of JV92, unless the player on the windows dies, you're not getting them back up. So instead, just try and hold your positions, play it out as a 4 versus 3 for the rest of the round, and see if you can get one more kill for the trouble. Stacking themselves up and trying to lead a little bit of this intel on towards the future of the fight. Hertz does get himself in towards Janitor.
Good reposition.
Great reposition. Now he can apply some of this flat pressure back on, and remember that limit on that breach.
Yeah, and you mentioned you have to take the guy off the windows who has the hard breach gadgets, and that's where Perez has went. I think he's going to have to try and go above and then down in towards square if they want to get it opened up, but instead they're just going to try and brute force it without the breach, but it's working well for them. They pick up kills. The shotgun at close range is worked out. And there we go, and they pop. Loud. Just say, yes, sod it, we don't even need the hard breach. We've got the kills on our side, and they go for it.
Ooh, 4-4. Still traded back and forth, and remember that Furia have used their timeout, so if things get a little bit dicey in the dying throes of this, well, that's all that they can really play at this point. Loud, we said it's a game of preparation. How much can you do, and how can you prepare to beat a team like Furia? You still got to show up on your day, and they opened that way. Since then, got a bit quiet, but then you look at the spread, obviously, Seto, STK, and Flastry throughout the game have all had their own moments. Same on the opposing side. Philippux, KZ, and JV92 are the ones that are up there, but Nade and Herd's a bit behind the Herd. Running into a bit of a brawl here on Bank, as we always sort of expect it to be. Leading once again with a Blackbeard. I'm wondering if that's going to be the removal as we hit that sort of halfway point after this round. On towards open, back and forth, and I do like the idea, obviously, that, I mean, so far that top floor is 100% for the attackers.
Let's revisit that later. Jammer ready to activate. Jammer ready to activate.
Right. Let's see. Now this is gonna go because we have a bit of a different approach in terms of the lineup here from Furia. They've actually decided to bring in a castle strategy to the table. You can see that they're looking towards Elders and Archives with that. So that full extension across with that open area, using the castle to assist with, I'm assuming, locking down some of those doorways that lead into the corridors, lead into those areas of the map. Being able to give yourself that extra bit of protection. Yep. That'll be very helpful. So Furia are looking to just try and control a majority of the map here. They've got a little bit of presence upstairs, but nothing too crazy, nothing that you just can't leave at a moment's notice. So Loud do have a lot of ground that they need to cover here around me. They have a lot of work to do. The first thing, of course, would be getting in towards that top floor, but there are still 4 players upstairs. So there is quite a lot of work to be done. And with nearly already half the round gone, you need to get a move on here, guys.
Flashes across the top and pressure onto her. Herds, who gets removed. Perez gets that opener. And JV92 has peeled himself a bit further back, but does step back in to remove Live. They know where he is, though.
Ow.
Ooh,
Oh,
and
dear.
a team kill. Disaster has struck. A bit of the chaos. I wonder if that was the window player and just somebody who swung out from the side of stock.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. Flash 3 was on the Canto Repel, I believe. And he's botched it there.
JV92 has done a number. There's a second for the round, but you may as well make it 3 if you bait them into a team kill in the middle. Flastry does find KZ. He's got to try and rebuild from the accident before. 2 versus 3. As they're about to find another fight, there's still a utility that JV92 can play around. Baits a bit of the motion, and I think felt, nope, that's too much. I'm off. I'm out of there. Oh, and they are just sitting, watching, and waiting, ready to lean perfectly in. There's a narrow fight. SDK wins out. Somehow threads that needler. 2 versus 2. They've peeled themselves back. They have some of this pressure and control on towards the site itself, but they've got to try and drop down, get the plant, get that pressure, and Nade is waiting. Hands open for it, and caught on the run away. SDK and Flastry, there's a swing round. It's all Philippox at the end, though. Ever reliable demo.
Yeah, just so consistent, isn't he? So goddamn consistent on that. I think that the Des mentioned it. You know, Philippox, I think a lot of the time people have said he's got the easiest job in the world. Whenever you've got that team, he just sits there. But he does his job. I mean, you talk about players of that caliber. I mean, him and Brita, I would say, kind of sit in the same row, don't they? Where they are the support player in probably the best individuals in one team together, you know? Like, you look at the Furia team, would you ever make a change? No.
No.
Same with the Falcons team, would you ever make a change? No, you wouldn't. You can't upgrade. You can't upgrade those teams. It's not possible. You can maybe side grade, where they're both kind of similar level of players. Sure, you can do that, but you can't get upgrades. And Philippox and Brita have that role where they sit there and they just knit it all together, don't they? Whenever some of their players maybe get a little bit too excited and they're called upon, they answer.
Loud, take their time out, and you know, you understand they're 1 round shy of being under the pressure of getting nothing from the play day to day. And every single moment is the most important. They have put up a great fight so far against Furia, been in the lead at points and been the lead far and away in the opening of the map. But struggling to just keep a bit of a handle up. That could have been massive, though. A 2 versus 4 turned into what is a 2 versus 1 at the very end. And it goes away from them. If they could pull a single point from this game and get themselves 1 step ahead of Los once again, could potentially be the make or break, as these thin margins and moments are. But currently they stare down a massive round difference deficit, the second sort of tiebreaker between them and Los. And Los could, you know, if Loud lose this game, Los could get 0-7 in some manner and still be ahead on round difference. Not counting the points, but neither of them has an easy tomorrow.
And that final day, that's the big one. That's the important day. But at the moment, for Loud, need a response. Obviously, them losing out. And that last round has prompted the timeout. And we do hope that the timeout is good enough to get a team back on track. Not necessarily win the game, but good for 1. That's what we like to say, the success rate. Dealing with a basement here. And for Furia, they've got plenty of util to deny that basement. You've got the smoke and the Tachanka. Those operators actually scared off Loud going for the traditional take and actually scared them so much they went for the back take. You've never really seen it. Didn't work out well for them. Furia got a stiff hold in towards that mid floor, but one by one are slowly moving their way out of there and have gifted control of that mid floor. They've wasted about a minute of their time, but I wouldn't say both sides have really lost anything from that. No util really wasted. No deaths on either side. I think that the next thing we're gonna have to look at, usually the next kind of headliner act in this round, is going to be the smoke on blue stairs.
Well, that's always the position, right? You got to try and force them out earlier on, as Paris does find JV92 that they're able to get that early kill. Remember the damage that he was able to do as the lead-in last time. They technically have more going for them, and how close this one was last time as well. They're trying to bait those bits of utility out, and there's another one gone. Is that all 3 smoke canisters? Quite early on, one left. Swing round as the pressure starts to cook. There's the final one. A minute left, and Herds has used all their utility. Now they're just going to try and hold on towards this position. Again, there's no clash to try and lead them back towards safety. They got to do and die, and Monty makes that a bit too simple, really. Demo, 45 seconds though. Have they done enough at this point? 3 remaining Furia players. Still a watch on the opposite end, and can see them retreating back towards the safety. They're going for the angle on the default plant. There's obviously going to be no Goyo canisters, no more smoke canisters. It's a C4 and it's a Tachanka is what you got to try and sort of eke and edge your way around. And, well, they haven't started doing that direct pressure as of yet. Instead, you're sort of looking at it and going, okay, where are they going to drive themselves in? They've gone down towards the bottom of green in the main stairs here, Demo. Instead, they've picked up, swapped around, and gone for a push elsewhere. KZ gets caught out. The drop round on the vault hatch. They've entirely blindsided them with a reverse take in the final throws. Demo, what a brilliant approach.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Bringing the Monty in towards server, naturally you would expect, okay, the Monty's going to try and plant. No, you drop the diffuser, and then you rotate the Monty towards main stairs. That's the one area that the Tachanka cannot flame off. There's going to be no angle that he can get from the position he was in. The Monty has free range then just to walk in, call up where the remaining defenders are, bang, 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 job done. Fantastic rotation. Just make life easy for yourself. I think that's a perfect motto for that round, and Loud did that. Our Tachanka Molotovs keeping you down, then hey, look at this. It's called the Monty backstab.
It's everything. There you are, or there I can be listing how effective these pieces of gadgets could work, and you've got 20 seconds. If you had a minute, fine, you could juggle that stuff. They didn't. And the immediacy to go, no, we know there's one guy on the back. We drop here, we do this, we get this kill. It might have been a trade, and they were sort of planning for it. The Monty went first, drew all the attention. The Monty had someone on their shoulder just in case, and then there was the drop on gold and the vault hatch as well. Brilliantly put together there by Loud. 5 apiece. Furia aren't out of the woods yet. Remember, all they're playing for is the confirmation of a top 2 spot, which isn't entirely theirs yet. I think they need 1 point from this. They get to OT, they're confirmed top 2. So I'm running numbers in my head, and I could be wrong about that, but it doesn't really matter. The fight is more important for Loud. They sit 7th, falling just out of the top 6 earlier today. They are tied on points. It's a round difference break, so if they get into OT, they get to jump 1 back ahead, put it into more of a straight shootout tomorrow. Where will this first blow come? JV92 sat expectantly. There's not been an accidental team kill this time round as well. That's good. That's progress. Instead, at this, just a close down on the utility. Did they get the drone? Maybe not. Oh, waiting. Anticipating a fight here.
Just Loud, it's trying to find that opening pick. At the moment, Furia are holding their ground really well. Obviously, JV is, you know, the perfect operator to challenge on this bomb site with that DMR, of course. And take these swings that other defenders just can't. I mean, the addition of the Clash here also is going to be really difficult to try and push your way in through top spiral, just because the Clash can sit inside of elevator. Unless, of course, a nade is going to be there, but nope, there's JV with the DMR. Headshot on the Perez. Doesn't look as though things are working well here for Loud, and could be a bit of a stall out here, Emmy.
That's it. They've sort of hit of a brick wall here, and they're trying to find the way up, but scrappy fights in some manner work towards the defenders, because the attackers are the ones that have to broach that distance and divide. Still pressure on the windows, still free to rotate round back into previous positions. 30 seconds. You're a body down, you're on the outside rappel in the distance, and you're still trying to fight your way up the spiral stairs without anyone moved out of the elevator. They do at least get JV92, but then caught immediately by the follow-through. Just not enough time to get this one towards a boil here. A 4 versus 2 with both players still on rappel or still outside the building. You can see a big rotate coming around towards top white. They just drop in to try and find a firefight, but as Herds gets the one player on the window, I know exactly where the other one is. Basetto will get 1, maybe 2, but that will be it.
Yeah, Furia never looked as though they were going to falter in that round. They just kind of sat in their hands, though, Emmy. I mean, I wouldn't say Furia have done anything too crazy there. Nobody needed to make a play. Just Loud. They were waiting for kills that were never going to come their way. It's just, it was not going to happen for them. Just wasn't. They need to get active. They're the attackers. They're up against it. They have the timer going through them. At all times, the timer is always there, just ticking down. You need to try and beat that. You need to get a move on. But yeah, Loud. Really their own worst enemy in that last round. I mean, Art has to bleed for Flastry. You know, he is trying his best. 13 kills. I fought away the best player in the server right now, but the rest of his team just needs to step up to the plate.
Loud. One round separates them from the chance at points, a round that they could have been able to catch once or twice with how close some of these have got. We've had at least 2 do or dies. But Furia guaranteeing themselves a point here. They're hungry to keep that unbeaten record as clean as it has ever been. And they're happy for Loud to be just another name. Just another hurdle overcome. Where will this first blow be struck, as both teams have sort of traded recently the entry statistic back and forth towards this half. In the first half, it was almost entirely Loud. There's only one round where Herds was able to get the opener. And outside of that, you can see that Loud have struggled with it when the onus is on them, when there's been a little bit more space for JV92 to get in towards these angles and step in towards the fights. Talking of him, he is under a bit of a threat and a bit of a bother. Tracked from above, looking for the engagement. Takes a shoulder of damage, but nothing beyond that. Instead, it's the reveal. A long barrel gives the first game away, ducks underneath the spray from JV92 as Herds does find Perez in the same second. Deimos was baited and led into it, but look at the health on a smoke. Just trying to find a route out towards safety. JV92 massively hurt as well, but he's so confident he can step right into it and then get knocked back down. There's Flastry picking up another for his tally. Instead, rotate round, offer some support. Think about where the site is right now and think about who has been taken out and who is really left at this point, Demo.
Oh, this is gonna be another close one, I think. Never mind. I don't think you get not anymore, because Fully Fox is gone. And look at the positioning of the remaining 2 players. They are so far away from one another. I mean, Herds can do something really funny here if he kills the Mont who has the diffuser, but SMG at that distance, he has to hit the head. Oh, what a shot from Herds! Oh, phenomenal from Herds! Is that enough? Over to you, Nade!
We talked about the clutch capabilities of some of those players that have been a bit quieter, and here, 45 seconds. Live and Flastry to try and make this stick. All the Shimika in the world against two very hurt people. And as the Capitao bolt pops out and a bit of the smoke in the cover, they know it's a Tachanka playing from range. They just want to try and tuck and plant close towards the door. A bit of damage in their own fire, but it's not enough to entirely remove the player. Flastry will get this confirmed, and there's the cover. Loud confirm themselves a point. They're after two. Furia, for the second time this split, are taken into overtime. The only other team that's managed to do this was FaZe. In similar manner, 3 apiece on the half. Then Furia locked it in twice for OT. Can Loud prove lessons learnt?
Oh, what a round. I mean, just absolute cinema. The way that that smoke went about things. I mean, what do you say? Like, really, what do you say about that? I mean, just crazy. Right, where are we? Basement. Ah, yes, that's it. We're still in the game.
Still in the game. Still in the game.
Very important point. Very, very important point for Loud. Gets them up into that top 6. Anything, you know, now they take, I feel, is a bonus. Like, really, I think the point, a great result for them.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the split of the pressure is that it comes down to a shootout tomorrow, right? So, Loud, regardless of how the rest of this goes, okay, well, not regardless, actually, because if they get 2 points and get themselves up to 11, Black Dragons cannot catch them. If they stay on 10, Black Dragons could, I think, theoretically catch them, but they would need to have quite a strong win. Who do they have to have a strong win against? FaZe Clan. Oh. Well, then Loud, they're in a good spot. Who do they have to have a win against? NIP. Oh. Then the third team in the shootout. The third team that could potentially pull it together, the one on currently also on 9 points. Who do they need? Oh. It's Los, and they've got to get through W7M. Now, it's not that these teams are infallible, but no one has an easy shootout tomorrow. And Loud have just made sure that it keeps going. But, again, if they get 2 points here, it would just be a Los versus Loud shootout for the last spot tomorrow. And we've also still got one more game today as well. We've got FaZe versus NIP still on the docket.
Oh, all right. I think everyone's calmed down. We're ready to once again go into this basement. Nobody's died yet. That could change, because this is a very aggro position here for a Clash and a Tachanka to be playing up against the Demos with a shotgun. They're just kind of gliding by things and how they get themselves set up in position. And where has that came from? Hazy! A double on the C4 up through the hatch onto Beepers, finds 2!
What a way for it to go. You've removed Flastry as well. He's really started to find that energy he had in the opening half again. It puts us once again in this position. Now, we've obviously almost had rounds pull back, but this is such an awkward sight to have to do it on with a man disadvantage, right? You've got a Clash that's more than happy to step in, and there's a Smoke that's more than happy to do the same elsewhere. They're trying to bait the fight here, round on the corner, lead them in, and there's Herds! Gets 1! Gets 2 with an easy pop round. A tragedy in overtime. It's not over fully yet, obviously, for Loud, but it's not the way they wanted to get their lean to, because you remember how the attack sort of ended for Furia. They were at their strongest in those final 2 rounds. And they're trying to get there as quick as possible. SDK's under immense pressure from everybody and everything. He's about to get swung from Beeper's door. He's got the Clash just calling everything out. Does get 1. Oh, gets 2 as well. There's 3, though.
Yeah, as soon as that C4 hit, round was done. Simple as that. No way that they were going to come back in a 3v5 in that basement. Furia Again, that point slip, but still on course though, Emmy. You win this round, they're still unbeaten. The main thing about Fury, have not lost a game this stage. Only needs one more round and they will maintain that until, of course, our last play day. So, here we go.
Attackers need to locate
Into the Loud basement we go. And basement, it's weird to see Loud now opt for the basement whenever in their original kind of first 6. They only went the basement once, I believe. That was the first round, I think.
No, they did twice.
I think. Did they? When was the second one?
Fourth round.
It was the fourth round.
Bomb located by attackers.
They could have went to it a lot more, though, I'm pretty sure. Did they not lose one of those
No,
rounds?
they won it both times, but I didn't want to draw attention to your mistake. But you've done that now.
10 seconds remaining.
You okay? Unless Dez's tool is lying to me, but you can take that with him.
Attackers are heading out to the
I swear they went open. I swear they went.
Are you okay?
Did they not go top floor open area? Or am I?
No, Locker's CEO open. Locker's CEO open.
Okay.
You okay? You want to sit down? There was a lot of...
I'm sat, I'm okay.
You want to stand up then, I guess? I don't know. I want to just change something. Move a piece of furniture around. New vibes. It was a strong opener on their 2 CCs, but the second one was a flawless. Where Flasher was able to get a 3-gay. So I think it was one where they didn't really hand over a lot of space, and it seems like they're going to try and not do similar here, but look at this quick grab on towards the territory. We've often had these positions become a bit under threat and under pressure, and there was a bit of a tool hold before, and they're just not going to play around with it. Very, very quick movements here by Furia. This is reminiscent of the Furia of the last 2 rounds, when their attacks were very sharp, especially remember their grab on towards open office. When they did that in their final attack round, they just threw themselves in, took bodies, and moved on. Here.
Detonating cluster charge.
Elsewhere on this approach. We've still got work being done. We've got a pressure on towards Blue. You worry that maybe Loud is getting a little bit less confident, a little bit less open to standing up and finding fights. They were able to pull a plant off in this manner before, and KZ thinks a Twitch drone doesn't need to be used. If they can get rid of what is the quick burn instead. They've got more than enough utility to throw through here and get rid of this too. But as Tachanka already starts setting things on fire, with a minute on, I think it shows that Loud are a little bit worried here, Demo.
For Furia, it's where are they going to go? Could they try and flood in through the hatches? I don't think they're able to go in through server. There's KZ. One thing as well noticed throughout this entire game, not a single team has really wanted to take in towards Garage. It's very surprising. KZ, that is a snatch and grab if I've ever seen one. That now really puts the pressure on to Loud to try and get some kills back, and they have done so with one flash around the KZ.
Well, here comes the drop. They're going for the plant. There's Felipox with the cover of the glass. There's Live going down as well. The Tachanka is lost, and they've been able to find and thread the needle of a plant here. The use of the glass, supported by the Maverick lines, has left them in a 2 versus 3 standing, but they're getting the player up, so now they've got a shield to work with as well. Furia, ever reliable, ever deadly, ever marching on, and ever undefeated. They keep their perfect record of wins throughout this. Have Loud done enough to get to OT? I couldn't tell you. That's a tomorrow story. The story of today is still very much Furia. They're pretty bloody good at Siege, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think for Loud, I would say they've came in and they've probably got what they wanted, and that was points. They got a point that now sets them up nicely. If they just go and win their game tomorrow, nobody can catch them. So it's almost back in their hands. You know, that's where we're at for Loud. It's all in their hands. They don't have to rely on other people on results. I mean, that could still happen anyway, because we've seen the fixtures, but certainly for Loud, they get what they needed. They put themselves back in top 6. but they still have one more final play day, and that's where they want to remain in top 6. That's the main thing to get across here.
Well, before we're back with an interview, we've got a quick break. See you after that.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
Well, yesterday was a day full of dominant games and short games. Today has certainly been a lot closer with an overtime between Furia and Loud as well. But it just felt like Furia were gonna give Loud this kind of hope, only to then fully ruin their dreams by winning the 2 rounds into overtime. And therefore, we get to speak to the winners as well. We have Philippe Pox on the line. Once again, we're joined by him to congratulate him on another points. You remain undefeated in the league. But once again, this is a pretty close game.
Yeah, it was a hard game. It's the 5th bank that we played this season, I think. So we are being studied a lot on this map. But we started a little bit slow. And then after Igor's timeout, we could come out better for the match. And they were also really prepared. So it was a tough game.
Now, the one thing I really want to ask you, Philippe, because we talked about this yesterday when you played against 9Z and you said, oh, we didn't get counter-shredded as much as we thought we were going to. Do you feel like Loud did a better job at that today?
Yeah, I think so. They were playing like the plays that we already did like 2-3 times. We could feel that they knew what we were doing. So it was the opposite as yesterday. They were counter-shredding a lot better.
And kind of sticking with the theme of Bank, the 2 closest games you've had this stage have both been overtime wins on Bank, one against Loud today, and then one against FaZe a few weeks ago. Would you say it was a similar situation there, FaZe countering you guys really well, or what are the differences between that close game against FaZe and the close game against Loud today?
Oh, I think it was really different from that game against FaZe, because against FaZe we hadn't played this much Bank before that game, so we weren't countered that much. and we were winning 6-3 that game. So it was more about them making a comeback than like today that it was a really tight game from the beginning.
Yeah, congratulations on the win. Obviously, you've played Bank a lot, and today Flashery had an amazing game. How do you guys stay fresh each time that you're playing Bank, and how do you focus on a player that's, doesn't matter who it is, but if a player on the opposite team's having a great game, do you focus on him at all, or what's the game plan going into it?
I didn't even know that he was playing good. I think that answers your question. Like I don't see that in the game. Like I don't know the frag that he was doing, but I only focus on my team about what we are doing wrong, because I can't control like the enemy, how he's playing, and that won't affect me like nothing in the game. So I only focus on my team, what we are doing wrong, what we can get better in the rounds.
I think that's a really good mindset to have, to really focus on what you can do in this. Now, what you guys have been doing is playing the 2 maps, right? We talked about this a lot. Now, theoretically, in the last game against Liquid, what would happen if Liquid banned both Lair and Bank? What would happen? Is there a complete like internal breakdown happening in a team, or?
I don't know. Anyone took us to another map. We gave them the chance. And they didn't. I think they want to counter strat. They want to win the map. Eagle, maybe, I don't know. But the maps are open. Chalet, Clubhouse. They just want to play Lair and Bank.
All right, well, I guess, there's got to be a team that tries to beat you guys on these 2 maps, but so far, none of these have been successful so far. Next week is up to you to continue that, like, unbeaten run in the SL with one more day of the group stage. Thank you for your time, Fellypox, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Always good to have some insights, especially on so many things with these maps that we keep on having as a reoccurring subject with Furia. It's just, they are so incredibly strong, and yes, where Loud may have counter-threaded a few more things here and there, especially on their start. It seemed like it was really good, like they had control over the game.
Oh, yeah.
There are moments where Furia took a page out of the book of Loud when their attacks were so slow, but then over on the defenses, Furia just seemed to be a force to be reckoned with, and it comes back to what you were saying, Lynx. If these players are just simply hitting their shots, it's so difficult to do anything to counter-strat them.
It is, and which I do think that is absolutely the strength of Loud today. I did see a lot of, I think, really focus on, like, for example, Archives and Tellers, which is a position that KZ likes to lurk on the attack. You see Flashy playing there on the defense, always ready for it, and he gets a 3K from that exact position. So the prep from Loud was great. But ultimately, when you have rounds on the attack like Furia, and, Furia are struggling to break into CEO, and then Herds gets a 3K with 30 seconds remaining, like, what are you going to do? If Fellypox is set up perfectly for a 1v2 in the late round, what are you going to do? I think this was probably a game, I would argue that Loud should have won just based off the overall strategy and prep, but Furia are still playing very well individually, and also not playing a bad game themselves either. And they were able to close it out, even though I think Loud definitely probably deserved another point.
Yeah, that's the scary part about going up against a team like Furia. Not only are they extremely adaptive, so they can go the same map over and over again, and they're playing in the situation, adapting to what the other team has, and obviously learning as they go, but they have amazing individual players, like you said. So worst comes to worst, the adaptations cannot work. They can work, but if you have an amazing player like Herds getting a 3K, or JV92 or KZ or somebody getting an insane amount of kills, you could pretty much call any strat or any adaptation, and when you have those players, more often than not, they're going to be able to find some type of opening, as long as they believe in the ideology, they believe in the call, and that's what Furia always believes in. But that being said, I agree. I do think Loud could have won this game. I'm really impressed with the way that they kept up with Furia. I think if they were as equal of a team in skill individually, they probably would have came out on top. But it was all on Flashy's shoulders, some of those rounds, to be able to keep it close at the end of the day. But that being said, the preparation was good. You'd hope so after watching Furia play Bank 5 times, up until this point. So you'd hope. But when you look at the opening kills, you look at every round that Loud had, it felt like it was really Loud's game for a majority of the time. So that being said, I think they have to be happy. Of course, you want to get the full 3 points. Still, getting a point bumps them up, puts them in a situation where if they play like this in their final play day against NIP, I don't think NIP is necessarily the same level of a team that Furia is.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but honestly, just like, I'm pleased with the fact that we actually talked about the potential for a team to counter-strat, and even though they lost, they actually did. I felt myself like growing cynical to a certain point, like constantly predicting the way things will happen and then it not happening. So I'm finally just like, I don't care. I'm not going to set the standard for Loud. Like 9Z, they're not going to meet it. And then they did. And honestly, that's a lesson to everybody. Try and believe if you can. While there obviously were still some weaknesses in Loud's game, especially individually from players like Perez, I am really happy that we finally had a team actually, it feels like, put in the work to counter-strat Furia on a map that they have played so relentlessly. But for our MVP of the day, I have to say, even though I kind of did highlight Herds earlier, it's the IGL that we talked about, the man with the 81% cost going in today's game, and especially with that 1v2, I don't think we could really blame the selection.
Yeah, it's that. It's the fact we can't blame the selection with a huge play like that, but it's also the fact that we look at Flashy really stepping up and then Paris having a more difficult game. But overall, on the side of Furia, it was more of a put-together orchestra. The very much balanced skills coming out there, and then Felipox just having a little better EPS, just having a little higher of a KD than the others on his team. Just that stable team performance that we look for a team here. Now, before we go to our final game, there's a lot that happened with this game and that has a lot of implications on not just these teams, but even the other teams inside of the SAL. Now, we'll look at the overall standings first. So yes, these points are really high. It's because they're combined stage 1 and stage 2. The reason why we look at this is look at where Lau currently are. They find themselves on 6th. They were there before this game had even started, given they've only got 1 point from it. But this puts them just a little bit more comfortable in that position, because for Black Dragons to now overtake them, it's going to be difficult. Yes, they have the better round differential, but keep in mind, Black Dragons do play FaZe at the final day. So that is going to be difficult. Loud are pretty much set into 6th position for that now, but even in the standings for just this stage, it's going to matter so much, because where again do we find Loud? In 6th. Now look at where Los are, look at where Black Dragons are. They've already played their games today. Black Dragons being the furthest away, they need that regulation win, and they need Loud to absolutely do nothing against NIP, essentially. And given the way that Loud performed today, Foxy, it's very likely that they will get something done against a team like NIP.
That's exactly what I was saying. I mean, they showed so much force and grit when it came to a team like Furia. NIP, we can all agree, nobody in the league is at a match to Furia so far. So if Loud brings the same level of intensity, same level of preparation against a team like NIP, they handled the Furia's aggression very well. I'd assume they would handle NIP's aggression even better. So even if they get 1 extra point, they just bring it to overtime and still lose, it puts them in a great position. That being said, Los and Black Dragons do have the chance to overtake them, but Los plays W7M. Black Dragons plays FaZe. So you can assume the probability is those teams will lose and not be able to bounce over Loud, assuming Loud loses to NIP. So it's a great situation for Loud to be in regardless. But at the end of the day, anything could happen. Who knows? Black Dragons could beat FaZe. And obviously at the top of the leaderboard, the next matchup that we have actually has huge implications for who could leapfrog, who could maybe take that 2nd seed spot, which we know how important being top 2 is to playoff standings.
Yeah, it was NIP that were saying, you know, maybe we can actually take this fight to the top 2. FaZe have the same kind of idea, but a new contestant kind of has entered the battlefield, with W7M currently having hold of that position, especially given they play Los next week. When we look at a team like NIP, they play Loud, and then FaZe, they play a team like Black Dragon. So given the opponents that they have, still everything is possible, but why is this top 2 so important? Is because it gives you a bye going into playoffs. That means you are then 1 best of 3 closer to making it to the major in Munich, which is absolutely huge for these teams. It gives you that extra kind of safety net that if you don't win that first game, there's still that game in the lower bracket that you can then win and still qualify to the event. Now, the head-to-head between these 2 teams is rather even, I guess we can say, especially on the EPS side. The plans leaning way more in favor in Ninjas in Pajamas, and the entry being completely the same on both these sides. The matchup here is so important, with the stakes of the top 2 being here. Now, looking at FaZe Clan, what we saw from them, it was a great comeback after they've lost both their games the week before. A 7-3 versus Los looked like it was just another day at the office. So them saying, you know, we'll bring on the fight for top 2, Fox, I think they're definitely ready for that.
Of course they're going to be ready for it. I mean, FaZe is one of those teams that I would argue is the most consistent throughout the history of FaZe being FaZe. That being said, they're always going to make playoffs. They're always going to be going to these events. And, you know, we only ever see them really struggle when it comes up to, you know, the main stage. So that being said, FaZe has faced new challenges this stage. We've talked about how the meta affects entries, how it affects the ability to lurk and find these openings. And that what's the number one thing that FaZe is known for? Cyber. So he is one of those players that is consistently finding opening kills, finding lurks, and he's been doing pretty good this stage. But at the start, they had some ideas through practice that Cyber was going to be one of the players that's being targeted. That was one of the biggest things all last year, where he was main focus of being targeted. And so we saw him at the start of the stage playing Thermite, playing support, playing with the team. So it's nice to see that even now, even through this long history, FaZe is constantly trying to adapt, trying to learn on how they can improve, how they can change the style of play of their team. And having Cyber more team focused and being able to have that style of play in your back pocket just makes FaZe that much scarier going into today, going into playoffs, going into, I'm assuming, the Munich major.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe obviously being the world champions and also having the level of consistency they've had over the past couple years, I think it's still perfectly fair to assume they will make that Munich major, especially once we get to the best of threes. I don't care if they have to play an extra one. Arguably, if FaZe get like the 3rd or 4th seed and have to play an extra seed or play an extra BO3, I'm kind of worried for the teams in 1 or 2, because I'd hate to play a warmed-up FaZe with how well this roster performs when everything is going well, which, to be fair, things this stage have not been going well. You see KDS in the 4th rated spot, but that's a very new addition, and in large part because of their game against Los yesterday. He's been struggling quite a bit so far this stage, whereas obviously, as Fox mentioned, Cyber doing very well, Handy and Souls obviously being pretty consistent. So the story for FaZe kind of up until this point is it's FaZe, but operating about like 75-80% capacity, which is still more than sufficient to get 4th, but still allows some teams to get openings. And as we can talk about later, NIP have had a little bit of an up and down, especially as we can talk about their game yesterday. But given the slight drop-off we've seen from FaZe, there is a way for NIP in here, even if it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, and we asked about what NIP had to say about playing against FaZe, right? And they said, well, you know, FaZe got more discipline. Fida King is also scary on the shields. Now, looking at NIP as a whole, they still have to play Loud as their final game. But yesterday, what we saw, like you were saying, a 7-1 versus ENX, looked good from them. Fantasy seemed like he was on fire. They were so dominant on the attack. So I think it's only fair for them to say, like, you know, hey, we see this fight for the top 2 links, so we're going to take it as much as we can.
Yeah, I think it's totally fair to see it, but I do kind of want to shine a light on that ENX game, because that 7-1 is a lot more hollow than I think people might initially think. Don't get me wrong, individually, NIP were dominating. Fancy was killing it, Cons was killing it, the whole team was winning fights across the board. But consistently, when they were on their attacking side of layer the first 6 rounds, they were running into the defense and failing to make any progress. And it required Fancy or Hates or Cons or anybody at a given moment to get a multi-frag or get a couple big kills to win those rounds for them. Strategically, I'm not saying they were losing, but strategically, it was a hotly contested game, and it was only in the mechanics that they bailed themselves out. If we see the NIP that we saw yesterday show up against FaZe today, assuming FaZe are shooting quite well, I'm kind of worried FaZe might eat them for lunch.
Yeah, I mean, NIP's always been one of those teams that is hyper aggressive. They're not necessarily the most strategical, which is surprising because they actually have been doing really good when it comes to the plants. They have 17 plants compared to FaZe, so FaZe is 11. So they're in a position where they are trying to play objective-based styles of Siege. But at the end of the day, I agree, they are very fast. And that I think that's why there's such a discrepancy when they play the bottom teams compared to the top teams. Every single one of their wins, not a single one of them was over 7-4, where the opposing team was winning 4 rounds, just because NIP is so aggressive. They're so momentum heavy. And that's the issue, is if they don't get that momentum, it feels like a slow burn when they play against a greater team. And it almost begs the question of, is it a mental game, an ego question? When they play against a weaker team, they just believe they're better. When they play against a better team, like today, against a team like FaZe, will they be able to mentally be better and stay a better team than FaZe, be able to adapt, be able to work around issues? I haven't had that question answered yet. I haven't seen that from NIP where they're able to outthink a team. If things go wrong, their problem solving is always just, we need to shoot better, we need to get the kills. So I would love to see NIP with their growth incorporate a little bit more of level-headed thinking. We'll have to see if they can do that against FaZe.
Well, I was going to say, with the two of you talking about NIP, I feel like I might be sniffing some copium for their likes with how well they could be doing inside the stage. But we have seen them fix and improve a lot of things since stage 1 as well, even though stage 1 already was a pretty good stage for them, given that they made it to an international event afterwards. Now, speaking of the map, Vito, we're going to end up on Lair. Again, it's crazy. We're seeing so many more Lair games, but I would love to have you two comment on this map. But I hear that the game is starting, so that means we can just check out who takes top 2. Is it NIP or is it FaZe?
Time will tell, and so will the result of this game. A brisk throw into our final showdown of the day, but Demo, truly, did we really want to have to wait for it?
No, because it's FaZe, and I like FaZe.
You like FaZe?
I like FaZe.
You?
Yeah.
Like FaZe? I didn't know this.
Oh, well, strap yourself in.
Oh!
It'll be a bumpy ride.
Well, it might be or it might not be. Last time these two teams met in stage 1 during regulation, it was a 7-0 win to FaZe on Skyscraper. Then they got into playoffs and it was a 2-0 to FaZe there, 7-2 and 7-3. You know what the decider map was that we didn't see, Demo?
What's that?
It was Lair. Look at that.
Yeah,
crazy.
Well, the thing about Lair as well for both these teams, it's probably both teams' best map currently this stage. Both teams have played it. Shed load of times, I think 3 times each they've played it, and neither of them have lost on it. So it's really, really popular with both of them. I mean, what else can you say? It's just going to be a great game. I mean, both teams preferred map for them. They're going to come to blows. It'll be a great one.
10 seconds left.
Activating jammer.
Well, let's see the blows that start to break their way across. As we said, this becomes that shootout for the top 2 at this point. And that precious extra bit of momentum. Furia, with the points that they claimed earlier on, have claimed themselves a keen spot there. W7M, with the win that they pulled earlier on today, well, it means that even if they get the 3 points today, either of these two teams, W7M is still in with that sort of, you know, out there chance of getting themselves that second place, but this would pretty much cement chance of one of these other two teams still in playoffs, but with an extra best of 3 to have to go to. There's a lot of strong teams that have otherwise filtered themselves into 3rd through 6th place. We've obviously been treated to a couple of Lairs today, and apparently it seems to be the treat every single playday in this region. Demo, why do you think that is?
I just think Lair just very popular across all the regions. It's now cemented itself as just a part of the pool, and yeah, teams enjoy the map. It's a well-designed map. You got plenty of options in terms of obviously hard breaching, which we will see a little bit of this now from Vita King. Plenty of util dump moments as well, especially towards the art side of things. Shields, good for shields. Yeah, just a map which does a lot of stuff, just does a lot of things.
Minute 30 and pressure on towards the a player that might get themselves out of there, situated on the main stairs. You can hear the smoke start to pop and the bees start to echo their way across, and instead they just get out of there. Yeah, there might be pressure on the plant spot, but there's nobody immediately going through it because they don't really have anything else at this point. FaZe, though, have been able to make great things happen with little in their pockets, and as a Glaz watches over and waits for a swing round. Well, it's actually the destruction, the rebuild either side of the site. The keepers go up and they almost immediately come back down. Cons is desperately trying to lean into an engagement, but as we said before, with this wall still only now getting the breach, a great play with that mute jammer and another bit of keeper construction behind the desk. The CEO is in. They're not happy that you're ruining their workday currently.
Cons is all out of keepers though. Has to dig himself in and hold the angle onto that door frame, but gonna be a Blackbeard's gonna be met with first. Fires at an impact, but get FaZe just slowing down ever so slightly. That mute jammer being a big issue for them. A great shot there from Cons, takes down Handy, but I don't think FaZe have a way in. I think this is very difficult for them. They're gonna try and reopen the wall, and they will try and do so, but they've dumped a lot of util, and this Tachanka is still here, Emi.
I mean, that's it, right? I think that one mute jammer slowed them down so much. A great trade over, but Cyber does finally find one, and Vidaking's going for the plant and not being stopped for it somehow. With a very sliver margin left, they couldn't land it with either the smoke canisters or Tachanka. KDS gets Wizards, Cyber gets Hates, and now Alpino trying to fight their way back across towards the kid itself. The wall being structured the way it is means they might be able to lean in, but it's awkward to try and make the pass happen when a Blackbeard is playing that position. The C4 won't catch anything. And any way they look at it, they're going to be swung on from either side. Fantasy's just going to hold down F. Oh, gets up on the pop onto one. Has to hold it again, though, and the Blackbeard will get the easy pull away. It's almost the moment I thought he was going to stick it and get it there, though.
Nah, I think FaZe have got that. No problem for them. Well, almost a little bit of a problem. The dreaded mute jammer. Playing a little bit spoiler there, but eventually they did make it through that breach and got the plant down, which I'm surprised at. I think the fact that that diffusers went down is question mark for NIP. I'm seeing C4s from the clutch player. He still has a C4 in his back pocket. Why was that not being used earlier? Just, yeah, NIP. Punt denial. Should have been there. Wasn't there. FaZe just about get it over the line. Still. FaZe. Just, they find a way. They always do.
Bomb located by attackers.
First round is theirs. On the attack. On the stepping on towards Lair. And now as the margins could have got, the team that wants to keep their pace. With Fury on the top, and NIP, as they sort of alluded to, struggle when they get into those big games, right? Those games that are the toughest potential opponents prove the toughest. Who would have thought? NIP do. But it also leads you to have a bit of a shutdown. Even if teams are on a great run of form, sometimes coming against an old problem raises several other old problems. It's early doors on this lair, the map that's been played so continually throughout this region and even today. What do they do if they come against another singular problem? The mute is immediately back on. I do like that a one jammer sort of kept everything jammed up for about 2 minutes.
Reload. Magnet set.
So we've seen this bomb site. He played already today, and typically it's all about the sense. You know, that is the most popular operator that we see on this bomb site. The fact that you can just sense across the bomb site to not only block just generic angles from players inside of the bomb site, holding angles onto the door, but it also blocks off the vision from the players upstairs on the vertical. So NIP need to be ready to respond with any explosives that they have. They've got impacts and also a C4 that can deal with the sense. But for FaZe, how do they want to go about things? And they say, to talk about impacts, you just use one on the barricade, Emmy. I mean, what was he thinking with that one?
Why not? We talked about how the great use of the nade and the dying throws on Chalet before as well. And how important those bits of utility can be when least expected. Why not just throw it against? Why not just throw utility at Keepers? Ooh, why not throw Fantasy at Cyber? Remove the thermite. We did hear the sound of some of that popping off, and as Fantasy gets traded out, there's the response to the follow-through Keepers, and Fantasy... Not Fantasy even. Handy, looking for the follow-through. Fight cons! Drifts away. Drops Handy. 4 versus 3. And the fight's still sort of capitalizing its way across kind of all the echelons of the map itself. You're looking at a site that we've talked about how necessary parts of the control are, right? With the verticality. This is the widest we've seen this approach. After think of all the times we've seen this as a very close lead in. But now we go back to that close. They don't have that vertical control. They're going to see if they can try and pop the pocket in. They'll roll those light walls through, just force out anyone against the back wall, because I don't think they have the breach opened on the opposite side, and see if they can get themselves tucked for the plant. The smoke canister isn't good enough. The second one does, but give the life of the plant, it's a fine trade. In fact, they don't. They're able to somehow get out a single breath more. And they would have lost the body.
Good night.
Three versus two retake. Close plant. Vidiking obviously struggling with health. They're just pre-firing the angles because for them it wastes time and hates. Somehow gets the take in the middle of that. There's one. They're on the kit though. They're going for the defuse. The nade will come over the top, but it's too little, too late.
Oh, NIP, some absolutely cracking shots to make that retake a success. Great work from the Gunners. FaZe Clan. And they got the plant down. That was the important thing. Just could not hold back the retake. Kind of looked at the positioning as well of those three remaining players. Every single one of them, Emmy, in a position where they cannot be traded by their teammate. That's a big issue for them too. You know, how come the Capitao is in that pause over towards Skybridge rather than maybe trying to move down and play a crossfire with his teammate on the window? You know, moments like that, you know they're above.
I still have such thoughts about that site. And I was a million miles away, scratching through all of the times it's played today, but I don't know if it's been won a single time by the attackers.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And I don't think it's played very differently in this region compared to the other regions that we've got to see it. Like in pretty much the other times that we've seen it, it's been heavy focus on above, heavy focus on getting that lockdown, and then trying to make the plant stick afterwards and sort of forcing out the pressure on the external wall. And it's seemingly every single time we've seen it attacked, it's been just a direct drive. They'll get themselves in the top of the green stairs, right, and put the pressure on towards green, and then just tuck it behind a light wall. But it's just been that every single time, pretty consistently without fail.
FaZe. Slow and steady approach. They know what they're dealing with, and it is going to be a roam game in towards that top floor, and well, Hates is trying to get himself out of there. Nobody on the pinch, though. FaZe just taking their time with it. I thought that was a really good opportunity there to get the kill, but somehow Hates is alive and well. Easily retreat back to the rest of his teammates. But still a good start, though, for FaZe. I mean, clearing away roamers in towards the top floor. You've got a good foothold inside of the map now, and you can start putting pressure onto these players in towards the mid floor. Hates, though. Well, you've left him alive, Emmy. And because of that, he's been able to kill Handy.
Yeah, I mean, you say a good start to the map, even better. As they're able to get Handy, they're able to get the removal of the Hibana. You're looking at all the pressure on towards the vertical site now, and those hatches, well, what else do you have to cook with? You hope that the main one is opened at this point, but if it isn't, that's a bit of a tragedy. There's still a C4, still the pressure you can do, and you've still got mirror windows. You've still got this extra utility to try and pop yourself open. Is now just going to what remain. You're going to have to rush your way towards it. Sets themselves up a bit of a smoke cover and worried about traversing the Great Divide with the filtration window below, but they're able to hold on to this position. The smoke canister is being used, 50 seconds, and more than happy to just try and rock up close as the Buck tries to get some of this work done and make sure that if they get pushed out, they're going to get caught out elsewhere. There's the rotate. Ooh, there's almost a caught player. They pulled themselves down to the bottom of the stairs, and rotten timing, they escape. Ooh, FaZe. Unfortunately, the stars did not align, and the Buck has to explain why they weren't able to net that kill, but Souls is still under pressure. You can still see them forcing the stairs. KDS gets cons in the meantime. With Vidiking going down in that exchange. And here's that mirror window I talked about. Without the Hibana, they're just up against it. There's the cement on towards Vidiking. 10 seconds. They're just trying to send themselves down the stairs. A trade out. Followed through by another swing against that mirror window. A 3 versus 1 with 5 seconds. Yeah, you've got the kit, but you have nothing else going for you. NIP, lock it down.
Yeah, good job from NIP. Played it really well. Good roam game to start off with. Wasted a good amount of time. Got the kills when they needed to, and then they just fell back into the site and made FaZe panic, made them sweat. Yeah, NIP understand the map very, very well. I mean, both teams understand the map very, very well. It's I have really high preference for both of them. Neither of them have lost at this stage. So it was always going to be a good game. Now, I would preference to say that probably defense is where you're going to see most of the success come from inside of this game. So to see a 2-1 scoreline at this stage after 3 rounds, yeah, we're pretty on track for like a 4-2 split. I mean, I feel as though this kind of game, it just screams overtime for me.
You and I have apparently had like the longest day the region has had.
Have we? I haven't felt it that long.
It hasn't
just
felt
me?
that. The game's
I
been
think it's
really
been
good.
I think it's been good. So I don't know what these part-timers, Emmy. This is what I mean. Like,
well, we saw
these can't keep up. They weren't even here.
They cut to the camera. They weren't even there. I don't think that ever made broadcast. So I just reacted massively to something that didn't happen.
You're seeing things,
and I looked crazy.
Yeah.
But Lynx was maybe eating on camera, and they got caught out. But their expression was so funny as to how they visually reacted to that information. And I wish I just had that clip or a GIF of it, because I would like to use that in my day-to-day life. Because I'm in my early 30s and still use GIFs to respond to things. I know. I'm so sorry. What year were you born? 2006 or something?
No. 99.
Oh, you're a 90s kid.
Yeah.
Okay. I like you more now.
Thanks.
Not that I actively dislike people born after the year 2000, but it mainly because it makes me uncomfortable with that I am old. Not like Tim old, like I'm still young, but not in this context. Trying to get themselves some pressure here on towards op. And remember how late things got towards that plant because of the delay. You can see that NIPs tried to respond to that and stepped up. More of a defense in on the position. 40-50 seconds gone. And the first smoke canister is the warning from the Glaz of saying, I'm coming in. Get out of there. There's a bit of a B coverage as well. And a spray against Cyber. Doesn't net anything more than a tickle of damage. But it's still that game of making them hesitant. Making them a bit scared of this approach. Fantasy. The important job of playing that sort of extension here. Yes, there's no more mirrors to give that stretch, but you've still got these keepers. Set yourselves back into these positions, and Fantasy has to be careful they don't get themselves caught out. Maybe weren't expecting the rotate up towards the main stairs already, but they're at the top. They're waiting and droning. They're aware of you, and might be about to meet a Blackbeard or about 4 other people. As the steady swing comes around, and the smoke, another Glaz moment.
Oh, so just gonna try and nade the guy out in behind the desk, and is able to sidestep that very quickly. Also been able to get rid of the electrifications on the wall, and therefore they have got their way in and can start going in for that plant wherever they choose to. But still, denial that they have to try and up against, mostly being that Tachanka and that smoke. And oh, Cyber tries to run for his own smoke, think he's going to be safe, but not going to be the case. He gets taken out. The heat load of util being fired off. Oh my word, Fantasy. Slow down, mate. We can't keep up. 2v5. FaZe just crumbling before not just the util, but the players. Not just sitting back. They're being brave. They're taking the swings. They're challenging Fantasy again. Not for the quad. Not the quad. You can't get the quad.
Do it.
Oh my.
I said the importance of what you can do, and well, Cons gets the last one, but still very important. You step in, you make them uncomfortable, and taking back the win on towards that site that puts them in a pretty good swing round here. As they get more and more confident, NIP, that they're being reactive, they're being responsive. It was the worry. Are they going to be a bit coy, a bit scared and concerned? No, they're happy to set themselves in for these engagements, go for these brawls, be bloody, be violent.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
FaZe. 1 round of the opening 4. And it feels a long, long time ago, and it wasn't on this side, it was on the one that they've just lost. So at this point, NIP, if they can keep themselves up on this pace and this sort of score across could end the half on a 5-1. Every single entry kill has gone into the favor of NIP.
I mean, it's a stat that we always look at. You know, being able to confirm that your team will essentially be playing a 4v5 some point in the round is big. Very, very big to have. So, opening stats are very, very important. I've always said that I think the entry job is the hardest job in the game. Harder than Inflect, IGL, support, all that. I think having to be the first man in the building and consistently taking a gunfight against other opponents is so difficult, because you're essentially saying I can either set my team up for success or set them up for failure. And I think that's a lot of stress. That's one thing about entry players. Are always under a lot of stress to get that first pick. That's all they're after. If they can do that, they've done their job.
It's often described as the make or break position, right? If you don't have somebody that has the confidence to go for fights, regardless of how good they can be in gunfights, if they don't have the confidence to take fights, then you could ruin an entire round. You can put that pressure on your other players, your flexes, your backline, your support, your whatever, but their confidence is built almost on the confidence of your entry. And if they're not feeling it, it's an unfortunate ripple where the rest of the roster's like, oh, I have to step up now. The entry's never feeling that pressure. The entry's very rarely like, our smoke player isn't quite pulling. You know, our thermite isn't quite getting things. All right, I got to step in. Outside of the rare instances where your entry is your thermite. Fantasy and Pino, though. Keep that stat scratched in. And, I mean, 0 and 10 between Handy and Souls on the opener is also a bit of a problem at rearing its head. Vidiking does find Fantasy. No more Keybers for the rest of the round, but now no more control on that roam potential, and we've seen power plays from this position earlier on today.
NIP, really good position. Man advantage. Feels though FaZe are a little bit blind right now, and they are trying to do their drone work, but and FaZe, we know what plant they're going to go for, so do NIP. Have to walk through that door at some point. Hates. He's been a bit of a sleeper agent this game, hasn't he? He just seems to hit them where it hurts. I think that the one time too. 4-1 is where he sits, and he's still down a man, and King is thinking about it, but just pulls back for the meantime. Now he is going to confirm it. No, waddles back out after punching the BP is a weird one, but 20 seconds, get a move on, fellas.
Well, there's the roll, the cover to the plant. And there's a worry of a reaction. Somebody stepped up a bit closer. The only potential here is Pino on green, and he's able to win out his fight. 7 seconds. Can't really get to the kit and get it cleanly back in time. They have the cross angle. NIP. One blip at the start of now 4 in a row. Well, they get themselves that 5-1 half.
Yeah, very impressive NIP. Understanding the fundamentals. They've never once looked panicked. I think throughout this entire game, they have been calm, they've been steady. They know what they want to do. I mean, especially for that bomb site. NIP are more than happy to let FaZe plant. They're playing a retake game. That's the way that they're geared up. They're not interested in throwing all of their eggs into the one basket where we have to stop the plant, we have to stop the plant. You know, they take their time with it. You know, they say if they plant, we retake. We're always winning that opening engagement too. We're always getting that first kill. We use that extra man for the retake.
We've just been gifted a very fun stat from Links on our desk about that. NIP are currently 12-0 on the entry between yesterday and today. Which is a ludicrously good statistic.
5 seconds left.
At this point, FaZe, not opting for the timeout. It's hard to say if this is par for the course or not. You said, you know, a 4-2 half isn't unheard of. Fine.
No.
But the way that this half has played out, where the 4 sites that have Yeah, and the 4 sites that have been lost as well, there's no rhyme or repetition to it. NIP seems to have full control of it. FaZe is struggling with the pace, as you said. Dumpstered is a strong verb. Put it in the dictionary.
I mean, 2 players on 0 and 5, Emmy. That's not good enough.
No.
It's not. For a team of this caliber, the expectations that I have on FaZe are massive, and they always will be. You lose a game, you lose a game. But you don't go out and you get absolutely battered and you lose a game. You go out and you make it close. Yeah? Can't be having that at this level for FaZe. You can't be, especially on the build at the playoffs. This is the point where, obviously, NIP, FaZe, Furia, W7M, they're all in playoffs. Yeah? They all have to go through that. What it's all about is building momentum going into those playoffs. If you're going to get hit by a hefty loss against one of your rivals who are also up there in a prime team to, you'd expect to see being in good contention for a top 4 finish and getting into that major spot, you need to do better.
Well, as they try and hunt down the loose players, Hates has been able to make themselves a friend close by. Be the coverage of the call, and they're actually gonna maybe bait the swap of the shell sound out, try and lure somebody in to go for the fight. They'll hear that it's changed hands, and Handy is now going to try and lead in, gets there first. Wizard is gone, but with the timer and a minute 10, it's quite late for them to be able to get this, and Cons isn't a million miles away as well. Obviously not got the mirror for the stretch, but think about how the last round ended. It was time pressure. They were struggling to get their way down the stairs and put the pressure on towards the back of the site itself. And, as Cons just absolutely stabs them in the back, gets to and gets out of there as well. King not in a position to get a response. Now he can buy himself time, fine. You can set up a catch round the back, but he's got smoke canisters to buy it, and you don't even catch him. He's gone. He's looking for fights himself. Oh, FaZe. The man has slipped through your fingers and gets a third. Handy taken. Souls finally ends his reign of terror and puts us in the 3 versus 2. But they've just got to once again drop themselves in towards the site. King goes down in the middle of it. A 3 versus 1 for a Glaz to try and cross the divide. And he won't get far. 5 to 1/2 for NIP.
Just disgusting, isn't it? Absolutely disgusting. Wow. I mean, essentially, he's a David Guetta song. Titanium. Simple as that. Bulletproof.
You've hit him with the David Guetta com. Where do I go from here? Simple as that.
I don't think you should be asking where you're going. I think FaZe should be asking themselves where they're going.
Yeah.
Because 5-1/2 on a map layer, which you haven't lost. High preference map for you. You've looked good on it. And this is where we are. This is supposed to be a close game in my books. It has to be.
Well, this is the worst FaZe have performed in a half throughout this split. Maybe in terms
of
a long time.
In a long time since I've seen FaZe like this.
Yeah.
Very, very long time. I'd have to go digging to find out the last time I've seen FaZe not play to the standard.
Yeah, there wasn't a single moment throughout this season. Even in the game that they lost against W7M, it was, 4-2 halves that they were on the wrong side of, 3-3 halves. That sort of split. In the OT game, it was even half to get them all the way there as well. There has not been this big of a divide they've suffered on the wrong side of. And they haven't taken a timeout, and it's a game of 2 halves, fine. Now the pressure is on NIP to see if they can try and keep this cool control they've been able to muster over the opening half of this showdown. Limitations of the electronics mean that those walls shouldn't be too tricky to get themselves in. But in terms of the split of how things go, Well, if the huge high defensive win rate that is enjoyed by NIP, started the day at 73%, goes up to 74%, which is pretty outstanding.
Wait. I've got a stat.
Yep.
Want to know the last time that FaZe got 7-1 in a BO1?
When?
October 2nd, 2022.
Whoa! Okay, you were very
last time we got 7-1.
Wow, wow. Let's see if they can try and not have a distant repeat of history here. There's quick pressure. Immediately, NIP, they're keeping themselves moving and schmoving. The grenade will bounce around. There's not quite the full coverage. They have the ping on one trap player. Now, what do you do? Where do you go? And there's also somebody underneath as well.
How is he not dead?
Hello? I don't quite know, but either side not dead. I think they were a bit cautious of the player underneath. They didn't fully send it. FaZe a bit lucky to all of them get out of that.
Crazy. Absolutely insane that Handy just was prone in the corner looking at Blackbeard. He just, I don't know. Oh dear. I mean, like you mentioned, nobody's really taking any damage. I think that's probably a crazy thing too. Just things seem to be going fine for both sets. Cabana in, opening the breach. I mean, look at the win con here for FaZe, and it just has to come into how good, you know, the smoke is, because other than that, I don't think they've got any Goyos to stop a default plant going in. So it really comes down to the smoke. But actually players downstairs, and Hates almost gets taken out because of that. He is down just a sliver of HP as the impact was fired at his head, but he's still okay. But that's still really good information though for NIP, knowing that players are going to be off site. You can maybe hit the site quick if you want to.
Oh! Gets one, traded out, a bit of an impact blow. I'm not sure if that was from below, but they know that Cyber is still trying to cause trouble around this area, and they're watching and waiting with debate. Now they have this man bonus. And moving away from the smoke canister, though another one seems like it's going to pop sooner rather than later, as they do actually find Cyber underneath. A 5 versus 3. 2 players of NIP massively hurt though, and only a pocket full of seconds to try and get this kit stuck, and one more smoke canister to try and get their way through. There's the roll of the lights, there's the smoke canister. Cons will have to pull off. 17 seconds, and FaZe move into the open territory, and Fantasy shuts them right down. The smoke canister gets the end of one, and there's at least a follow through. There's suddenly a spray against it, but Hates stops that turning into a clip of the day. NIP. How long's it been, Demo, since a 7-1 again?
Hold on, I'm going to tell you exactly how many days. It is 1,092 days.
And NIP.
That's it. That's where we are.
Might be about to break that record. His cameraman in the background of Vidder King there, he's recording history. Just a bit of a sad bit. It's not over yet. It's a team that's been able to bounce back from rough moments before, but NIP have just looked fantastic. I guess it's the scale of these two teams, of, you know, how often they've met, how well they know each other.
I mean, I will say this about NIP. A year ago, NIP, I mean, even go back 2 years ago, NIP were considered, you know, not really a threat to the top 4. You know, weren't going to disrupt the regime, weren't going to disrupt the hierarchy. That org, that team, they had their day. You know, they won the SI, that team's gone. Team has been molded, changed, whatever you want to do. Nobody ever thought, you know, NIP were going to come out the way that they have. And I'll have to give so much credit to this team. This year has been phenomenal for them. Absolutely phenomenal. I think the pickups that they made were spot on for what they needed. They needed a new look. They needed to get away from what they were, because obviously they were still living in the past. You know, you've got one player left from that team that won SI, and that being Pino. That's it. Everything else is new. I think they were very smart in the players that they got in to refine who they wanted to be. Fantasy, for me, was supposed to be the next big thing about 4 years ago. Never lived up to that potential. Never got onto the big teams like FaZe, like Liquid. But he's getting his chance now, and he's almost. It almost feels as though he's almost 4 years late from where we thought he was going to be. But now it just took him a little while, and he has been phenomenal for me on this team. NIP, I think, are the real deal. Really, they have. They've done it over 2 stages. The consistency is there. I think they've been a pleasure to watch.
I've had a quick scan on some dates as well, and I could be wrong about this, so I'll actually ask our desk if they've got a different number. The last time I've got of NIP beating FaZe Clan was in 9th of September 2023 in the closed league, and that doesn't poll everything. But since the other times that these two teams have met, on the data sheet that I'm pulling from,
no. I've got 26th of August last year.
And what showdown was that?
Super Copa do Brazil.
Ah, okay. That's not in my data pool. But still, a year since they've been able to beat a team that they play pretty continually.
Yeah, FaZe have won the last 4 contests.
Without contest as well. Not a single drop map, even across a couple of best of 3s. And NIP. It shows that, you know, your sort of point of where they've come and where they've gone. The pressure. Across here on towards the site, you can see that FaZe have pulled themselves a bit close towards each other's chest. There's more of an approach here on towards top green. Instead of going for the take they did last time, they sort of said, look, FaZe will expect it. They approached the same side both times, regardless of results. We have approached it once that way. Let's change things up. Buck underneath. There is no loose player from FaZe underneath the site this time as well. That wasn't the first kill that they got. Instead, it was almost the kill that FaZe got before everything else started to peel away from them. Instead, a shield knocking on the door, rolls right in towards the site and pulls out all of the awareness. The smoke is going to force them back towards a couple of players in a second. They have the watch on the window. It's a very important job you've got right now, Wizard, and they do it quite well. There's the first. And there's a post-plant situation down a second after. But they could watch this from the Buck position. They have to root them out, drop the hatch, or try and swing themselves round right now and dig them out of that basement position. Handy gets Wizard. But the eyes are on Hates for all of this. 28 seconds and a bit more of a cross-watch. There's a spray through. They've crossed a bit of the divide, but Souls goes down to Pino. They're inside the room and knocked right back out, but Pino gets one more, but there's Vidiking and Handy, one apiece. It's all on Pino, and 14 seconds. Does some damage to the mirror. Can't quite net the rest. There it is. And there it is! NIP! A 7-1 against the FaZe that have for so long looked unshakable. However many days you said it was, Demo. Reset the counter.
Oh my. FaZe. Absolutely bodied. Worst showing I've seen from FaZe in a long, long time. Yeah, not good, but NIP, on the other hand, superb. Can't fault them. Apart from really the one round that they lost, which was just didn't put their util in the correct place, didn't have the denial ready. Other than that, clean sweep. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic from NIP.
I mean, what else can you say? Is they're fighting for one of the top 2 spots other than the teams that have a terrifying day on the final play day in 5 days. Well, it's even scarier now with a FaZe that wants revenge and an NIP looking that bloody good. That's all from you and I on this evening, so we're not going to a break this time. Instead, we'll go over back to our desk for them to wrap up the day.
Thank you so much, you two, for all the casting today. What a game that was. I would like an apology from the two of you about, you know, I think I was right on the side of NIP there with them looking really good in recent history and them actually making it work against FaZe as well. That final round, the Pino 1v2, absolutely insane. But it starts at the beginning of most of these round things. You talked about it yesterday and that trend continues today.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, in the game against FaZe we just saw, 7-1 victory. FaZe only get one singular opening kill victory. And as Emmy had mentioned, I kind of pinged in the chat and I was like, oh, guys, by the way, at least so far at that point in the game, they're 12-0 on opening duels throughout their time on Lair. But I got curious, so I went back and I was like, what is, like, NIP's history on opening engagements on Lair? Would you guys believe when I say they're over 20, like, plus 20 on opening kills? On Lair. So
yeah,
they
were
+2 in their game against Black Dragons, +8 in their 9Z game, +7 in their game yesterday, and then As things stand on today, they're a +6 today, which I think evens out to about 24 plus 25 on their opening kills on this map. So obviously with the results as well, this is a team that you should probably start banning Lair against, but their command of the early round is one of the most dominant I've seen on any map ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like NIP is shaping up to look like a mini Furia in a way. Like the talent on this team is exceptional, but the strategy is still in the growing phases. I think this match, obviously, Lair, there's a map that they got it cracked out just because they play so well together on it. All of their plays are based off of aggression, based off of playing with each other, based off of going for gunfights and retakes together. So when it comes to the strategy aspect of it, I'm still not sold. That being said, wow, NIP had an amazing game and absolutely smoke showed FaZe. I don't know what we were seeing from FaZe, but NIP was just firing on all cylinders. I mean, they only lost one opening kill today. So obviously they were 12-0, like you said, on in the last 2 play days, and they only lost one opening kill today. So that's so impressive.
It truly is. I mean, we're looking at an NIP that absolutely turned this game around. And just to show this clutch one more time, absolutely insane stuff from Pino there to pull on the full 180 with the bailiff and actually get it done as well. And I'm sure that he might actually been listening to us talking about that specific 1v2 because he should be ready to answer some of our questions. We're joined once again by Pino. Congratulations on the kill there. I see the smile on your face, especially after that 1v2. Talk to us about how you're feeling once you hit that clutch.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. Like the bomb was planted. I think they went for 5v3 for that retake, and it felt pretty good to get a quad kill from there. So yeah, pretty important to close the map. Like Lair is a defense map. If they won that round, they could maybe won more 2 and we could get stressed. So yeah, it was really important. So pretty happy with it. Pretty happy with the result we got. So yeah, let's go to the playoffs.
Congratulations on the win. That being said, you guys, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you know from playing, but your guys' opening kills are outrageous. You guys are so good at getting the opening kills. Walk us through the process of how you guys figure out where you're going to isolate someone, like who's going to be, how do you decide where the opening kill is going to come from?
It's all fantasy and hates. They're pretty good with that game sense. They do stuff that it's not even planned before. Like they think about it in the game and they do it well. So yeah, pretty good to have 2 players like that. I think that every game we have that advantage on the opening. So yeah, it's going pretty good for us.
Well, on the topic of fancy and hates, I mean, you've obviously been on NIP for a long time, and it really does feel like that this is one of the highest points for NIP and one of the best performing rosters we've seen NIP have in the past 2 to 3 years or so. Do you feel on your end that this is some of the most like fun or some of the best kind of like time you've had playing competitive in the past couple years? And do you think that NIP like is well and truly back?
Yeah, it feels really, really great. Like amazing to be back to winning. Like it was 1 year and a half almost only losing, and the team had internal problems. Like we couldn't get in the same page for a long time. So yeah, now we think the same way. We are evolving every week. Dan is doing a really great job at coaching. So yeah, it's amazing. Amazing to be back.
I'm very happy for you guys. Now, there's one more game left before you move on to the playoffs. You have to play against Loud on the final playday next Sunday. Now, you could technically deny Loud of having any chances of making it into the top 6. Does something like that play in the back of your mind when you're playing that game, as in like, oh, we could maybe face Loud in the playoffs, or we could face a different team?
Yeah, I think that it's gonna be like they're gonna play so pressured, and we're gonna play without the pressure. Like we're already qualified, already guaranteed top 2. So yeah, we are playing the game very seriously because of the overall leaderboard. We need to get the top 2 there as well, make the most points of it. So yeah, it's gonna be a great one for sure.
Definitely one more game to close out the group stage, though. And as we said, you'll move on to playoffs after that, though. This was a really good game for me, guys. I'm sure it must be a great feeling to beat FaZe after not having beaten them for a year. So go and enjoy that feeling. Have a good rest of your day, and we hope to speak to you again next week.
Thank you.
What an amazing feeling this must be for NIP, you know, talking about how it's been such a good time for them playing competitive. There's so much going on in regards to the work behind the scenes. Pino's had an amazing game, 100% calls as well. What more can you ask for from this specific game, Foxy, to take down FaZe in such a serious fight for the top 2 now?
They shouldn't have let that one round lose the opening kill.
Yeah, really,
No, I mean,
it was silly.
Okay, are we nitpicking now?
No. I mean, a 7-1 regardless, even though they had great individual performance, that was just a class above FaZe today. Honestly, I don't know what got into FaZe. I want to say that it didn't even feel like they were playing anything outrageous. They just were getting outgunned. They were getting outperformed by NIP. NIP always found the right moment, the right gap, the right opening. And I was hoping for a more detailed answer, but Pino is right. When you have players like Hates and Fantasy just getting that opening kill consistently, there's really not much that you can do, especially when FaZe, they rely so much on Cyber to be the opening kill getter. And if they don't, they're just a slow burn of a team taking position. And he was getting shut down. He couldn't find those openings. And when they play from a man down, they're not used to playing without the pressure of Cyber on the other side of the map. They're used to having some type of distraction while the rest of FaZe is setting up for the execute, setting up for the strat. But because they kept losing, they kept playing 4v5. They never had extra pressure or enough manpower on the front end of the push to be able to successfully make anything happen.
And I also think, to your point, that there's some built-in containment. You know, okay, even if Cyber's getting pressured, if we can just have the rest of the 4, specifically Handy, Souls, and I'm forgetting Handy, Souls, and KDS popping off, maybe we can still find something. And when you get Handy and Souls, I mean, dropping one of the worst performances I've seen from them in the past 2 years, it's going to be a recipe for a 7-1 indeed. Pino obviously being the MVP, I don't think that's going to be a big shock for me. I mean, Pino might have been the MVP this game, but my MVP is overall just NIP in their run of layers so far. Hates and Fancy have been excellent. Pino has obviously been very consistent for the team and particularly good today. But I'm honestly curious if this is going to be the last time we see NIP layer for quite a while, because I just don't think anybody wants to take this team to that map anymore.
No, especially after you put the numbers up for the entry engagements that we're seeing from that team, then I probably wouldn't want to, you know, play against them on a map like Lair, and how they were on the defense today looked absolutely incredible what we saw from there. There's one more thing we have to highlight for our day before we close things out. It is the Predator play of the day. That one has to go to VODs 4K in round 10 on that game against Black Dragons. And it got to the point that Ask even tweeted about it. He said something along the lines of like, oh no, why do you keep on doing these 4Ks? Like, please stop, I'm begging you. We were literally having a 5v3. And it's true. It comes down to these moments where Black Dragons are in the lead. They're in the driver's seat. They have a great situation cut out for themselves. And then, as many situations in that game, Links, one player on the side of W7M just walks in, as easy as it sounds like that, and gets a triple or a quad.
Yeah, and if you look at a lot of these kills, I mean, he's killing that guy through a smoke, man. What are you supposed to do there? There's just sometimes some players, some teams get like extremely good timing, and when you put a player like VODs in that position, they're going to make use of it. And I do think Ask's lamentation is very fitting, because it was plays like this that kept W7M in that game and honestly got the win over Black Dragons. Because I think if VODs is having even like 5% worse a day, Loban is having 5% worse a day, Black Dragons might be the one in that 7-5.
Yeah, this is just should be an unlosable round. I mean, the first pick that VODs gets, someone's wide swing top main with a 5 to 3 man advantage. He gets a pick on the player with the shield with great intuition, shoots someone through the smoke just off of understanding someone's there. And even though he got the kill on the stairs player, he still double checks top green stairs to make sure nobody else is there. And it really does look like he's playing against bots right now. Like, it doesn't look like there's anything too flashy. He just walks in and he has good positioning, good crosshair placement, and the brain that he has for the game is unmatched. That's what got him this clutch in the first place. It's just understanding where everybody is going to be before confirming the fact of seeing there. So he already has his crosshair lined up. He knows exactly where everyone's going to be, and he's got the DMR. So he can just aim for the body. If he hits the head, great. If not, they're going down in 2 shots.
And honestly, I appreciate you kind of talking about how it's really just like good game sense from Volps and kind of like good awareness and foresight, because how many times do you might see a player maybe pre-fire through that smoke and there's nobody there and we just kind of move on and don't think about it, right? Those kind of things happen all the time with smart players, but when there actually is a guy there and they do get the kill, you really do understand how much foresight and game sense really play into moments like that, because they check things like that all the time and it doesn't end up mattering. But when they do actually put in that effort and check to make sure that those angles are there and they have that good crosshair and game sense, it does look easy just because for them, everything's going right and they're making all the right decisions.
I mean, it definitely was for the likes of Volps. He was the MVP of that game as well. And this quad kill, definitely our biggest play of the day. Now, looking to the future and looking to what is going to be our final play day of the SAL Stage 2 group stage. It sounds crazy to say that, but the stage has gone so incredibly fast that we only have one more play day left and one more shot for these players to get their points on the board, right? There is still so much in impossibility. We have NIP now sitting comfortably inside of the top 2, but there's still a chance that W7M overtake them. There is a shot that Loud, sitting in 6 right now, make it through in the playoffs, but Los and Black Dragons are closely following them behind. However, this is the big thing that we have to put for our match day. When we talk about teams that are in contention, specifically around the bottom of the top 6, they play a very difficult opponent. We talk about Black Dragons having the furthest shot, they gotta go up against FaZe. Well, FaZe didn't look too hot today, but still, FaZe being FaZe, that's not gonna be an easy game. We talk about Los, who's closer in contention, having to go up against W7M. Difficult team. And then Loud, with the way that NIP looked today, it's definitely not a given that they can get points out of that. Not even with the way that Loud showed themselves today. So, with the way the schedule's playing out, Foxy, I'm gonna find the person who ever wrote the script, because I just don't think that who's going to make a top 6 is decided until we get to the very final game on Sunday.
No, we won't. I mean, I think, in my opinion, I feel like NIP Loud probably has the hardest matchup going into it, just based off of what we saw today. That being said, I don't want to see this. Hopefully we don't see the 6th place seed just go to Loud, because all of the teams lose of Loud, Los, and Black Dragons. I would very much like to see one of these teams upset, claiming that 6th place spot, rightfully so, going into playoffs, because it would add a dark horse going into playoffs, someone to believe in, someone that you're excited about seeing, not just somebody who got it because they had a great stage so far, but they lost their final match. So hopefully we see that. But you forgot the game of the day, ENX versus 9Z. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, why is that not the game of the day? Honestly, well, how are we trolling that? No. I will say, though, given the pressures off the shoulders of both these teams, there's no way we can honestly predict what's going to happen in that game. But the second one as well, I mean, even though both these teams are essentially locked inside their position, like Furia knows they're going to get top 2, Liquid's confirmed. Yeah, they can move up a little bit, but that's FaZe being 2 points above them. Given that FaZe might win their game, there's nothing they can really do for that. I also really hope that we get a unleashed game in a way, I guess, Links, where these two teams have already got everything they wanted from it, and now they could just show like, oh, you know, it's a fun game. Let's have a great time in this best of fun.
Well, I mean, I'm sure.
Bank again.
Yeah, I was about to say we're gonna have a great time. Actually, no, Fox, excuse me, we're not going bank up. We're going lair. We're going the number 2 most place map. Please, let's. They're trying to diversify a little bit.
I mean, yeah, we'll see. Fellybox did say they're happy to play other maps, and the team won't just, you know, completely burn down if they have to play different ones. So.
I want to point out, by the way, he said, we can play other maps. We can play Chalet or Clubhouse. So I'm like, oh yeah, the 2 maps that no team has wanted to play on for the past 2 years because of how good you are. I'm sure we're going to see teams bring you to Chalet or Club. If Liquid brings Furia to Chalet, I will honestly die laughing. I will absolutely be seated for that game. And I'm not even saying that as a Liquid hater. It's just like, final day, Liquid are like, hey, we counter-stratted Loud on Chalet. Let's counter-strat Furia on a map they've not played this whole stage. Like, yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd be in the front row seat for Liquid Furia on Chalet.
Yeah, honestly, give that to me. It's gonna be so much fun with the way that we've seen so much chaos from Liquid on that specific map. I'm so down for it. I mean, if we could have that played tomorrow, I would love for that to happen, but it is going to be next week's Sunday, so that's only one day of SAL next week. Are you two going to be here for that one at any point of the week?
Yeah, I believe I'm doing it.
Next Sunday? No, I'm chilling. I just told you I'm chilling on the couch front row watching Furia v Liquid on Chalet. I'm a fan for that day. I'll tell you what, I'll be feeling the Liquid tingles if they do bring Furia to Chalet.
Oh, all right. Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see you as well then next week, Fox. I won't be here either because I'm traveling off to a different country. So it'll be Jonah with you here, Foxy, to get you through all of that game, all of those games, and to get you through all of the final action on the final playday. For now, that is it for us here today. As said, only 1 week or only 1 day next week on Sunday. There is, however, an EML Super Week. There's still NAL, and of course there is the APL as well. So plenty of seats to keep your week filled until Sunday. Thank you so much for watching, and we'd like to see you again next week.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.